Hey everybody, it's me, and this is Iberian lockdown number 4. And for today, we hope it's gonna still work out. We have some last minute roster changes. We had some people dropping, and I need to update a handful of things. So, what we're gonna do right now is basically I'm gonna leave you dangling and dangling. I mean, I'm not going to be saying much. There will be music in the background. Please, by all means, remain patient. I have to make sure that we have the right number of players and that we have, everything in order and everything in place. But I do promise we're going to start on time, which is in around 30-ish minutes with the games. And I will have a longer intro because I want to talk about a few things about this tournament, and not only. So I would like to thank you in advance for your patience. I'm gonna leave you to it, and in case anybody wonders what's going on, right now I'll be still doing some TO prep because we had some last minute drops. We had some people backing off in numbers that were unfortunate, and they made things uneven, but fortunately we had some super last minute people joining as well, which is cool because maybe we can even it out. So I have to do a bit of magic behind the scenes, not only in Cobra, and this is the trick, because I actually have to do some magics in other places. So I'll be back in a few. Please be patient with me. Thank you so much. And of course there will be also a player meeting in a handful of minutes. So let's hope everything works out. I will not be streaming the player meeting live. I just have a few things to tell to the people joining us today. We are at this moment, unless I'm very wrong, at 26 people. So if you're curious, you should totally be watching Serenity and Isram. They're both streaming their games in the York Store Championship, which is happening right now. And that's online as well. They have 30 people playing. Sounds like loads of fun. So do join that stream or hang around, and I'll be back with you in a handful of minutes, okay? Apologies for the last minute changes, but those things just happen. Okay, everybody, I had to turn the music off. I had to chat to some people. So, you know, since I'm using this on a single desktop, things didn't work out super well if I tried mixing sounds, unfortunately. But we are almost ready to start soon enough. In the next 10 to 15 minutes, we're still waiting for some people to show up. And typing some messages. A lot of people today. We had at some point 29 or 28 people. We unfortunately had some last minute drops. I hope everybody's okay from the folks who had to drop last minute. Very, very, very sorry that we don't have them, and we're sad. But well, you know, we had hopes that we would have 28 people. We're at 26, and still not everybody's here. So that's why we might be starting at kind of 5 minutes late, maybe, or maybe 10. But let's just have people join on Discord, and we'll see how many we're gonna get in place for the tournament. Iberian Lockdown number 4, which is gonna be quite exciting. We have quite the lineup, and I'm gonna start showing up of the goodies. I spent some extra time preparing stuff, and I hope it's gonna work out. Well, if it doesn't work out for any reason, you know, just don't worry about me, don't worry about stuff not working out. It's all mixed live and direct and coming to you. So how's the chat doing, by the way? Welcome to Jessica, welcome to Akira, and Akira's running the York Store Championship. So Akira, what the heck are you doing in our chat? Go forth and TO your own thing, right? No, I'm kidding, of course. Great to have you here. Our honorary mod. And yeah, okay, so let's start with this super extra special interactive, well, actually not that interactive, visuals. Iberian Lockdown number 4, the 3 previous editions, I had loads of time to think about what to do for number 4, because we had the last one 2 weeks ago, I think. A lot of stuff happening. And here we go. Is this working? It is working! We have all these lovely people, which should have been actually in 2 columns of 13, but well, I'm gonna explain you why this is not even, right? As you know, Iberian Lockdown 4 is changing the formula a bit. We have now double the points. Instead of 5, we have up to 10. And people can go up to 10 points with their ID choices. You will see the IDs later on Cobra. The link is in the event description on Twitch. But here we have the lineup of the players for today. Quite a lot of people on 10 points, but we do have more than half the field actually on fewer than 10 points, which is gonna make it quite interesting. We had some very, very last minute changes for some IDs. That's why I actually smartly decided not to show the IDs on any of those screens, because, you know, I just I was pretty sure that people are going to be changing things last minute from all those who signed up. By the way, if you wanted to participate and you realized that the sign-ups closed 24 hours before the event, I'm sorry for that. That's my policy, so to speak. To make it work that way, it's a bit better for me. And yeah, if you're missing out on this event, definitely sorry for that. But next time, yeah, I'll make sure I put a timer somewhere or something, and I'll maybe figure out the sign-ups in a different way. Anyway, we have the 26 lovely people playing today, hopefully. I'm still checking on Discord because we were missing some. If there are any last minute drops, there might be a buy, or, well, yeah, I mean, we'll see. If there's a buy in round 1, I'm gonna ask the person that's on buy, on the emergency buy, to join me. But in the meantime, let's keep going with the goodies. So as you know, Iberian Lockdown is all about the bands, and here we go with the band cards for today on the Corp side. Quite a few big things happening. Arc Lockdown in HB, I'm not really sure this is a big thing. This was, of course, by the way, all the bands were selected by the previous edition's top 4 players, so blame them, or, well, honor them, I don't know. But yeah, Arc Lockdown on the side of HB, not a big thing, I would say. Border Control is probably going to be quite huge. One of the defining cards for the meta, for the standard meta, not in this tournament. We'll see how this works out. Hard-hitting news, also huge, because hey, who doesn't hate hard-hitting news, right? Kakugo and Sting. And as for Sting, okay, fair enough. But Kakugo and Jinteki players could be quite worried, right? I mean, we'll see what's gonna happen. And not only Jinteki players, but mostly those folks. And then I think two agendas on the neutral side that also made the ban list for this edition, that I assume are gonna, well, basically the hard-hitting news, border control, false lead, and SSL endorsement. This kind of shows you those bans that the meta for today is gonna be quite different. I will also remind you that all the currents are banned by default. So scarcity of resources, nope. Not to mention a few other currents, but yeah, basically no scarcity of resources is a big thing. No SSL endorsement, that's a big thing as well for, corpse economy. And we'll see how that is going to affect the current meta in this edition. False lead and hard-hitting news, part of the kill package for certain decks. We'll see how that works out as well. Missing. I'm really very excited to see the games, and well, if I'm going to be super excited, I hope I will not go just wow all the time. But definitely looking forward to see what players have cooked up for today. As a fact, I may know only two deck lists from the whole tournament, because I helped testing one of the players very briefly but as well, so those decks may have changed. But I have absolutely no idea what the deck lists are for today other than that. On the runner side, here comes a lot of corp hate against certain meta-defining cards, and I think the three banned cards for Anarchs, well, Hippo being gone, not a big deal, not a huge deal. Of course, I mean, it helps a lot in certain matchups for certain ice pieces, but it's not that defining. However, MK Ultra, one of the bin breakers, gone. Kind of big. Some people were wondering and messaging me like, why is this banned? It's like, well, not my decision, not my choice, but hey, it's gonna be fun. Stargate being out, that's gonna be big, I think. I think we've seen a ton of standard runner decks running Stargate. Personally, I haven't seen any runner decks without Stargate for quite a while. Maybe a Haley build here and there, but still, big thing. Very oppressive program, a very oppressive program that just does terrible things to the corpse plans. And wins quite a few games, but yeah, not in this tournament. Bookhalter, again, with Bookhalter and MK Ultra gone, I really have no idea what people are going to use for Sentry Breakers. I mean, I do have some ideas, but this is going to be huge. This is going to be quite interesting to see. Bookhalter, definitely one of the defining criminal cards of the current standard meta. Not in this tournament. Let's see what replacements people bring. Pat Tap, another, in a way, hate card, or, well, a huge econ card for criminals. Definitely a tempo hit for the corp as well to trash it. And not in this tournament. Film Critic. Well, need I say more? Film Critic off the table means certain corporations with kill plans of different types are definitely very happy. Pelangi out as well. That kicks some builds in their soft parts, and we'll see how they deal with the lack of that program. Will there actually be any builds around, changing the ice types? We'll see. I mean, Engolo is a card, I totally agree, and there are other options, of course, on the table as well. And Rebirth is just mentioned as a default ban here as well, but basically we don't want people to change their IDs mid-game, plus all runner currents, which, well, in some cases, corporate grant, in some cases that's a big thing for quite a lot of people. Moving on, let me just walk you very quickly through the lineup again and just mention a few highlights of the people who are playing today. I have a special award for Mark, for MCG, who's today playing at a single point of ID value, and he's getting the OK Boomerang award because He's the only person in the lineup who has played at all the Iberian lockdowns so far, all the 4 editions. So huge kudos to you, Mark, and thank you so much for playing all the editions. You're one of the most awesome, funky criminal deck builders that I know, I think, and I've seen you build quite a few live as well. So yeah, this is going to be quite interesting to see what you cook up. And then we have a bunch of returning people with their highest rankings. Basically, they're organized by their highest ranking. And you also see the points they are playing with today, so the ID points they have for today. But yeah, we have quite a few returning names, and everybody did quite well throughout the other tournaments. There are also some dark horses in the race with people who may not have placed very high in the previous tournaments, but I'm pretty sure they brought some spicy, interesting things for today, mostly because the meta is also, different again. On the other hand, we also have quite a big bunch of people who have not played any previous tournaments, and I already see an issue there. I should have put 9 points on Lozgeek instead of 10, but never mind, this was the last minute change. He dropped a point. I'm not gonna tell you what for. You'll see later on. But generally, this bunch of people playing today, which is great for the first time, which is also great in this format, in this tournament. I'm super excited to see them join us today. And one of the final things that I wanted to mention about the folks, we really sincerely miss all the folks who have played before. Some of them in 3 previous editions back to back. They're not with us today, unfortunately, for different reasons, for reasons known and unknown. Some of the former champions are not showing up as well, which is a sad thing, but huge kudos to those people who helped make this event fun, who I hope had fun during this event. I always heard very interesting feedback from everybody playing, just saying, oh, this is gonna be weird, this is gonna be funky, this is gonna be unusual. And yes, it was, but it was always fun. So again, thank you to all the lovely people who played in the previous editions, couldn't make it for number 4. I hope you're gonna join us at some point soon. One final thing before I start, excuse me, before I start organizing things and bringing people into order and rounds and pairings and whatnot. Semi-scoop time. This is a key card for later today. I'm not gonna tell you just yet. You have to wait for the end of the 4 Swiss rounds, and then I'm going to tell you exactly, or maybe I won't. No, maybe I will. No, probably in the break I'm going to use that time to mention a few things. But this is kind of a hint. The focus group card. I'm not going to tell you anything else right now, but basically that's it. And there will be some spoilers later on. I'm not going to tell you even what I'm going to be spoiling, but yeah. Definitely, for sure, stick around. Okay, so well, let me just figure out my setup here. Let me just make sure that everything is in the right place. I'm gonna be quiet for a second as well, again, because I need to click some things and make sure we are all here. Catering, of course there will be catering. I hope you have your cookies, your water, your anything else you need. I'm not bringing anything to the table because I'm a terribly selfish person, obviously, as always. Yeah, so I'm shutting up. I'm leaving you with the music by Trip Mirror in the background. As always, I'm really waiting for the second album to drop soon, because not because this one is boring, but I need more stuff to listen to. And I'll be walking you through the first round soon as it drops. For now, I have to go over to the TO desk and do a couple of TO things, you know, the way TOs TO around. See you in a sec, or talk to you in a sec. Okay, everybody, we're starting the pairings up, and hopefully we're gonna have enough people to start. We already have enough people, of course, but I hope we have all the people who signed up in the room. Not everybody apparently made it to the player meeting, so I'm a bit worried, I'm a bit concerned, but we'll figure it out, we'll make it work. And hi there, Nene SMI, or SM, excusez-moi. Nene SM, welcome to the stream. Let me just figure out if Cobra's working the right way. Let me just figure out if everything is in the right place for the stream to start soon with the games themselves. We're going back to, yeah, if in case you actually hear me and you're thinking like, is he muffled? Is he doing something weird with his face? Yeah, you'll probably see in a second. We have people being already in places. We have 13 tables. And I welcome you to take a look at Cobra, take a look at the pairings as the pairings are up. And well, you know the drill. I'm going to be probably joining. What am I? Joining and choosing and joining. Joining is a good word. I'm going to be joining one of the tables, probably of my own choice for the first round. But later on, we might be hopping around quite a bit. So if you've been here before, of course, you know how this works. If you haven't, well, the lovely folks on the chat will probably explain it to you. I'm checking in on the tables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tables indeed. With some duplication. I'm trying to make sure that everybody's paired up nicely. We do have some people missing, so there might be repairing. Okay, I'm just gonna do the TO things that require me to focus. By the way, how are you all doing? And if anybody's new to the chat, that's quite awesome. Welcome as well. And apologies if this is, semi-amateur, because it is. Hopping over to the live tab for the event, and here we are again, because this is probably one of the last times for me to wear this mask. No, I'm kidding, but like, I decided to bring the cam back due to unpopular demand. So you're gonna see my weird, snaky, solidy appearance here in the corner, and I do appreciate all the memes around Snake, Solid Snake and Metal Gear Solid. Checking stuff out very quickly here. So this is my TO face with my eyebrows doing stuff. Making sure that we have... We seem to have everybody in the house. Unless I'm completely wrong. And I'm not looking, by the way, in case you're wondering, I'm not looking on... Yeah, everybody's in the house. I am super, super chuffed or chuffed or whatever you... Well, I'm basically very happy. I hope I used the right word. Okay, you know how this works, right? I actually have to set a timer there. I have to set a timer in several places. So stream! Table 4 or table 12? Table 4. Okay, let me just take a very quick look. And table 12. Okay, well, Let's take a look at table 4 and ask them if they're okay with stuff. And we're off. Basically, I kicked the timer off, which means I should probably put it on the screen, right? I mean, the usual. I should probably change things here because we're going to be going into funky mode now. There we go. Cool. I hope it all works out. We're going for Osclate and the Wanakaneo. Osclate on Edward Kim and the Wanakaneo on Sports Metal, which I think is an amazing matchup. And they both agreed on being streamed, which is awesome. Thank you so much. Good luck and have fun to both of them. Good luck to everybody participating. We just kicked the round off. I'm just making sure that we are not missing anybody. I think we're off. Yeah, we're off. Yeah. It's always funny to just start, you know? Okay, we have both players, both sides mulliganing, which is risky? Not sure. Oh, jeez, no! I did it again. I'm a terrible person. Apologies for everybody who lost their hearing right now. I'm gonna be totally muting this. And this always happens, whatever I do with the settings. But I think it's a great way to start, you know, this event with a thwonk. I am fixing this right now. If anything's broken, chat, you know how to do this. You just tell me, hey dude, things are broken, and then I try and fix them. Speaking of broken, there's a breaker in the bin, and it's a paperclip. So Edward Kim is already getting ready to be aggressive. However, playing in Sports Metal, well, you know, Gatekeeper's a thing, and that's a very popular code gate that does nice things for HB. And not only HB, but mostly HB. I am actually really excited that we managed to get everybody onto the tables. I am very sorry that we had we had actually two late signups. And Matt Hatter, if you're watching this, I'm gonna also be messaging you. But yeah, my strict policy for signups stands. Unfortunately. Okay, so generally remember that the meta is quite tricky for, I think, both sides. Both runners and corps have big issues. Oh no, are we already crashing JNet? Oops. Fighting Walloon! Thank you so much, and thank you for organizing as well. You're running quite a few things yourself, or have run in the past already as well. Quite a few things, so I'm super happy that I can do something as well. As a TO, okay, we have some technical issues already, which is not good. And Jessica, one of the people who knows everything about everything in a good way, I mean in a good way, knows that there's something wrong with JNet. Will we have to summon Noah? I hope not. I mean, I'm already, you know, I'm already looking at things and checking things and so on. But hopefully, hopefully we're gonna be just fine. Checking certain things on other computers. That's why I'm like looking sideways. There are some pings at me in places. I just hope it's nothing critical. Okay. We seem to be doing quite okay on the technical front. Nothing wrong is happening, so I can actually just get back into the game and hover over things so that you can see them in all their colorful glory. Red Avacreans, a great transaction operation. Some people call it sleeveless HP, but you should totally play it sleeved if you're playing with physical cards. Basically, the deuce is wild for the corp, but it's not neutral. So yeah, you have to pay. You have to pay extra influence if you want it imported somewhere else than HB. And we have a DDoS. Okay, what is this Edward Kim up to? Is it an APOC Kim? Big questions already. Like I mentioned earlier on, I sincerely have no idea what the people playing today have put together. I do not require deck lists. I had the definite honor of helping one of the players that I'm not going to name, but I had the honor of helping that person test some ideas. So these could have ended up as that person's final decks or not. But anyway, back into the game. We have a fully operational hitting the table with only one remote. Not optimal, but then again, well, you know, you need draw, you need some money. Still good value for 1 credit, absolutely. Yes, we're definitely looking into an APOC deck here because... Oh, Drats should definitely go on the next Apocalypse reprint or alt art. There should be a big button on JNet saying, I'm gonna APOC you next turn, warning, warning. And here it comes, whoosh! The card that everybody loves apart from the person, you know, getting apocalypsed. Not cancelled today. Yeah, indeed. And it is not banned. So just letting you know that in case the Wanakaneo actually wins this tournament or gets into the top 4, who knows? Maybe for the next edition there won't be any apocalypse. Quite a power move here by Edward Kim, by Osclate. And yeah, we have 6 face down cards with at least one of these cards installed in the remote. So let's just... Why do I hear galloping? Indeed, horses, horses, horses. Welcome to the stream. There goes a Hyperloop, and there goes the Mega P qualifier on the runner side, which means, well, which means more money for the corp. But at this pace, with the run on 4 points, it's a bit worrying. It's a bit worrying. Unless the corp manages to figure out some defenses here, I think just digging in the R&D. Well, then again, the corp may have a few tricks up their sleeve as well. Especially since, yeah, you start the round, you start the turn, excuse me, with multiple cards in your hand. You have all the money on the table. You can do things if you so desire. Tranquility Home Grid. A very interesting region, very useful to optimize your plays as HB as you get extras. And then Sports Metal is just, you know, the cherry on top, so to speak. with a 4-point advantage, definitely time for the runner to set up to get more cards, more money, to just take it easy. Also, with a single layer of ice and potentially more copies of DDoS in the runner's deck, the corp is far from safe here, for sure. I have to admit, a 2-week break or a 2-week period between the tournaments definitely kind of made me a bit rusty when it comes to running things, you know, concurrently and subsequently and everything else at the same time and whatnot. So we'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, all the money in the world on Edward Kim's side here. The 2 remaining unbanned bin breakers at this tournament, ready to strike whenever necessary. I wonder what the third breaker is. Seriously, I wonder what the killer is going to be here. As we have Paperclip and Black Orchestra already in the bin. Double layer of ice for the corp. That is good. That's good news because, you know, at least on HQ, you may try and avert the apocalypse. Then again, who knows what's protecting server 2? Any bets? Odora is probably a very good pick here, exactly for the Anarch killer. Seen it in places. It's not ideal, but when, well, I mean, when in doubt or when in an emergency, it's definitely better than no killer. Nanotech, also a solid choice, but here we go, another DDoS. Okay, so are we getting ready for another APOC? No, not really. We can't really get an APOC, but we have a StimHack run on the remote. Interestingly enough, this one piece of ice, unless it's a killer, it's not going to do much. It is an Eli. Well, this res, I mean, you could say slightly controversial, but then again, you really want to tax the runner out. Paperclip doing its job. And that's 6 agenda points, so a ton of pressure from the runner's side. The corp really in dire straits here. This is a very, very tough situation for the corp. It's not over yet, but with R&D on a single layer of ice, absolutely, this is what you do, exactly. You want to maximize that DDoS trash as much as possible, and that's it. This was a brutal game. That apocalypse definitely set the tone for the whole game. That was very, very, very strong. Very well played by the runner here. This was a absolutely aggressive absolutely Anarch styled game, and it was interesting to watch. But I kind of feel sorry. I feel sorry for the corp. That APOC basically just, you know, made things happen. Okay, that was table number 4, right? And as you can see, the York folks today, they're still playing their tournament. So yeah, if I look for table 4, okay, here we go. If I accidentally or mistakenly start spectating and commentating a York game, please, you know, help me snap out of it, because I could be, you know, I could be a bit lost. I pretty much assume APOC when I see Anarch across the table. That's an interesting assumption. I mean, APOC is not cheap for influence, but yeah, definitely. I mean, it is a card. Cider and Nat. Actually, there's quite a few Nats today, which I was surprised to see as an ID. Then again, well, we'll see what this build is all about. Generally, you get 40 cards. Sorry, oh yeah, 40. Oh, this is a 42 card knot. Ooh. What could the 2 extra cards be? So yeah, knot with the ability that basically makes you money. It's kind of like Ian, but different. And then Cider Laboratories, just making sure that if you lose time, they gain cards. Could this be a Mwanza City grid? What's going on here? Oh, excuse me for not making things bigger and scrolling the right way. Very good point, Jessica. Apocalypse was banned last time, but yeah, that's the fun part for some people like myself. Since I don't play this tournament, which makes me very happy because you don't have to guess the meta every time you well, not guess. You don't have to follow the meta every time you participate. But the restrictions are announced at least a week before the tournament, so people have enough time to test maybe, or just deck build. Boomerang running server 1. No res there, 5 credits. You don't want to waste money, especially since this is just a Rashida, which probably would have been nice, but doesn't lose you the game if you don't use that card. If you see the side of my head and I'm quiet, that means I'm probably doing some TO stuff, so apologies for the silence, but yeah, still here. Okay, back into the game. It is a Mwanza indeed. Okay, well, that makes things interesting for the runner, doesn't it? I mean, what are the worst things you can hit? For example, a snare. I was going to say, what are the worst things you can hit in a Cider Laboratories deck, like by accessing additional cards? More agendas? That is a Hyperloop extension, hitting the scoring area, a single point, and the credits back. So the corp's still on a solid 15 credits. Gachapon. What is Gachapon going to be trashed for? Let's take a quick look. It's a very interesting choice. I mean, you're already playing a smaller deck, but now you even get to, filter cards extra. Odore, so the killer for Anarchs in this tournament, we kind of all assume, I would say. A copy of Paperclip out of the game. Now the question is this an epoch Nat? With this setup on the table and having just installed an Odore, probably not, but you know, I'm just looking at the very thin layer of ice on the centrals and I'm just wondering, I'm convinced we will see Mimic today. Ooh, that's not actually unlikely. Who knows, who knows? Mimic is one of the awesome cards of the game that's still in play, even though it's not that popular. But there are some builds that use it to great effect. And the alt art on it nowadays is just so cool. I also have to admit it's unusual for me to actually commentate on a tournament with a almost standard meta, you know, after all the current event, I speak about current, after all the recent events, with all the really weird, unusual, exciting setups that required people to really, well, twist their brains to make sure that they have legal decks for that particular format, for that standard, be it Identity Crisis, or what was the name again? Giant Deck, right? Yeah, that was it. So after seeing all this, now we have basically people just playing Netrunner with some minor restrictions that make it, I hope, more exciting. I'm really curious about the feedback after the tournament. Oh, wait a second. That's falsified credentials. Falsified credentials in that. Ooh, spicy. I mean, this is, after all, 2 influence points. And we have a Vacheron in server 1. So, what do you think? What do you think should the runner do here? I mean, a Simul chip hitting the table, not a bad choice, of course. Great card, good value. What would you be Simul chipping for right now? Not much, I assume. So that's prep for later. Double advance to server 1. If the runner doesn't contest that server, if the agenda is not stolen or in any other way stopped from being scored, then it's going to be 4 points for the corp. If the runner somehow gets the agenda, well, you know, it's a Vacheron, so you actually don't lose. You don't lose that much. 3 points in 4 turns. Data folding Nat. Yeah, indeed. It is a highly experimental, scientifically untested, I would just say, maybe build. But I guess we're gonna see something interesting soon. All the breakers where they should be, because we have a paperclip in the bin, just reminding you. So the runner's technically ready to go for it. And there's a diversion of funds. Wow, okay. Silly format, silly builds. I think I'm going to be asking in the Wanakaneo for permission to use this as a tagline for the next edition. Silly format, silly builds. I love this description. Here comes a Gatekeeper, which is a lovely piece of ice. It's going to be quite expensive to break. Is it actually even breakable? I'm trying to do the maps in my head. If we can have Black Orchestra breaking the Gatekeeper, and yes, we can, but it's going to be a hefty 6 credits. So basically, your investment or your diversion of funds gains are not going to help you much. But the good news is you took quite a lot of credits from the corpse coffers with that diversion of funds, which means, okay, that score might be big because the Vacheron is a hefty 3 points for the corp. However, 4 points, you know, that's... you need to score some more agendas. That's basically the problem here. And now also that the runner knows that there's potentially snares in the game, more snares than just the one they hit so far. Yeah, 1 credit is snare-free territory. There's a chisel hitting the table. Yummy. That gatekeeper's gonna go, which makes it much cheaper to break. You know, ice that you don't have to break at all because you destroyed it. So cheap. And here we have an Ikawa. Okay, this is gonna get interesting. This is gonna get very interesting very fast. Oh, indeed, we should have a trigger on Seder. And again, a reminder to everybody: if you've never seen any Iberian Lockdown tournaments, this is not. It might be highly competitive, and it might be played on the competitive tab, but the etiquette and basically the expectations are casual. We're playing for fun here. We're playing interesting decks in interesting ways, and if something like this happens where a trigger is missed or a player acts a bit too quickly, by default, I generally let the players figure it out at each table, and if they both agree to a solution or to a decision, I'm fine with that. If for any reason they need a judge or a TO to step in, some people have kindly volunteered to be the TOs. The supporting judges, not the TOs. There's only one TO, and that's me, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd probably be playing in this turn. I'm kidding. But yeah, if we have any technical issues, if a game needs to be restarted, again, I leave that up to the players. I'm basically just facilitating this tournament and setting the mood up, and then streaming it for your pleasure. Seder is also a little annoying on JNet because the ability is locked to a run, but Ikawa ends the run on steal usually, so you have to do the ability manually. Indeed, I mean, yeah, that is a very good point. And if you read the recent Nisei articles about things happening, there will be more stuff happening with JNet as well. And that may not involve automating all the cards correctly and making sure that everything works tip-top. I mean, that's the ideal. But it will definitely be about reinforcing the servers, making the platform robust, and putting a bunch of improvements here and there that I cannot really tell you about just yet, because they're in the article anyway, right? Okay. We have server 1, and this could be game. No, not really. Or could it be? No, not really. I'm trying to think about the agenda composition here. Like, what kind of a maybe there. Well, yeah. No, not really. Trying to think if this could be somehow a sneaky 3-point agenda that you can score in one turn somehow with 3 credits on your hand, and we will probably not learn, because the runner is definitely pushing for it with 13 credits and the breakers ready with the paperclip still in the bin. The corp here on 3 credits, still able to res, for example, vanillas. Okay, so now we have more or less an idea of the ice composition, I would assume. I mean, Gatekeeper, cheap. Vanilla, also cheap to res. So, is this a combo rush deck in any way, shape, or form? Now, thinking about the cost for the vanilla, because it is a hard counter, it is a gear check, it will end the run, unless you install a paperclip for 4. The good thing is, you do have a Paladin Poema with 2 credits on it. So that's not a bad thing to have. And the data folding will drop indeed, because of the memory requirements of data folding. But here we go, yes. So the Paladin Poema triggering, giving a bit of an extra kick for the runner, but it's necessary. The runner really wants to see this, and here we go. Here comes another Gatekeeper. I love that piece of ice, it's just so good. very cheap to res, or well, very moderately cheap to res, kind of in the mid-range of cheap reses. And with two really cool subroutines, I think it's very well balanced. The Boomerang Eye is not getting rest, of course, 0 credit, so it's not a vanilla. DreamNet triggering for the runner. And let's see what's in the server. A Rashida, okay, well, fair enough. That's probably gonna get trashed. And a Mason Bellamy. Ooh, okay. Well, that's Mason Bellamy is a very good choice for an upgrade in a cider deck. It does not get trashed as the runner does not want to part with their last 3 credits on the table for now. And again, as a reminder, data folding just lost its trigger, so it's not going to be triggering from now on. An Eli 1.0 in the HQ, and either the same card or more than one copy of Eli. And the corp is just not giving up. Here you go, 1 credit, 2 installs. That's interesting. What could the HQ card be? The HQ upgrade, I'm really curious. And what could it be in server 1 as well? Probably a Rashida. I mean, if I had any Rashidas in my hand, I would just... That's probably the last one. Oh no, maybe not. Excuse me, not the last one. But what, yeah. What is the play here that you would go for? Of course, not seeing the cards, it's kind of hard to say, oh, I would go for this or that, but it's in the best interest of the corp to get money in again as fast as possible. Good news is that Hyperloop gives you money if it's stolen. It's only a 1-pointer, so if the runner hits any 1-pointers, they will give the corp some money. SSL endorsement, as a reminder, it's banned for the tournament, so no passive income from that agenda for any corps, which could be quite interesting, you know, to play around, because let's be honest, SSL endorsement has been known to win some games at some points because of the crucial drippy credits you get from it. Okay, Mwanza again on HQ. Well, that is a good econ card for sure. So the corp definitely... Ooh, a punitive counter-strike. That makes a lot of sense. In this build with Vacherons and Ikawaks that make you pay money and lose clicks. Yeah, punitive is never a bad card in a 3-pointer agenda suite. The runner here now, not so rich. Definitely getting a drip economy of sorts with the Paladin Poemu. DreamNet here, mostly for draw at this stage. And this Enigma is not going to probably stop the runner, I would say. So we have the Devil Charm / Chisel combo. And indeed, usually when you have this interaction, it should work automatically. So there may have been some, basically a bit of a glitch during this interaction when you want to do the Devil Charm Chisel combo to trash a piece of ice by decreasing its strength below 0. More money for the corp, which with this is gonna hurt. That snare. Fortunately for the runner, I've had worse draws than 3 cards, which is probably quite big for the current situation, because they might be hitting an agenda and stealing it. It does give a tag. Yep, indeed, a snare gives you a tag. That is one of the terrible, bad, evil side effects of snares. And I absolutely want to make sure that people remember that snares gives tags, because indeed it is an evil card and I love it to bits, but not when I hit it. Okay, this could be big. This could be rather big, because the runner ends with only 1 credit, no clicks. Well, basically you end your turn with no clicks, obviously. But you have a tag, plus you just stole a 3-pointer, and you know that the corp has punitives. And 12 credits. Because those Mwanzas, let me tell you, they do give you quite a lot of bucks. So I'm expecting a double punitive. Could be wrong, obviously. I would love to be wrong, because I'm sympathizing with the runner here. Not because I have anything against the corp. It's just, it's not. He's just so good. So yeah, indeed, the corp definitely needs a second punitive here. But yeah. With cider triggering, the archive card goes back into one of the archive cards goes into the top. So the snare goes on top, and it is indeed a May ability. So it's totally up to the corp player to decide whether they want to trigger it or not, whether they want to see a fresh card or not. But a snare absolutely seems nice. I agree. A snare is basically a smile, right? It's like a big, lovely, toothy smile. If you ever go to a dentist and there's a poster of a snare at the dentist, maybe you should leave. I don't know. But yeah. We have some games already reported, so I'm gonna be doing my TO duties in the background maybe here a bit, but don't worry too much. We had a sweep on table 9. Double advance to server 1, and now the runner is not in a bad situation, because they can definitely try and contest this server somehow. If they have stim hacks, if they have any other fancy tools to make a lot of money quickly and charge into that server. We know that there's a Mason Bellamy in that server that was not trashed. What if there's a poster of Ether at the dentist? I don't know. That probably means that they're not big into corrective dentistry. I don't know. Or maybe they're advertising corrective dentistry using ethers. I don't know. Generally, if I see a scary poster at the dentist's office, I'll be like, maybe I should, go to a place without posters. So we have the runner pondering, and indeed it is the right time to ponder, with the corp being potentially on game point. If this is a Vacheron or an Ikawa and it gets triple advanced and scored next turn, that's game. The runner, however, has 4 clicks left, so they still have time to act. They probably don't want to make the corp more money by running HQ just for a single access. Running R&D could be a play. We do know for a fact that there are Eli's in this deck. Could be another Enigma, could be a vanilla as well. Although a vanilla, I mean, we never know, right, what the corp installs, and this is the spicy part, the exciting part of this game for sure. The good news for the runner is that even a single Hyperloop extension is game, basically. Okay, we have 2 credits. Bringing the runner up to 4 in total. And let's see if this is going to be one of those, I don't want to say desperate because it's not about despair. I think it's more about final assault. I mean, I don't know. It's gonna be like a dramatic, climactic showdown. There we go. Now here we go. Vanilla passed. Gatekeeper. With the Paladin Poemu credits, which are crucial right now for this play. That Black Orchestra can hit the table. Can hit the table for a credit, which leaves the runner at 3, which is just enough to break the Gatekeeper. But then it all comes down to the eyes that's boomeranged. And from what we've seen so far, Boomerang can deal with all the eyes. If it's an Ikawa on the remote, the runner cannot steal it though, if they get in. If it's a Vacheron on the remote, then the game goes on, but yeah, the corp might potentially draw into that second punitive next round, and sorry, next turn, and then just punitive the runner, because they do have the money to do so. Okay, here we go. What do you think is gonna happen right now? Because this is quite exciting. The runner on no credits approaching that server. If it's an Ikawa, that's painful. If it's a Vacheron, that can be painful. No action on the corpse side. Vacheron, okay. So now the corp is on a timer, but they have all the money they need, and they could have a double punitive. And here comes the first punitive, and I believe that's going to be game. Because you never play a single punitive if you can play a double punitive. I'm pretty sure Osclade just printed a punitive somewhere, under a table. Oh, is that a value punitive? Could be. Okay. The race continues indeed. This is getting exciting. With the runner being quite poor, but all breakers on the table, and the clock is indeed ticking for the corp. 3 more turns and then it's gone. Then the game is done. The corp needs to score 3 points. in the next 3 turns. Would you be running here? That's a very interesting question. I mean, that could have been an agenda, but again, that would be putting you into... I mean, if this was a third Vacheron in there, for example, and you get another punitive, I don't know. I mean, basically, not for me to judge this play. DreamNet as a draw is always a good thing, of course, here. The runner moneying up just a bit. And they will gain 1 credit because of Nat's ability. The Corp doesn't really need to money up here, but it's more about taking advantage of that tag, because the runner still has a tag from the snare. So that was a painful tag left over. Have we seen... I've had worse. We've seen 1 copy so far only. So there's potentially 2 more in the 10 cards that are still in play for the runner. Judge call, excuse me. Be back in a second. So yeah, some judge calls to attend. I missed some action. I'm not gonna scroll up on the log to make it more confusing for you. But basically, this is the last turn, so the runner can just click for credits and take it easy. But the Corp is not giving up, and server 1 could hold the victory for the Corp, or is it over? No, because yeah, they will still... The Corp will still have a turn. This is gonna be quite exciting, I have to say. By the way, if you're wondering about game results, please do take a look. I think the link should be somewhere here. Yeah, it should be somewhere here. The Cobra link is, of course, operational. JTBR, that's the short code for Cobra. You can see results being reported more or less live. Doing my best to do both the stream and the judging, or the TOing as well. And while I'm at it, huge thanks to all the players for being absolute champs and just being super cool. Important news from table 12. Armin Firecracker, one of the top 4 players from the last tournament and a participant for more than 1 tournament, swept Sanjay, unfortunately for Sanjay, but we've seen big returns in the past. The Mason Bellamy gets rezzed. Okay. So I'm guessing that could be an Eli, but then... Oh no! Oh, we all know what this means! That's probably an Ikawa on that remote. A big indeed on the runner side. Table number 1, Lost Geek sweeps. And I'm very curious about Lost Geek's builds because, you know. And table 10, we have a corpse split, just so that you know what's going on. Okay. Could it be an Ikawa in that server? Chances are it is. What do you think, chat? Hey there, Arash. Welcome. So, the runner instead wants to hunt a single point down from the extra Mwanza card. Because that would be accessing 4 cards indeed. The corp not resing here. I'm curious about the other upgrade. Woof! In the nick of time. That was really close. Very well played both sides. It was super tight. This one game. And that was a Vacheron. Oh, wow. Yeah, very good plays on both sides. So, runner split on this table. That was quite exciting. In the meantime, I'm gonna jump out and chat, tell me where we're headed, okay? Point me to a table, or I'm gonna choose it myself. Don't worry if you don't have an idea where to go. Quite a few games already finished. But still, quite a few games going on, I hope. Oops, excuse me for that highlight. I think we could go to... There's a lot of York tables. Let's take a look at table 3. I don't think they finished just yet. Unless they finished and they just haven't reported yet because maybe they're taking a break. So we have Nero Severn and Mirror Morph. Both players kept... I'm scrolling like the scrolly scroller I am. And is the corp winning this? No, but this could be an agenda indeed, and it is Architect Deployment Test. Look at that setup. The runner has a ton of tools on the table, but no points just yet. Very little money. Although there is some drip, there is a Katie with 3 credits on her. Stealth Nero. Oh, and by the way, as much as I would love to spectate the game by Frost, Frost is not playing today, unless I'm terribly mistaken, but I don't see Frost today on the list, so I hope I'm right. We still have around 11 minutes in the round, more or less. So this indeed looks like a stealth Nero. Here we have Mantle, we have a Mackler, which is not really stealth, but we do have a Penrose. which has this really cool ability to pump its strength quite cheaply, but you need to have stealth for that. And After Image, what a card. Love After Image. And yes, Frost is most likely playing in the York Store Champ, which is happening right now as well. We're kind of pushing the servers of JNet a bit. Approaching the drafter, enough credits in the game. You have 2 penumbral toolkits with enough credits on them to work with. You have a mantle, which is never a bad thing. So the drafter, not really a big problem for this current setup of the runner. And let's see, are there any points whatsoever for the runner after this relatively easy run? Oh, indeed, that was a sec test on R&D. So yeah, that actually did not trigger. Excuse me. Restore. Getting an NGO back on the table because it's good to have money. Even though the runner is actually in a very good situation right now. But on the other hand, the corp just needs a single meager point. I'm thinking maybe I should have like a post-it on the side of my head saying doing TO stuff, and then, you know, whenever I turn my head, it's like I'm TOing. That could probably help. Okay, so going for that NGO, curious why. Does the runner have any special effects that I'm unaware of? Because Hello there, Cable Carnage! Good to have the champion of the first Iberian lockdown in the room. Here comes the doof. Here comes the version of funds. You might be sure that if there's the version of funds somewhere in play on the runner side, one of the players will be keeping track for sure. It's usually the corp keeping track. It's like, how many have you played? 1, 2, 3. But here we have the corp player definitely just saying, yeah, this is the last one, no more. Slot machine revealing 3 totally different cards, so no subroutine boost. And here we go. Still plenty of money to face that Hagen, protecting the innermost layer of the servers defenses. And I'm always tempted to pronounce it as Hagen, but I think it's Hagen better. I don't know. What do I know? I know nothing. Turning wheel getting pumped up to 5 tokens here, and okay, another run. It is indeed not that expensive, but this is just about getting that bounce for the counter. Because, yeah, you might be wondering, like, well, how did the runner do this? Well, once per turn you may jack out when you encounter a sentry, and this is exactly it. So Nero can just farm those counters on the turning wheel because of the drafter being a sentry without triggering the effect, without triggering the subroutines of drafter. And in this meta, playing Nero is quite interesting because, yeah, sentry breakers, you do have them. And if you have After Image as a criminal, that's also awesome. But, yeah, we have MK Ultra and Buckhalter, two rather popular breakers for sentries, banned for today. So Nero's ability, not so bad. Hargun, okay. Hargun, yeah, I mean, Hagen, I don't know. Hargun, I mean, whichever. It's basically evil, that's... It's like E-Corp in Mr. Robot. Approaching the gatekeeper, I'm doing TO things again, because somebody should. And again, people being absolutely lovely. The runner definitely wants to get rid of the MCA austerity policy because not only is it limiting, of course, their options, taxing them with those missing clicks, but also enables the corp to just get extra clicks for whatever. I mean, even at 1 credit, you know, you don't want the corp to get extra clicks. Chances are they're sitting on some agendas, but, well, maybe they have them in the bin. That's not a bad call at all. There's 6 face down cards. And with only 19 cards, or only, well, okay, let's say 19 is almost the half of the deck for the corp. But with 19 cards in play outside of archives, chances are there could have been some agendas. No agendas there though, but we do see a Bidome. That's quite nice. We do see a Bastiri Boga. Indeed, a big dig in this situation with a minute and a bit on the clock could save the game for the runner, but it doesn't seem to be happening just yet. Maybe it's going to be a big dig on HQ. Still a few unreported games. Okay, I'm actually being... Yep. So we're getting a judge call live. Sorry. So the question is, yeah, for everybody on stream, you see it probably, but yeah, slot machine saying that the runner loses 3. Can the runner use credits from Netmerker or Toolkit? And yeah, that's the question. The question is also, does the runner have to lose those credits? And that's a big thing. I assume it is the card pool. And this is one of those things where I have to take a quick look outside, because I just want to make sure I interpret the... And chat, by the way, if you know the answer, I totally do trust you. Yeah, exactly. We're adding some extra time to several tables. We are hitting time, so I should be actually helping around, but I'm just gonna call time on Discord. It's gonna be much easier this way. Now, this is gonna be a dig. Or not? Oh, this is not a dig. Okay, but there's a Vitruvius, and here comes the question. Will the runner try and dig R&D, or will they actually go for the HQ cards? Because chances are there's quite a few agendas. And this is a big call for the runner to make here indeed. They might try and go in for the dig on HQ. 6 counters on that turning wheel. That's a big thing. While they're thinking, I'm going to keep updating the scores just to make sure that we can start the next round smoothly. boomerang hitting the table, and that's probably gonna go. Well, actually, where is it gonna go? Yeah, it's going back. The click is going back. I was going to go like, well, where are we gonna have the boomerang hitting the table for? Okay. Table 11 runner split. So we're basically down to 2 games. One received an extension because of a technicality. And I'm not going to go into the details, but yeah, we may have some changes for the decks. No pressure whatsoever. Being on stream should not be pressuring much. So the boomerang is hitting the table. And we're going into... Oh, well, actually, could still be... That's the question. How many tokens would you spend here? I definitely agree about confusion with the wording. There has been some updates, and this is one of the reasons, for example, why some cards will probably be reprinted with updated wording quite soon. But yeah, for those of you wondering, yeah, slot machine makes you lose credits, but that doesn't mean you actively pay them. So you basically lose them only from your current credit pool, which is, usually it's the tokens you have around you, not on the cards you have in front of you. Okay, so here comes the dig for all the tokens. Big HQ dig. And we'll see what happens here. I'm guessing there's going to be at least one more agenda. There's a Rashida, there's a drafter. Oh, and there's a food. Okay, that's not going to be... Oh, there's a second. Oh, jeez. My, oh my. I was going to say, one food is not going to be enough. And then the second one hit the scoring area on the runner side. And actually, that's a technicality maybe, but shouldn't it be called stolen area because you don't really score the agendas? And yeah, the corp player here, of course, well, there's not much you can do about it, so just kind of keeping your fingers crossed. Now the question is, oh yeah, no, well, there are no dump calls. Unless the call is going to come over through Discord. Oh, well. Oh, I should say prestige, probably. Oops. Typing fails me. So the last click is a run on the drafter, which can be broken with the Netrunner credits and after image. Single access, turning wheel, and now the corp gets their turn. Triple money. Okay, so that's a draw, I assume. Okay, I'm gonna leave the players to this, and I'm gonna switch, because I assume we finished all the games. There is one more game happening? No. actually we're done with all the games. So let me do my TO stuff while I hop over to the fancy schmancy screen and put some music on and shut up for a second or two. Okay, everybody, in case you're just joining us, you are watching the stream for Iberian Lockdown number 4. Your most, what was the tagline again? Silly meta, silly decks? Or, I don't even remember. I have to ask, or I have to rewatch the stream later. But yeah, you're watching the tournament where the meta is slightly different. The players are definitely super awesome because they're very nice. And we're trying to make it work. As a reminder, just as a reminder, again, and also because I can, right? Just to make sure that you remember, these are the bans for the corp side. Are these the bans for the corp side? No, they're not. Of course, I'm showing you the wrong thing. Ha ha ha. Clicking boxes here. Well, this is a reminder that we're going to have some scoops. The scoops are going to be probably twofold, I assume. But later on, my dear friends. So yeah, the banned corp cards, you have them here. And then of course we have a bunch of cards banned for the runners as well. You can also see them on Cobra. Sorry, not on Cobra, on Always Be Running. What have I been talking about? I should focus on being a TO and running things properly here. The new pairings should be up. I'm just gonna communicate to the players. We had, by the way, I have very bad news for everybody. We had a drop, so Sanjay dropped, but then actually realized that no, he wasn't dropping. So Sanjay came back into the tournament. We had an emergency situation in which the drop has been triggered, but then it didn't happen. And yeah, just to make sure that you also remember who the people are today. Where are all the people listed? I made those really fancy schmancy screens and now I'm just forgetting to use them. Shame on me! Reminder of our participants today. This is probably going to hop over twice because I'm good at clicking buttons. And there might be some small technical issues with the scores here, but the ID points. But yeah, remember, the lower ID score you have, the better for you, because that gives you a chance to get into the top 4 if you tie on points, and we look at the lower ID being the preferential factor here in case you have the same strength of schedule. Well, actually, not even the strength of schedule. First of all, if you have the same points and you have a lower ID score, you are on a higher position here. I announced the pairings. I need to actually check that they're all in the right order, that nothing is wrong. And you know, you could be organizing tournaments and making them happen every week, but things happen. I actually woke up today very early to take advantage of the fitness slot that we received from the local government. So yeah, we're now allowed to go out and to enjoy the outsides a bit more, which is not a bad thing. Once per day, there are 2 slots. Some people do it twice. I mean, I do it once per day because I'm just being silly. But yeah, we can go out and do some fitness outside, which is great. Let me tell you, I think I biked over 100 kilometers in the last 6 days, if not more. But yeah, looking forward to more fitness in the future. But in the meantime, we're still on lockdown. Everybody probably is. I hope you're doing fine. I hope you're all safe and sound and you're keeping okay. Do take advantage of all the possible support videos and everything else that you may need just to chill and take it easy. And remember, it's okay to feel not okay. Just make sure that you take care of that as soon as you can. People are slowly taking their places at the tables. I'm going to bring Cobra up, maybe perhaps, to show you the standings. If that works, of course, using my high-tech console here to run into that remote that is holding all the results. With 26 players still in the field, we had a hefty amount of sweeps, 8 sweeps, and just look at the colorful pie of so many different IDs. I do have to say though, we don't have that many NBNs. We only have a Harishandra, a Sink, and an Acme. So not that many NBN players out there. Oh, there should be 2 Acmes actually, excuse me, but still. But we do have an Apex on the runner side. And we do have, well, we do have a Sunny as well. So maybe we should be watching this. I'm really curious about all the different decks people have brought today for this tournament. Remember again, Iberian Lockdown number 4. And yeah, scoops about this event and probably not only. Later on. Why was MK Ultra banned? It's certainly the weakest of the 3 bin breakers, but it's a killer breaker. I don't know, and of course, I mean, no, I don't know. Of course, I know why it was banned, because this was the choice of the top 4 players from the 3rd edition, and that's basically it. They could even, if they wanted to, they could have banned Sure Gamble. It's completely legal to ban any playable card minus IDs. IDs should not be banned other than by circumstance, I would just say, or well, basically by the lack of their popularity, they're gonna self-ban. We are getting all the tables ready. Just checking in that things are okay, making sure that we can start in a minute, which we will. And Jessica, very good point there as well. And if you want to choose the meta for the next tournament, well, you have to play in the next edition and then basically win it, right? That's the whole story here, right? If you get into the top 4, then you can ban whatever you feel like. We're gonna be starting round 2. Pick a table, any table, by the way. I think we're gonna watch an Apex game. I'm voting for an Apex game, and I think I'm gonna click that Apex button like there's no tomorrow. Where's the Apex? Where's the Apex? Where's the Apex? Oh, that does. Oh no. Well, okay. We're not gonna put more pressure on the Wanakaneo, I would say. So then let's take a look where the Sunny is, right? Where's the Sunny? Any table choices? Do we really want to see the Apex game? I should be kicking it off. Okay. Well, first I'm gonna kick the round off. Then I'm gonna turn the timer on here so that we can actually see this. More or less. And then, okay, do we go for the Apex game? I don't know. We wanna see Apex. Okay. And indeed, Sanjay's decks are usually fun, so we will definitely hop over there as well. We had no reports whatsoever of any issues starting round 2 so far, which is great. I'm super proud of everybody attending. We had a bit of a technical issue with one of the decks, but it was spotted turn 2 of the previous round in a game. Things got fixed. Both players, I mean, huge fair play to one of the players who just said, that's fine, just restart the game. It's with a different deck, that's okay as long as it's legal. So huge kudos to Baramu, who's an awesome player, and yeah, one of the top players in this format. Let's be honest about it. But we're playing a different game here right now, and we should totally be following this. We have a very fast Mega Pre-Qualifier score, and that, let me tell you, that sports metal is fairly flat here, or fairly wide, I should say. Chopbot hitting the table, Rashida from server 3 getting the trash. Server 2 and a Tranquility Hungry. Whoa, that was quite something then. Please do let me know, by the way, folks on stream, if there are any audio issues or anything, it's too loud or something, like my voice, or maybe it's not loud enough. I seem to be getting some issues with the way the audio mixer is working for me here, but let's not worry about it too much. If something is too noisy, do let me know. If something is not loud enough, do let me know. I'm gonna put some noisy music on. Okay, running HQ with a dirty laundry for extra money and trashing stuff and putting more Apex cards on the table. So even though the Corp is a point up, the runner is definitely, should we even call Apex the runner? The Cthulhu-like entity from beyond the cyber stars is setting up, and that Chopbot is value. Although, I'm assuming there might be an assimilator somewhere in there, and maybe we're gonna see some nice resources. Again, with these two players, oh, we've seen the one Akaneo, of course, in the previous round, so we may have an idea of what their deck is like. But that Apex, we're all curious, aren't we? I love playing Apex nowadays because there are very valid builds of it in standard. Or at least one valid build, which is quite cool. And it's just fun to, you know, flip cards, be almost immune to damage if you have the right setup. And have, you know, tons and tons and tons of money. The vibrations in the background is me getting a call, which I'm gonna probably take a bit later because I don't want to interrupt my streaming here. Hi there, Fet23, welcome to the stream. That's a ton of installs face down, but will it be enough to get your economy back online? You do get draw with the Chopbot if you so desire, and you do get 1 credit with Wasteland, but will that little drip be enough? The Corp definitely taking advantage of the credit level, the low credit level on the runner side, and basically the single chop bot can only chop so much. Okay, Dirty Laundry is gonna help here for sure. Not a bad thing at all in this situation. And a Bahali and a Kungamato. That's interesting. Do you think it's basically Apex thinking, hey, I'm Geist, I can do things? Reboot, which I love as an Apex card, is just so great. Reboot and Aesop's Pawn Shop are best friends, if you manage to get Aesop's, of course, on the table. I think this is one of those games where Apex is trying to emulate a remote server monstrosity. that we sometimes see from different corps. It's like Apex, yeah, Apex is just putting a ton of remotes on its side and just saying, yeah, I have remotes. You cannot build more remotes. There's no space on the table. Tranquility Home Grid getting rezzed. So the corp definitely following up on the let's install stuff and let's just go with it. And again, sports metal ability here, definitely helping the corp's game plan. As long as they manage to just lose not too many agendas, or they manage to score them in a nice chain. Again, dripping drip, but again, if there is an ASOPs and a simulator combo somewhere in play, you do need at least 5 credits indeed to install the assimilator. Okay, sure gamble. Apex gambling, obviously. This Apex is too poor. ASOPs stat, basically. Deploy all the ASOPs. The corp here just casually, you know, installing a card here, installing a card there, sitting on a lot of money. There we go. This is the card that Apex is definitely happy to see. Will there be an ASOPs flip now? That's it. Indeed. There we go. There's the ASOPs. So, yep, it's on. A lot of money, some draw. Credits for days. And there's a Jeeves in server 6, which is gonna get eaten by Apex and tossed into the bin. Okay, discarding Heartbeat as well. Which is probably not a bad call. Chances are there is not that much damage in a sports metal deck, obviously. On the other hand, Heartbeat is only 2 credits, so, well. Triple advance on this server with an Arella Salvatore as well. A score of Mega Pre-Qualifier. So now the engine is online, a lot of value. Those Reavers and the ASOP and the Wasteland, that's definitely great. I mean, this is a great setup. I love this engine. It's really, really, really good. There could be a wild tear in the house indeed, somewhere hiding. And greetings to my friend Morris, who's watching as well, apparently. While installing a new NAS at home, or NAS. Does Boomerang work like that? Indeed it does, yes. Oh, I shouldn't be typing like this because it's forbidden to. I'm kidding, of course, but like... Okay, so let me just rewind because I want to make sure. Yeah, indeed. I love the Apex OP comment. And indeed, basically what is happening here is because of a simulator, you are able to flip a face down boomerang face up. And then it's not installed. This process is just flipping it over, and it's considered installed, but the act of installing doesn't happen. So the when you install trigger does not happen. You don't have to choose an installed piece of ice. But the trashability of boomerang is absolutely online. It's absolutely working and legal. So you can just break up to 2 ice subroutines any ice you encounter. And yeah, the rest is absolutely legit. So now Apex installing boomerangs face down is cool. With Kungamatos and Bahalis on the table is even cooler. So yeah. The thing is, when you're sports metal, you don't wait for the runner to set up, which is basically what this Apex is all about. It's about putting this huge engine in place, making sure that it's firing on all cylinders, and then just going for it. Ooh, Prey, which is a very good card, and it's of course breaking our setup here because, well, it's a huge screen right now, so I'm going to zoom out a bit. Apologies for the turbulences. We're going to get back to the right scale soon. Prey is a card that basically is going to cost the corp a piece of ice if they res it, depending on its strength. And the corp on 25 could be resing quite a lot. Here comes a Surveyor. Trashing a Surveyor here after this Prey run is probably a good call. But the thing is, you have to make that call when you pass that piece of ice. And this is the question. If Apex wants to trash this right now with that Prey, they have to trash 4 cards. And they indeed do. Well, this is still too big. And there's an Eli. Yeah, and the Eli is definitely much less of a problem, I would say. The Surveyor would be boosting its strength up. With more ice hitting the table, defending that server. So getting rid of that Surveyor was a good call. However, like it was mentioned in the chat, definitely a tear is possible, and destroying a tear with Prey would be quite awesome. It would be quite expensive card-wise. You have to trash, what, 7 cards? But come on, it's a tear. That's probably an agenda. Because what else could it be? It could be an upgrade, of course. There's a Hyperloop, the corp gets more money, and they can draw or get more credits. Sports Metal draws up, yes, because you definitely want to protect Server 5 a bit more. The Arella has to go, definitely for sure. The Tranquility Home Grid, it is a very good upgrade. I mean, it's probably one of the best HB upgrades from the new generation of cards. I like it a lot. It definitely has a safe spot in any HB deck I'm playing. Is it a good upgrade for other corps? Well, it all depends on what you're playing. For example, if you're playing Titan and you have the influence to import it, and your game plan is all about speed, which guess what Titan usually is. Yeah, Tranquility Home Grid and Titan, absolutely great card. For anybody who's joining, this is round 2 of Iberian Lockdown. We're gonna have 2 more rounds after this, and then a dinner, lunch, whatever, meal break of 40-ish minutes. And then we're gonna have the top 4 players. And I should totally make sure that things are not too broken here, because all the zooming has to happen. Even though there might be more praise in the future, and then we'll have to, well, unzoom again, or zoom out, excuse me. Okay, so Corp protecting here the remote server and installing something, getting 2 more credits from that Tranquility Grid because they don't need a draw. And server 7 gets a card as well. Apex trigger happening, so there's a card hitting the table, and then Aesop's triggering additional draw and additional credits, which is just, it's bonkers good in this deck. Like seriously, I love Aesop in Apex, is just so good. Aesop's pawn shop, I don't think it should be illegal, but it's a very, once you get it set up, it's a very powerful configuration, a very powerful combo. Okay, this was definitely a preparation round for the runner. 3 crocs or alligators, and boomerang being flipped by a simulator this time as well. So again, it's totally installed, can totally break 2 subroutines on a piece of ice, and it can break it on any ice that it encounters, not only the one that was chosen. But the Corp, again, like I said earlier, you don't want to wait, and Apex is already set up. It's just about drawing into the right cards, I assume, right now, and just making sure that you can make all the accesses you need, because being on 1 point is not enough here to put serious pressure on the Corp, and you will be running out of cards at some point. Basically, rebuilding the stack on the runner side is a bit of a problem. 16 cards in the runner's heap, so now they have to start putting pressure and hope to close the game out. Because the longer the Corp can keep them away from getting the agendas, the less fuel in the tank they will get. That Apex is definitely already at the end of its stack, so there are no cards left in the deck for the runner. And that's, again, a single point for the runner. So it's like a point drip. Sports Metal drawing up again because it's time for a big play here. Again, boomerang, but this time actually installed the right way. So the Gatekeeper getting boomeranged. Is there another agenda? And there's a Vitruvius. Okay, this is getting interesting now. Both players reaching serious amounts of points. And now we have the Corp thinking, because they are not in a pickle, but the board state has to be analyzed here, and you have to see what are your lines of play here. If you are indeed sitting on a ton of agendas, which could be the case, you need to make sure you do it the right way, or in the right order. Otherwise, the runner can just, you know, drip the agendas out of your HQ or just snatch them from your remote. Curious about server 7. I don't remember what it was. What is the Jeeves? Because if this is a Jeeves, could change things a bit. The Corp definitely doesn't need money here. 20 credits is plenty for whatever plan they might have in this situation here. I don't know if we've seen any biotics last game with this deck. Okay, here comes an install. HQ getting protected. That is probably, you know, that's probably just telling the runner like, yeah, agendas in HQ, but server 5 is becoming obscenely defended, or not obscenely, maybe that's the wrong word to use here, but it's becoming more and more secure by the click. Oh, and by the way, apologies for the chat dangling here. I should be moving things around actively. I just wasn't expecting such a big setup on the Apex side. Although I could have thought about, yeah, all the cards. Well, never mind. We're fixing this live and direct, so things are flying around. The boomerang getting flipped again. And here we go. This is probably the right call here. That is a gatekeeper getting rezzed. Which is not a big issue, but then you have the second boomerang. And yeah, you could use Bali, which breaks the end of run. But the thing is, do you want the Corp to trigger the first subroutine, which is probably not a bad thing because you get to put the agendas back into R&D. Indeed. I mean, tough call, and I think this game is quite interesting. Both sides on decent points and interesting decisions to be made. I don't know, chat, what do you think? Or like, who do you think has a better chance here of closing this game out? I would say the Corp had a lot of money previously. Now they're down to 11 credits, which is not very bad, but could be not enough to defend server 5 depending on the ice composition. And Apex still has a ton of cards installed that they can use for economy. Okay, that Tranquility Home Grid definitely helps. 2 clicks left. And I keep forgetting what was in server 7. I could have been a Jeeves, but there was a Jeeves and I think it got trashed. Could it be an Arella just sitting there? Although that's kind of silly because why would you have... No. This was what I just said. Forget about it. That doesn't make any sense. Arella has to be in the server. And look at that Apex go. It's just... Trash a card. You get 5 credits and 2 cards that you cannot draw because you don't have any left. But 5 credits for a card you're not going to use anyway? Yeah, I would get that. A boomerang on the second innermost piece of ice, and that's going to be an interesting run. This is making things really interesting now because the Corp has 3 options to surprise the runner. You do have to save the Kungamato and... Oh, actually, no, you don't. You still have 2 clicks. So you can click through the Eli at the very bottom of the server or at the very core of the server. Hagen. Okay. That Reaver can definitely go because you don't need to draw from the Reaver. So if the Reaver is trashed, not a problem. So the Bahali getting the runner through here. And really, the Reavers were just blank at this point. So that's a price you can pay. Problems will start if, you know, I mean... That's the second Hagen. Again, getting a Bahali out. No problem about the other... Reaver hitting the bin here as well. This is boomeranged, so no problems whatsoever. And that was a very good call because that Surveyor... Yeah, no, you don't want it to hit you. for sure. And then double click through the Eli, I would assume. Or click and Kungamato. Oh yeah, well, sorry, Kungamato and Bahali is an option as well. Or you can use one of them. Exactly, you can do the 50-50, so to speak. DreamNet to gain a and then Architect. Okay, oof, this is getting exciting. So looking at the agenda composition, yeah, there are probably no 3-pointers in that sports metal. I don't recall from the previous game, but there shouldn't be any. And trashing that. This is a really, really tight game. I mean, that remote is quite impressive. If this is an agenda, that's going to be a very cheeky play. No, that's just a Tranquility home grid. Fair enough. The runner getting rid of it just because. I mean, not a bad call. They have the money. The Corp in a hard situation here. On the Discord, we have some interesting chit chat about Stealth Nero. Indeed, Stealth Nero is a very interesting build. Hey there, Epstein. Truther, excuse me. It's kind of, yeah, it's hard to pronounce for me. Both words at the same time. Welcome to the stream. Let me take a look at the bin for you, because there are no real breakers in this Apex, I assume. It's just Kungamatak, Bahali, and Boomerangs. That's an interesting build, but it definitely does limit the amount of runs you can successfully conclude. And for example, here right now, the situation is looking pretty dire because server 5 is safe. Unless the runner can pull something unexpected off. I'm assuming they're still holding maybe a reboot. And by the way, you can reboot a boomerang and then flip it. So this boomerang in the bin can be, well, next turn, of course. Actually, no, not even next turn. It can be flipped this turn, excuse me. But it takes clicks. Assimilator is slow. You can only assimilate a card with 2 clicks, which is half your turn. Shoutouts to all the players being absolutely awesome. Because they've been so far, like, you know. This is only the 4th edition that I'm running, and of course I have very positive experiences from live events, online events, offline, whatever, like basically all the events, but it always surprises me not surprises, but builds up my faith in humanity that we can be as a bunch of people so cool to each other and just generally positive. And of course, sometimes we get angry at certain play styles or certain cards existing or certain meta calls or whatever, what have you, right? But it's never personal. It's never about the person. It's always about, well, some cards just being annoying. I'm looking at you, corporate ground. Which I'm totally probably gonna play tomorrow. Don't tell anybody. Because tomorrow we have a store championship, which everybody's invited to. Anyway, this is a big run. I should be shutting up. This could be game. That surveyor is going to give the runner 2 tags. And now there's a big tax of 9 credits on the end run subroutine. But Apex pays through this, and then 2 clicks on the Eli, I assume. And then, is this an agenda? Probably is. I mean, what else could it be? Yeah, that's an architect deployment and that's game. Woo! Okay, so Apex managed to turn this around, even with the limited resources, and that was a very, very close call. But very interesting deck. No breaker Apex. We haven't seen a single one. I have no idea what the two other cards in their hand are. I would guess another reboot, maybe. Wow. Well played, Apex. Okay. Should we follow their second game, or should we just give them a break and look at something else? I mean, I'm really looking for that Sunny game. I'm going to be looking out for the Sunny. If you see Sunny anywhere, shout. In York, they have an Adam, but that's York. And as much as we love folks from York and everybody attending that tournament, we're not streaming them. There we go. Was that it? Yeah. Table 8. Let's take a look. World's Best Mom versus the evil people from Boop Infusion. I mean, Ag Infusion. But yeah, this is Boop County. So yeah. Titanium on the table. I'm just getting a headache looking at this card and just thinking like, geez, like what's going on here? And ganked. And yeah, they started a while ago, but not too long ago, so we're fresh into the game. I believe this Ag Infusion is pretty nasty. Making money by triple clicks in case of a scored Cyberdeck sandbox when you don't trash any, when you don't purge any actual virus counters. That can tell you that this corp needs money desperately, and maybe they have a hedge fund on their hand, but yeah, they didn't have the credits for it. On the other hand, Sunny's economy is ready. Hello, data foldings. And then on top of that, we have sure gambles and build scripts. Serious business. Around half an hour left in the round. For once there is one Sunny player and it isn't me. Oh yeah, well, Captain Nice, next time, huh? Another purge for the money. That La Costa advancing itself. Could there be a trick of light somewhere? Meanwhile, Sunny hard at work, or actually I should say spending a lot of time on the day job, not hard at work. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting thing, right? You have hard at work and then you have day job, and they're not the same card. And day job has this art on it, which I absolutely love. I should totally take the playmat and just wave it here because it's awesome. But yeah. Two definitely different cards with a similar message. You can have a job, but that doesn't mean you're hard at work, right? I wonder if we're gonna get pandemic-inspired cards soon, like visually and stuff, because that could be, you know. I know we already have things like viral weaponization and so on, and viruses are a thing in this game, but I haven't seen that many cards talking about like different types of crises in the society, other than scarcity of resources, which is a very universal card. Or the credit crash. Okay, I mean, there are quite a few, but there could be more. Mommy doing her day job, providing for her kids, working in the Ag Infusion fields on Mars. Indeed. The red planet. So red. Much planet. Wow. The security nexus in play puts pressure on the centrals. The remote, though, looks fairly safe. Oh, look at this card! I haven't seen Overmind in so long. I used to love Overmind. I may have mentioned it in one of the previous streams. Overmind and Memstrips, amazing. Slot machine, definitely breakable if you have 4 Overmind tokens. Let's see what the mechanical slots actually show from the runner's deck, because we need to know how many subroutines. Well, basically just the first one. So Sunny can pay through this with the 3 credits. And continue with the assault against the oh so scary but not really Titanium, because right now I would assume the security nexus triggers. Indeed. Trace strength 5. The corp not paying to increase it because it's just not worth it. The runner paying the required 3 credits to match that trace and getting into that remote with a GFI in it. Ooh, that's points. And then is that Lacoste going away with a trash cost of 4? That's an interesting question. Would you trash here? Like, yeah, okay, the runner trashed it, but would you trash here with the economy you have right now? You're getting 3 credits per turn. Was Overmind printed before or after the Galaxy Brain theme? Oh, meme, sorry. Oh, that's a very good question here. Yeah, I mean, this is way ahead of its time. I totally agree, yeah. Okay, we have 1 vote from Jessica to not trash it because punitives. And indeed, you did score, steal, you did steal an agenda which has 3 points printed on it. Then again, who knows? I mean, just checking if there are some spicy includes here that we have missed, but no. I mean, Overmind is already super awesome. And the day job, but the day job is only one dot, so there's still so much influence we have no idea of. Anansi, well, you do need to break this. However, you could also take advantage of the simple fact that the corp is not gonna be tracing you more than 5 if you use the security nexus and just nexus through it. And I would say, oh wait, but here's the trick. You bypass the eyes, which means the subroutines are not broken on it. And therefore, there is pain involved. So you do have to pay up for those subroutines with the counters. That Overmind is a sad Overmind. But now I started thinking, like, what are, I mean, oh, uninstall. That's a good card. Rejig, that's a good card. How many rejigs are in this deck? I'm pretty sure there are some uninstalls and rejigs in this deck. I mean, seeing Overmind, I'm like, yeah. What would you use? I mean, I think I'm getting the card right? Rejig is the card, right? And yeah, indeed, I mean, I absolutely agree. Anansi, super good versus Nexus. You can boop the runner into that Anansi, which is super painful. The runner definitely has to take into account what's going on with the ice situation right now. However, they also have hats. And the corp has very little credits. I can give you the exact number of credits that the corp has, which is 0. Which is kind of low. It's one of the lowest amounts of credits you can have in this game. I mean, my sympathy for the corp because, you know. And in the meantime, we have some additional games reported, so I'm gonna just do my thing And if you see some kind of an amazing play, do shout and maybe I will hear you, okay? I mean, I'll get back to watching the game in a second. I just need to update the results. On table number 1, we had the runner split. That's a big thing. I really wish I could follow and record all the games, but that's just not happening yet. Table 11 runner split as well. Table 5 sweep. Which is bad news because I was keeping my fingers crossed there for a different result, but it is what it is and life goes on. And table 7, we have a sweep as well by the reigning BCOM champion. Okay, what did I miss? Not much, it seems. I mean, some installs. Oh, I should watch out for the mic echoing when I bump the table. Yes, I totally should, and I'm apologizing for the echo. I'm sitting in an echo chamber actually, so if I res it and triple advance it, it's a point, but it costs 4 to advance. And it's all yellow, that's why I'm green. But anyway, yeah, apologies for all the audio issues. I did have a better setup the other time, and now I have to rethink it because there are things dangling dangerously from different positions here, but we'll make it work. Let me think about it right now. Okay, fixing my homemade studio a bit. Oh wait, did I just break my visuals? Hopefully not. I'm annoyed White Hat doesn't reveal cards to the chat. I mean, indeed, it would be cool to know what they were, but we won't. We will never know what the cards were because White Hat in its current implementation doesn't reveal the cards to the chat. If you tuned in the meantime, this is Iberian Lockdown number 4. Probably the most Iberian sounding tournament on Always Be Running right now. It doesn't have anything to do with Iberia other than the fact that it's being organized from Barcelona, basically. Double K representing the Irish metal. Yeah, the Irish meta. We love the Irish meta. Look at all that money. And the corp again having to click for credits. And let's be honest, the difference between 3 credits for 3 clicks and 4 credits for 3 clicks, yeah, there is a slight difference. Might not sound much. Still around 18 minutes in the round. Dual meta ship. So wait, okay, now I'm super confused. So I should be actually checking this because I did ask players to fill in if they wanted to, which method we're representing. So I'm gonna check this. I shall check this. Okay, so we have a Finnish player who played in Ireland but now lives in Denmark. I'm still checking because I do trust you, but checking is never a bad idea, is it? Okay, double K is officially representing the Danish meta. Just saying, just saying. This could be game one of this or two of this matchup. We just jumped into it not having seen the other game. But yeah, we wanted to see Sunny in action. We saw Apex in action, which was a very interesting Apex, the no-breaker Apex. There's a Batty being trashed. Okay, so, well... That's a score. And this is more money for the Corp if they purge viruses. I wonder if the call here was because of the potential virus meta here, like to have these agendas included. I mean, they're not bad. Right now for 3 clicks you gain 8 credits, which is quite powerful. It is better than a Roughneck Repair Squad, actually. And you gained 8 on the score. Indeed, Chris, thank you very much for pointing this one out as well, because I did miss it in my commentary. On the other hand, we have Sunny with all the draw in the universe, and maybe not enough tools to contest everything, but slowly getting there. Indeed, there's a rejig. I missed that part. But there's a rejig which plays very nicely with the Overminds. But where are the breakers? Does this Sunny run any breakers? Very good question. Still, the majority of games going on different tables, so we might be able to hop into something else as well. And this is not me trying to say that this game is slow or that it's not interesting. I'm just making sure that maybe we're gonna have an extra variety this round as well. Seeing the Apex already was quite fun, and seeing the Sunny is already is adding to this. Excuse me. Okay, apparently the previous or the last time this deck was AI only, but also Crypsis. Okay. More money, more chips. Chips are good, but then again, you only have 1 power counter left on that Overmind. So yeah, you definitely want to rejig that that Overmind for more power counters. The security chip is already quite cool because you have 4 lengths, so yeah. That remote, you could theoretically try and slow roll an agenda there using just the Lacoste grid. Nero deck on table 12. We'll take a look when we jump out of this game, if there's still time in the round. And we've seen a Nero deck, and I think that was the Stealth Nero, yeah? Yeah, that was a Stealth Nero. So maybe that's the same deck. Oh no, well no, we haven't seen either Z-Bag nor Mobius Striptease playing, so maybe it's a similar build. Okay, definitely keeping an eye out on Nero decks. And I invite you to look at the Cobra link here, JTBR, whatever. Yeah, that's the short link. But go to Cobra, take a look at the pairings, take a look at who's playing what. if you want to see a particular ID on the screen, on the stream, if you want to follow a certain, like, a particular, if you're excited about seeing a particular ID, like I was with Apex and Sunny for this round, do let me know in the chat, and I'll definitely take that into account for the next round. Yeah, Double K loves to go his own ways in deck building. His main focus is that he wants to have fun playing. Makes absolutely perfect sense. I'm definitely of the same persuasion, I would say. Usually when I deck build to see if my idea works, and if it doesn't, oh well, not everything can work out. Plus, you have to make the right calls at the right points as a player in this game to succeed, and I'm not very good at that very often. But back into the game. This will be an assault onto the server with a Shrike. So yes, Sunny on Sunny breakers, big thing. Envelope. Okay. Given into account that you could potentially just let the slot machine fire, because it just doesn't, might be painful, but I mean painful. Might be annoying, but that's about it. Nexusing around the envelope, so using security nexus around the envelope is not a bad idea. But then there's still the second piece of ice on this server, and the titanium is definitely hard to break. So I'm assuming that the security nexus stays on the table for the titanium. So here, that envelope, you could potentially break the end the run and eat the damage. Overmind the envelope, nexus the titanium. If no ETR on next dice, you're in. Indeed. Ag Infusion bumps him to Anansi. And that is also a very good call, indeed. And this is the amount of ice on that server is just saying, yeah, please come in, it's gonna be safe, and I can always bump you into something evil. Thank you, Jessica, for explanations. Ooh, divide and conquer. Whenever I see this card, I'm always thinking, like, is this about ironing things? Because I see, or surfing, because I see ironing boards or surfboards. But it's just me. Don't disregard me. I know nothing about dividing and conquering. Dividing and multiplying, maybe a bit more. Chiashi in the HQ. So Chiashi is definitely a piece of ice that you want to bump people into. And with that Overmind on the table, it could be quite painful. Meanwhile, White Hat to access all the cards, to reveal all the cards in HQ. Shuffling Chiashi and Celebrity Gift back into R&D. The Corp doesn't mind because that's score end game. That was a Foods hiding on that server. Okay, oof. Let's jump out and let's take a look if table 12 is still on. I have clicked the magic button. There is an arrow here, and there's also a sink, which has this endearing slogan, everything everywhere. So here I have a Nero with a stealth toolkit and an MU safecracker, which definitely is a good card to have as well. A lot of Shaper cards in this build I see. Or quite a few, maybe not a lot, but like at least 3 on the table already. And indeed, interesting observation. We do have Econ Warfare here. We also have sync rerouting. Ooh. I assume the sync rerouting is some sort of a combo play here with maybe HPT or some other source. Maybe there's a boom somewhere. The runner does take a tag, which is kind of annoying, but they're really digging deep for points because one, we're running lower and lower on time. We're kind of 5 minutes away. And two, the corp is on 6 points, and that could be the 7th point in the making. Is that a 15 minutes? Nope. But the runner has 1 credit in their pool. That's kind of tough. The Raven you don't have to worry about, and then you have an IP block which you can potentially break with a Penrose if you reinstall it somehow. Or you could try win the trace, but the bad side of the situation is that you only have 1 link and no money, whereas the corp has 3 credits and the trace is strength 3. So you're probably not winning that, getting the tag, and then getting stopped by this ice. Exchange of information is a very good idea in this deck, I guess, as well. Seeing that it seems to be pushing towards giving at least 1 tag to the runner and making them stay on that tag. Okay, we had a bit of a situation here and a disconnect. Hopefully Zebak can come back into the game without issues. Janet usually holds up quite nicely in such situations. And indeed, here we have Zebag back in the game. Did I say Zebak? Haha, well, anyway. Okay, everybody should stay in their games, not reload. Server might come back again. We had some technical issues. People on laggy games. Let's just wait it out. Might be a minor storm. And that's scored out. That was a Bologna, which would be, of course, very hard for the runner to steal. And this looks like a very interesting sync build. Because you probably want to tag the runner, they will lose the quantum predictive models to you then. Beal is always a solid option. And that Bologna in a situation you can tax the runner out. Yeah. Okay, jumping out. Okay, stream! Tell me, chat, what do we watch next? Do we just jump into a random table? Let's see which games have started recently. Baramu versus Smurf, who actually is, and Smurf is MCG. He just changed his username. Ooh, is he playing a Smurf? He's playing a Smurf! On Mirror? No, on Stronger Together. What is going on here? Bum, 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 bum. Table 4, table 12. 1 minute left in the round. Indeed, I should be running maybe around the table. So yeah, no point in jumping into another table, I would say. It would be just a bit too hectic and chaotic. I'm just typing things into chats here because one should. Yeah, and I'm gonna put you some music on so you can chill while you chill, and then you can chill, so it's chilling. We're getting very close to the end of the round. I'll hop out for a second just to take care of things and paperwork and so on. Stay tuned. Round 3 coming up fairly soon, I would say, in the next 8 minutes. So yeah, be back in a bitsy bit. You're watching Iberian Lockdown 4. And I'm just gonna flash you into the other screen. There we go. Be back in 3 or 4 minutes. Hey everybody, we're back. We're back. The rounds have been figured out. I don't think anything was broken enough to stop us from playing. So we'll see how things go with round 3. Round 3 is getting set up. For those of you who just joined, in case you just joined, Iberian Lockdown number 4, a tournament with a slightly silly different meta with no currents and the bans set up on certain cards by the top 4 players from the previous edition. I will have some scoops about this format and maybe a scoop about something else later on. After the 4th round, we still have 2 rounds to go, so we will have another 65 minutes of Netrunner any minute now. And we're also going to be going into the 4th round for another 65 minutes. So I would say another 2 hours solid of Netrunner, and then we're gonna go into the top 4. And the top 4 is gonna be, well, it's gonna take us a while, I would say. But I hope we can get it sorted soon, because sleep is nice, and I definitely want to sleep as well. But there will be a break after round 4 of 45 minutes more or less for dinners and what else. How is everybody doing, by the way? I hope you're doing fine. I was just taking a very quick break myself, you know, the regular usual necessities, and not only having a quick snack on the side and thinking how it kind of brings a bit of normalcy back into our lives, like the business as usual, when we do some things that we like more often than not. And I'm very, very much enjoying this. I think we're gonna watch a game with our veteran, who goes by the table name today, Smurf. And I'm just checking on... Whoa, the York folks are still here? Oh no, actually I refreshed, excuse me. But yes, the store championship in York is going strong. Is Mark playing 2 things at the same time? No. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but wow. Table's getting ready. I'm getting ready. I'm gonna ask if I can stream table. Okay, yeah, I should be totally kicking the round off, shouldn't I, right? So, we're gonna start round 3 in a sec, and I'm gonna get back to you, chat, and all the lovely people in there. Cheers from Belgium, cheers! I cheer you with my water here. And here we go, yeah. Okay, I did all the things I should have done as the silly person I am, and I should totally put a timer on the table here. Okay, I'm back. I know you were expecting somebody nicer or sillier, but we're on stream and we have a Ken. And we have a Stronger Together, so Bioroids aplenty, most likely. Now let me just catch up on this chat situation. seems that I'm clicking all the wrong buttons here, but don't worry about me, I'm just being silly. Okay, so this scan is running a bunch of public terminals for run events, so there's value all around. Not only do you gain, but you also play them at a discount. And on the corp side, we have, well, we do have a bit of setup, but there's a boomerang with a Maker's Eye for free. And actually, that Maker's Eye makes the runner 1 credit. Three cards access from, ooh, that's a nasty, or I mean, very efficient, very good, very powerful access for 4 points. Ouch, indeed. I absolutely agree. Oh no, oh yes. It all depends which team you're on, right? If you're on Team Runner, it's oh yes. If you're on Team Corp. But then, punitive indeed, because, you know, things happen. Wall to wall, money, draw, and are there punitives in there? That is the question. That is the big thing right now on everybody's mind. And we don't know if the Corp had the punitives. No, I mean, money was there, but maybe that was just not enough. Server 1 upgrade stepping in. So just no def just yet. And that wall to wall is going to be value. The runner definitely in a great position for points, but the economy needs shoring up. And there we go, a caddy on the table. And the daily casts ticking slowly. That's going to help for sure. But I would not expect the runner to be running too soon. I would say the Corp has a window here if they want to. And indeed, the wall-to-wall going back into HQ. I'm jumping out for a sec just to make sure that all the judge calls are responded to. You don't really play punitive with 2 pointers. Well, yeah, but what if there are 3 pointers in this deck? I'd be upset about them beating up poor stronger together, but this is Ken. I mean, it's Ken. I mean, you know, double punitive with 2 pointers could work. I mean, you know. The toilet card. I mean, inside job, inside gerb going in, and server 1 is looking in trouble, but... Well, why would you raise the Fairchild? I mean, because you can? I don't know. 6 points by Jolly Gods. Oh yeah, because there's next activation command. Ah. But no, okay, never mind. I don't listen to me. I was just like, I thought that next activation command actually does something else, which it doesn't. Back into the game, run a whopping 6 points. And this is turn 6. So if this keeps up by turn 7, the runner should have 7 points, right? That's kind of how science works. Fairchild 3.0 in place, 6 strength. The runner could be clicking through it. And again, just the econ so low on the runner's side that definitely getting some money in. Then again, you don't need that much money with the Corp on such a thin layer of ice. because you do have all the access cards you need. I mean, there are only 2 run events in the heap, and you can imagine that this runner is running at least 9, if not more. And of course, by 9 I mean 3 different events, 3 of each. Pretty sure there are some legworks in there, or I would be guessing there are some legworks. Maker's Eye, for sure. Stim hacks are run events as well. There we go, there's a legwork, see, told you. Euler, very nice, but is this gonna be a code gate? Do we know that this is a code gate? Because the corp is on 7 creds. LOL, indeed. That's a big LOL. And that's game. That was violent. Whoa! 12 points. That was just... Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said violent. I mean, it was just brutal, maybe. Brutal is a better word here. 12 agenda points. Wow. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, Ken being Ken, running, scoring. And I'm pretty sure Mark is not bitter too much about this game. I mean, you just get... Yeah, you get flooded with agendas. That's not nice. But then again, he likes playing criminals, especially, you know, good criminals. And this was a very good build. Stronger together, not very strong. Well, you have to be together. Anyway, we're going to go into the second game. I'm curious about the second game. Reprint Jackson Howard. Yay, indeed. So yeah, how to put it? In a way, condolences in a way for this situation here, because that was just bad. On the other hand, well, we had a fast game. Time for a second game, hopefully a bit longer and more... a bit more balanced, maybe, I would say, because this was really, really unlucky on the corp side. Just getting so many agendas, getting flooded, and then not being able to stop this pesky criminal from accessing all the servers. Let's see what they do on the swap. So we're getting into this. What if you draw loads of agendas and no Jackson Howards, and we need a card to pull Jackson Howard instant speed? Yeah, I think like, you know, I mean, Jinteki should clone Jackson Howard. I'm pretty sure that's the best line. And they could call him Haxon Joward, and then, you know. Okay, Wayland Consortium Building a Better World versus Chaos Theory. Cool. Let's take a quick look at the green matchup. We had blue versus purple, and now we have green versus green. Core Netrunner. One could say so. So for now, we have the corp moneying up as Wayland does, and the runner setting up slowly and making sure that there's some money in the bank for the future. Very responsible, very healthy, especially when you play against Wayland. You do need those credits. Okay. That misdirection seems vestigial in a meta without HHN. Indeed, but then again, you never know. There are more cards than just hard-hitting news to remove to give the runner tags. Excuse me. So yeah, could be useful. But indeed. Spoiler, I don't tag. Well, you never know. Might be actually a ruse. Imagine telling the person on the other side of the table, like, I don't do that, and then doing that. That would be evil, mean, and terrible. Also, totally a corp play, so... Okay, so we do have an upgrade on HQ, and the Corp is definitely ahead on the money game. However, the runner's slowly setting up, and they seem to have, well, at least some tools to start applying some pressure, but the money's pretty low. And there we go. So that's a big stem hack with the SMC on the table. So the stem hack providing the money, the self-modifying code providing anything you might need in case you find something silly, although, well, you just probably want to trash stuff. There's a big wow on the corpse side, or actually it's a small wow, fair enough. It's a modest wow. That's a Kayambe grid, which is totally trash, and a Rashida. And then you probably... Oh no, okay, there are no SMC installs, and that seems a bit... I would have probably used the SMC. I don't know, like, I'm not saying this was a better play or anything like that, not at all, because you have no idea what was in that remote, so having 9 credits to trash things, safe. So yeah, the SMC install probably, yeah, okay, fair enough. Like, the SMC install had to happen at some point before or in between the trashes, and just to make sure that things get trashed in case there's some sort of a Jeeves or some other nasty play there hiding. Now the econ is sticking much better. 5 credits at the beginning of each round for Chaos Theory for the foreseeable future, as in at least the next 3 rounds, or 2 rounds, excuse me. On the other hand, the Corp is raising a wall to wall, which is extra draw, a bit of extra money. That's what they need for sure. And I might be getting a special guest because, hey, why not? A lot of people today involved in the York Store Championship one way or another, as participants or as organizers or as viewers, which also is pretty involving if you ask me. So of course it's kind of, I'm not saying it's hard to find people to go commentate with, but I really do appreciate when people find the time to jump in. So we may have the winner. We will have the winner, hopefully, of the first Iberian Lockdown joining us in the second Cable Carnage himself. In the meantime, we have a Hortum Rest on that remote, which the runner can totally make short work of. And there's a Scrubber on the table as well, which helps with trashes. So yeah, hopefully Cable Carnage can join us in a few minutes or so. I'm in the meantime clicking around just to make sure that I'm not missing any judge calls or anything like that, because TOing and streaming, fun. I definitely recommend it, but it does require a bit of DJing around with different setups. So the Corp scoring extra points here just to start with a single hostile takeover. And this 1 point can be big in a meta where an archer could be painful. You definitely want to make sure that you don't face check an archer unless you have enough money or the right software to face it, which seems to be the case here. Oh, and we do have a channel recommendation, out of context JNet, whatever that is. I'm curious now, but we're gonna go there later on.
Hey everyone, can you hear me?
Hey, welcome! Welcome. I think I can hear you just fine. Let me just check things. But yeah, seems to be working.
Excellent. Hey Vesper.
Hey.
Hey Jess.
Welcome. I just need to make sure that I run the audio through the right funnel, channel, whichever, whatever. Never mind. But yeah, welcome. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. All good.
Good to hear that. Quarantine day, whichever. I don't know. Like, are you counting? Are you not counting?
What are days?
Good point. I stopped counting last week, but yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
Oh. I was actually, this format started during the lockdown. This is the 4th edition, and it's not like I'm organizing it every weekend. So I'm kind of like, geez, am I gonna be organizing this for like the next 10 years or so? No, I mean, hopefully not. But yeah, have you had a chance to take a look at the lineup or like the corps in the game?
I had a quick look. I'm impressed by how many Architects of Tomorrow there are.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how many points that was. And yeah, I don't know how many points Ag Infusion was either. But if it's low, I'm not surprised to see lots of Ag Infusion. Then yeah.
Yeah, I think Ag Infusion is kind of a dark horse in the races here because it was very popular recently. In the previous edition, I think it was quite okay. But then nobody put it on a high score. It was like, no, it's, let's just leave it there. It's a fun ID to play against, which I do agree with. But yeah.
Yeah, and I think in this format without border control, it seems that it loses quite a lot of power without border control and Kakugos around.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing for this edition is definitely the ban list is really spicy. Like, I don't think we were discussing this in the very beginning, but like, I think apart from the Hippo, every single card is kind of big. I mean, Hippo is also big in itself, but like, I can imagine building a good deck without Hippos. Like, okay, but all the other cards are kind of like, oops, yeah, like you kind of need this most of the time. We shall see.
Yeah.
So do you have any favorites? Like, only after this quick look, like, of course I'm not asking you to analyze the whole thing, but what's your guess? if you were to see the future.
Like, and who's good, or who do I want to win?
Well, who do you think will win, even if it's just a preference, or maybe there's a bit of a hunch behind it? I don't know. Your choice.
I don't know, because obviously there are a few people playing. That, for example, I see Lost Geek is doing really well, and he's playing Nero 7, which I think is a 0 point um, runner paired with Asa, and I'm pretty sure for the Asa, it's just playing the Asa made by Pinsel, which is an extremely strong deck. I have no idea what his Nero 7 does, but I think you can take a decent Crim Shell and just do really well. I mean, you could probably play APOC if you want to. You could play Stealth, which we've seen Whiteblade play earlier.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean that sounds, yeah. I think if you can get a deck in here that doesn't require those key cards and can still perform well, and I totally agree that the Asa Group 1 can totally do this. Yeah, this could be a power move, and then a 0 point runner if you manage to make it click. Yeah, definitely a good call
Yeah.
as well. I mean, yeah, we'll see.
In my mind, the things that will be strong, considering there's no hard-hitting news, border control is either going to be some sort of fast advance, probably in HB, but it could be anywhere. And as Fighting Walloon just posted, the Asa has no banned cards.
Indeed,
And
yeah.
the alternative I can see is some deck playing 3-pointers with punitive, which is with that film critic is like to be quite strong on the corp side. Those would be my guesses here.
Yeah, by the way, I mean, I was asked privately, like not in the chat or not like not anywhere in public or during the stream or anything, but like, is this, am I organizing this to spoil like the changes coming to MWR or something? Like, no. This is as attractive and as cool as they might be. Some changes probably will happen anyway on a big scale, and people hopefully will see interesting things in standard soon. But like, don't worry, I don't think the likes of Film Critic are going to go away, or maybe they will. I don't know. But anyway, so now a question to you as well, and we're going to get back into the game in a sec. But like, why are you not playing today? Are you? Do you feel like you're burned out a bit of Netrunner? Have you been playing a lot in the recent weeks, or like what's your mileage when it comes to games nowadays?
The thing is, I already had quite a busy weekend, nothing bad, and it's actually really nice outside. So I'm quite enjoying this more relaxed when I can go outside for a bit and then come back here and just watch some Netrunner. If I had a less busy weekend, I definitely would have played this one. I've actually prepared decks for this. I was like, yeah, I can do this, and then my weekend got gradually busier, and I went, oh, I need to drop something from this.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, as long as you know what you're doing and why, great. But now I'm curious about the decks. But we're not gonna be digging into this, because maybe you can save them for the next one. Who knows?
Who knows? Well, I don't know, because the meta might completely change. So the decks were meant for this meta.
Yeah, okay. We have a request for the decks, but yeah, maybe you can. I mean, if you feel like sharing the secret tech, I don't know. Maybe you should just share it with Fighting Wound separately. I don't know.
I can tell. I mean, I've built a Chaos Theory, which was just a standard Aesop's Chaos Theory. I did, because Chaos Theory was just 1 point. I do love playing Imp in Aesop's deck, so especially it had all the standard stuff. So I actually played Rezeki in there, and I had just boring breakers. And Imp and Clot. And essentially, I went fast advance and punitive are the things I worry about, and Imp and essentially the Imp and Clot will handle those two. Yeah.
Sounds fun. I mean, definitely would be interesting to see them in action here.
Yeah. And I tried a stealth crim, which I think several other people tried. And for that, I actually used loss, which I think was actually 3 points.
Ooh. Yeah.
And I also built an APOC silhouette, which was great fun, but I think suffers from a lot of APOC crim issues, as in if the corp really protects very well, you just lose, but otherwise just just gets into any single server really easily. And yeah.
I think Apox Silhouette would be quite a surprise for people. It's like, what are you? I don't know. I mean, I just haven't encountered many Apox Silhouettes, but then again, it all depends on the meta as well. Like,
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's just maybe get back into the game, because there is a crucial thing happening here. We have a StemHack run on server 2. By the way, I should tell you which table we're on. We're on the table with Smurf and Zanetti83. I wish I remembered the number. I can look it up very quickly.
I'm currently watching through your stream, so that's fine.
Perfect. Fair enough. Okay, then you know what's going on. So yeah. And this... Well, can you steal this? Yes, you can, of course. 4 meat damage, which is nothing to sniff at, but like, then again, you do have the money to protect from evil things that could happen to you, so that 1 click and 1 card left, that's probably enough to stay in the game.
I'm not sure, because looking at the credit differential, a single punitive would do it. And my guess is Zanetti's on punitive with CityWorks.
So now the question is, how do you make enough credits to survive? You would need what, like 6 credits? No. Okay, Hail Mary time. Okay, so 4 points with a single access?
I mean, yeah, you need to run R&D here.
Yeah. Okay, and that no res, that definitely, yeah, that definitely shows that the corp is holding on to their money for reasons. And that's probably a punitive now, yeah. See, I mean, this is the thing. You see the math the moment you look at it. I had to go like, indeed. But I did it in my head. I just had to admit it. Okay, whoa. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, actually take a shortcut with punitive, where essentially it's to land a punitive, you need about as much money as the runner, approximately.
Yeah.
And then you can work out the maths from that.
Yeah, because trace 5 is a serious amount of tracing.
Yeah.
That was a flashlight. So the first game here was brutal because we just had Ken stealing 12 points of agendas through very good accesses. And now we had a punitive. Poor Chaos Theory. I mean, that probably means a second eye patch for dinosaurs, like when you have punitive happening. But you come back in the next season, obviously. Okay, people on the chat, tell me which game we should jump into. Or maybe let's just scroll down the list. Let's maybe not jump into York by any accident. Because they're lovely people and I love them all. But, we have Sanjay. Let's take a look at Sanjay's decks. Sanjay usually has...
Oh, what is that? Sanjay likes playing spicy decks.
Table 11. That's table 11, yeah.
Yeah. I'll join to spectate if that's okay.
Absolutely, yeah, no, of course. Spectating, like, we're not 15 people jumping in, so I think Janet is going to be happy with this.
All right, let me see if I can actually, if it works.
It is a spicy deck because we have 12 tags and Gabe just not caring much about those 12 tags.
And the breaker suit is incredible.
I love Mongoose. Mongoose is sweet, like... But yeah, Turtle, Mongoose, and a passport. So I would guess central pressure? I don't know. Something tells me.
It's a counter surveillance deck.
Yep. Yeah, this is okay. So yeah, okay. You definitely want the tags, and you just don't care.
Yeah.
But then on the other hand, so we have this Palana with quite spiky servers. Well, maybe not super spiky, but like big enough because that probably took some time to install. And then only 18 cards left in R&D, and still 0 points on the runner's side. So what's going on?
Yeah.
Must have been a serious...
Well, Palana probably taking its time here.
Yeah. We have a Lacosta in the remote.
Yeah.
That's good. But that's extra money for Gabe. And there we go. Oh, here are the agendas. Okay.
Yeah. I wonder if there's probably a bio vault in server 1. Because which probably makes counter surveillance impossible to land or very difficult.
But counter surveillance, this is a very interesting card here.
Yeah. We're straight up going for it. Ooh.
Macrophage. Oh, okay. Well, the turtle is not happy about this.
Very unhappy about this.
Instant sadness for the turtle. Oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so lots of criminals today. Indeed, people probably did not want to play Shaper without Pelangi. Good point, very good point. And what I'm going to be doing after this tournament, other than the usual, let's prepare the 5th one, but there will be some spoilers about this after the next round. I hope to be able to put together some sort of a fun analysis just to see, how the meta shaped up and why and whatnot, and not to be scientific about it, but hopefully entertaining. So expect yourself tapped for this at some point, just to provide some maybe insights and stuff like that.
So that's interesting, the comment about Shaper without Pelangi. It obviously hurts Shaper, but when I played a couple of games with the Chaos Theory, and it actually felt fine without Pelangi, because you still have SMC and you still have tricks to get in.
Yeah. I mean, Shapers, I think they're so I absolutely agree. Like, Pelangi out of the game is interesting and it does have an impact, but you just have so many different tools. Like you just mentioned, SMC in itself is, enough.
Yeah.
But there's many more toys on the table as well. And you can build interesting builds just forgetting about Pelangi, because there are other options on the table, not only about just manipulating the ice.
Yeah.
And a lot of Shaper players are leaning hard on that card. Indeed, I mean, it is a very good card. It is a very good card, and I mean, I really like it because I think it's balanced enough. Although there is this combo where you just keep putting counters on Pelangi with Nopkiri. If I remember correctly, like there was some sort of a
that was the world-winning Freedom Kumalo deck.
Well, that too, yeah. I mean The
big issue is Nopkiri is both 3 influence and 5 to install, which is neither influence nor money that Shaper has these days.
Yeah. I mean, I will tell you why Shapers don't have money, because ASUBs is working for Apex now. I mean, we've seen this before, and it's the biggest, one of the biggest anime treasons ever. But
There's an Apex player in the lineup, and I'm rooting for them to win.
To win the whole thing. Oh well, I mean, we watched one game that was PJ20, right? I think, we watched one game, and that was quite interesting. And indeed, they did win. Did you see the build, by the way? Did you have?
No, I haven't seen that game.
It's a breakerless Apex, so basically just Baalis, Kongamatos, and Boomerangs. That's basically it, with Assimilator and our friend Aesop's. So
yeah, that's a very cool build. I played a few games with Pumego from Cologne. She's kind of famous for playing Apex and loving Apex, and we tested essentially an Apex that was, we didn't have real breakers. It was all Endless Hunger and Boomerang and the cryptids, and it still suffered from the issue of, yes, you're Apex, you're not great, but it actually felt like, hang on, this is actually not awful as a deck, and it's really fun to play.
Yeah, I've been playing around with an Apex that was published on Netrunner DB not so long ago, and I really liked it because it just works. I mean, once you set it up, it's a decent deck to do things with, and it plays slightly differently because it's been a while since people have been installing cards face down and so on. So definitely agree. Like, it's fun to play, definitely, and it's not broken in one way or another. So it doesn't have any weird combos that just totally shut the corp down. It's just kind of Netrunner fundamentals slightly differently. Yeah.
It's also really funny with the assimilated Boomerang combo, where you can essentially flip Boomerang, and then it just says, I can break any ice now.
Yeah, we had quite a few players asking about this, because it's not an obvious interaction, and it's really powerful. So yeah, definitely really cool. I like that combo a lot. Speaking of fundamentals, we have the version of funds.
Yeah.
The corp has funds, but do they want to divert them? That's the question.
Yeah. And yeah, the first subroutine on Surveyor does nothing right now, essentially. Oh, great, more tags.
I'm just wondering if there's any barrier breaker in here. Checking the archives. Sorry, the heap. What am I even talking about? The heap,
Yeah.
but there's nothing in there. Would Almakwa be the only barrier breaker?
My guess is Sanjay's playing Tycoon. That'd be my guess.
Okay.
But yeah. Which is
HQ is indeed porous.
yeah.
But then again, you're Palana. I mean, if you're Palana, maybe you have some traps. I mean, you do already have Marcus Batty, which is nice, but maybe you have a snare somewhere. DNA tracker. Okay, well that's not nice.
No, but it's actually a bit too expensive to res for the.
That is true. And yeah, okay, with passport you can deal with it cheap enough, I would guess. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not gonna be free, but still not prohibitively expensive. 2 tags indeed. And then a trace with this credit advantage, you don't have to worry too much.
No. So I do think the remote is pretty much like inaccessible right now.
Just by the virtue of this macrophage, or like basically the things piling up there and the ice we haven't seen just yet?
Yeah, potentially. I think it's mostly the macrophage because you absolutely can't let you don't really want the subs to fire. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, this is.
With 14 cards in R&D, when do you run archives to look for agendas? Interesting question.
Yeah.
I would say any minute now because the corp is on 4 points and they might be scoring out pretty soon. I'm just wondering if there's a single copy of counter surveillance, and I'm not going to be counting the influence here, but probably there's maybe more. I don't know.
I guess there's at least two. I mean,
Yeah.
if you, it seems so core to the deck that you wouldn't just be running one.
Yeah. And rogue trading is like, yes, give me money and more tags so I can power it even more.
Yeah. Yeah, the issue is now with 20 tags it might actually be difficult to use.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. So I'm just assuming we have like 2 biodomes in there maybe, or I don't know.
Okay, Sanji's letting that slide. And
Could be game.
yeah, it might be game.
Oh, just an NGO. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have some very good points in the chat and what you just mentioned. Just to emphasize this, you have to pay X to access up to X cards. X is the number of tags you have, which indeed with 22 tags is kind of, yeah. And this is the question now. I mean, so if you're running a server where there are not that many cards, can you still play this card? Is it legal this way?
I mean, I think you need to pay as for each tag you have, no matter what. So it's that's kind of yeah.
And no, and also the key thing here is it's up to. So it's not like it's a requirement you have to access exactly that number of cards. Like for example, if on R&D there was only 5 cards left, you still have to pay the whole sum, but you access all the cards that you have there.
Oh, here we go.
There we go, indeed. Counter surveillance. That's going to be an 11 card dig unless something happens.
I mean, the issue is the Alchemist dice is a Chiashi.
Oh, you called it. I mean, come on. Are you like are you Oracle May maybe? Oh.
And I don't think the runner has enough money here.
Ooh, well, that's boomeranging a bit, but not enough. And yeah, that's probably it then. Yeah, that's not gonna work.
No, that's straight up not going to work.
So this is just about accessing the top card then. Well, which is still not a bad thing, but
yeah.
Maybe it was a bit also. I mean, it was a bit about bringing the corp down on the money because 20 credits to rest 2 pieces of ice. That's kind of harsh.
Yeah.
And the corp just rests them like one after the other. So maybe HQ is not stuffed with agendas in any way.
Yeah. The other thing Corp can do now, they'll just purge and they gain 8 credits.
Very good point.
Yeah. So essentially credit denial just doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow. What might happen is, looking at Sanjay's comment, he might not even be able to access cards.
Let's just take a look at the card and read it very quickly again on stream. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, you have to pay. Yeah, there is no you may.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, okay, this is the Cyberdeck Sandbox Factory. Each purchase 12 credits.
Credits.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the point when you go, Corp credits don't matter anymore. The Corp has infinite credits now.
So now the question is, will we see an agenda from HQ?
Possibly.
Oh, that's a change. Oh well. And again, I mean, yeah, that's the cheapest server to get through right now, so might as well.
Yeah. And that's the thing now. The Corp really if you try to run HQ normally, the Corp can just boost a surveyor trace like quite a lot, and then they just recover by purging.
Okay, let's see what happens now.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's a virus purge.
That's fine. Yes, Sanjay, this is fine.
Oh, well, there were 2? Oh, well.
It's fine. It only triggers on the first one, so this is fine.
I just gave the Corp 12 credits and lost all my virus counters that I didn't have anyway, but yeah, wow. Wow.
Renault Hypes give the Corp 12 credits. Seems good.
I mean, on the other hand, overwriting with the Tycoon was probably the best thing you can do with a Chiashi on the table if you want to see anything in R&D. But yeah. It's not gonna be easy to get through anyway. And the money's melting on the runner side for sure.
Yeah. This is the thing: is the money is the corp, as I said, essentially has as much money as they need, and the runner just is burning through money getting accesses.
Yeah.
Because even just running archives is 4 credits for the runner.
And Zebug just has to keep advancing with La Costa in that server, but these are like the biggest biodomes ever. I don't know, like there's cards aplenty in there.
Yeah. So my guess is that he has, as I said, there's probably biovaults in server 1, and
ooh, Fisk. Okay, well. Kind of forcing the corpse hand a bit, but then again, 6 points, that's the thing. Oh, well. I don't know. I kind of want Sanjay to score at least 2 more agendas, but we'll see. I mean, they have to be somewhere, right? So they're either R&D or HQ.
Yeah. I mean, what would be funny right now is that's actually a Rashida in server 1. And the runner used Laborize to get more Fisks back and actually dex the core. Unlikely to happen, but that's probably an agenda because that remote is very safe.
Mm-hmm. The fact that they didn't move the Timberic bows very badly, yeah.
And by the way, quick question: is this round 3 or round 4?
This is round 3. We're gonna have one more Swiss round after this, and then we're gonna have a break and the top 4 tut.
Okay.
Which at this point, and I'm just gonna take a very quick look, and of course the scores for round 3 are nowhere near being completed, but yeah, we do have 2 leaders that have just swept twice. So it's shaping up quite interestingly.
Yeah, this is probably GG here.
Looks like it. Indeed. Indeed.
Over advancing it.
Why not? I mean, finishing with the flare. Okay, fair enough. Let's hop out of this. Let me just check the time quickly. We still have 15 minutes. Okay, well. While let's maybe have the chat decide the next table, unless you see something and you want to jump in there. And in the meantime, have you had a chance, or have you already seen the announcement about the Euros and basically the Intercontinental Championships?
I skimmed it, but the main thing I gathered is Euros is not happening in person in June in Berlin, which isn't too surprising.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been awesome, and I really hope we can pull it off next time. But yeah, for now, it was probably the best decision to take. But there will be 3 Intercontinental Championships. So are you going to stick to the European ones, or are you thinking maybe to play in one of the others? Because the idea is basically everybody can attend one of their choice. But I'm just wondering, I can imagine people just saying, let me take a look at the time zones, and maybe I can just play in Asia for fun and to play with all the other people I never play with, because maybe they, didn't have a chance. So it's a bit, I mean, on one hand, you could say, yeah, people are just gonna, in a way, try and game this because they can play in a meta that totally doesn't know them and vice versa. But I think exactly that's a really cool point, because you can play against players you've never played with, and you will not know what's going on there. Like, you'll be like, okay, do these people bluff a lot? Do these people, what do they do? Do they jam? Do they, and all that? So if you could choose any, regardless of the time differences, which one would you go for?
So let me think. There's the European one, there's the North American one, and then there's
an Asian one, or like Asia Pacific, more or less.
Yeah. I'd probably. So I will probably go to the European one because A is going to be like I will play against people I know, and people I would have loved to meet in person in Berlin had Euros happened. But I'd probably go to the Asian meta because it's the one I know the least, I guess, and I'd be curious on what's going on there. The Asia Pacific meta. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really quite curious.
Yeah.
Same here. Probably my choice would be the same because I'm really curious. I've only met some people. I was fortunate enough to meet people in Tokyo and play against them, some of them.
Mhm.
And they were absolutely lovely. There's a great community there. They have regular meetups. I still hope they have them and so on because they had them back in the day 2 years ago. Last year, sorry. But yeah, it's just they're fairly insular for different reasons. Like it's just kind of hard to be engaged for them. And I really hope everybody who just usually wouldn't participate in Worlds because it's just too much of a trip and the expenses are quite big if you're traveling from afar and so on. I really hope we will get like the biggest possible intercontinental championships with different people just facing each other off. Oh well, there we go. I mean that was fast.
Oh, that was it.
I was just going to go like, oh, we're in a game, but no.
No. The game's over.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna hop out and take a quick look. What table is left? We still have table 1 and table 13. Let's take a quick look at table 13. Just curious. We have Hurticorti and Anarcho Mushroom. Oh, okay, that's finished. So never mind. So table 1 it is, I assume. We also have Mobius Striptease and Double K, and number 9 as well. But okay, well. I'm jumping into table 1 now, and okay, these are the two at this point undefeated players, and they both are playing, I would assume, spicy decks. Oh wait, is this an Obokata? Obokata is legal, right?
Obokata is legal, yeah. What's illegal is
Kakugo. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
What am I even talking about? I was like, wait a minute, I'm organizing this tournament and I don't know what's legal. But this is the thing when you think about too many things and jump around too randomly. Okay, so Obokata is definitely in the game for sure. Now, I'm also a bit wary about Zombie because we had this one issue with one card being illegal because Pelangi in a deck and so on and so forth. It was resolved beautifully, but by both players. Unfortunately, it just popped up very early.
Okay.
So now we're definitely on legal decks. Okay, oof. As the my TO heart just stopped forcing. It's like, wait a minute, this player's like on top and but yeah, no, never mind. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be quite interesting to see what's gonna happen here. Is the Gene Splicer removed from the game?
How did the Gene Splicer get removed from the game?
I have no idea. Let's take a look into the runner's heap. Maybe there are some interesting options in there that we... No, I don't know.
I don't see anything.
Okay, we have a puzzle for everybody on the stream. How could the Gene Splicer get removed from the game? Tell us now, or you have some time to figure it out. I'm leaving the heap on top for a few more seconds, and then I'm just going to switch to the archives so that you can have a view of the archives. And indeed, we do have Mimic on the table, so the Mimic achievement has been unlocked. Oh, excuse me, I should just totally highlight this. Yeah, there's nothing in here that would... And I'm not going to scroll the log up because... but it's curiouser and curiouser. Titanium.
That makes sense.
Okay, so Johnny B running, you... what do you win? I think I have something. Wait a second. Yeah, let's do this. I mean... I'm gonna contact Johnny B running separately, but one of the spoilers was I'm gonna like run a quick raffle here and there for the players and for the people in the chat. But since we had this quick puzzle, thank you for running it. So yeah, Johnny B running, I do hope you have Steam, or well, you're okay with installing Steam. But if you don't, well, then I'm just gonna send you something that you may have to use Steam with. Anyway. Back into the game. This is looking pretty solid. This rig, I mean, wow.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think the runner is essentially out of money cards. They have no way of making any more money this game.
Well, there's always the sacred click for credit, but I totally agree that might be suboptimal.
Yeah, especially since the issue is they always need to keep enough money to be able to break. Well, they either suffer Chiashi or Tithonium, and I don't know. You might be fine suffering Chiashi. Actually, that would suck, because then the core can just score Bocatas. But yeah, you definitely don't want to suffer Tithonium here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the heap. There were 2 bravados played, so there might be still 1, but that's of course cost in order to obtain things. There's no Batpap on the table, so yeah, that's tough luck. 3 diversion of funds. Yeah, this is looking rough on the runner bank for sure.
I mean, the runner is on 6 agenda points, so this is this is at the awkward stage where both players are just clicking for credits and looking, how do I win this game? Yeah, they're just clicking for credits.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know. Well, I guess his zombie doesn't have any fast advance.
Yeah, looking at the archives, what could they be on? There's a Lacosta, so that's probably slow rolling stuff. And
Yeah.
Yeah, code replicator to make them run again. DRM. Yeah, this is probably more like NGOs pretending to be Obokatas and vice versa, and yeah. And the Lacosta.
Wow, going for it.
Well, might as well C2 cards, right?
Yeah, C2 cards, worth it. Spend 8 credits.
Well, it's just money. It comes and goes.
Yeah. What do he's thinking?
Oh,
wow.
How rude.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have expected building blocks in Palana, but then again, might as well. I mean, Chiashi is a card, and you have Titanium as well, and that's not a bad thing to res as well.
Yeah. This is really bad, because essentially he needs to run through that Chiashi twice.
Yeah.
And there's still 9 credits for the corp, so if they have an Anansi on the board, that is a problem.
I would say, I don't know. What is a good play, chat?
I think you can't run that remote. I think you just can't do it.
Yeah. Well, there was a good mention earlier on that there were no inside jobs in the heap, I think. Let me see. I don't see any inside jobs in the heap, and that's an interesting point to make. Is this deck running inside jobs? Because if it is, nice. If it's not, well, less nice. But there are still 5 cards in the runner's card pool, so who knows? And there's an Issei Mark II in server 2. Okay, so that we know that this is game.
Yeah.
So now this Chiashi is becoming a challenge.
Yeah. So what was interesting is last turn, Lost Geek chose to run R&D and not HQ to look for anything.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And yeah, the Agin Fusion boop or bump or bounce or redirect, basically the ability of the ID is still online, and that could be painful because those 2 pieces of ice behind Chiashi. I'm wondering if the whole strategy is, like rest Titanium and or Chiashi with the building blocks and then use almost everything else to or well, maybe the Anansi as well, but like res very angry eyes and then just have all the other filler eyes. Because Thimble Rig is not really doing much against any matchup, I would just say.
Yeah, but I think this is actually a pretty good strategy because right now there's nothing that really handles high strength barriers with 3 or more subs.
Yeah.
So essentially, Tithonian more scarier.
Yeah.
Building blocks. Ooh, okay. So I think he's going to go there, break 2 subroutines, take damage,
and hope for the best.
dig for 2 cards, hope that it's not an Overcutter, and then he's going to. Oh no, he can't. I was going to say he's going to Hail Mary Archives, but my guess is Archives has nothing.
There are 3 cards face down, but let's see what this Axis brings. NGO and
Nothing. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
That's GG.
That's GG indeed. But yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't, because this was pretty solid. Wow.
Yeah. But yeah, building blocks actually makes a lot of sense in Agame Fusion because of the boop.
Yeah. Okay, with 2 minutes left in the round, I'm just gonna jump into the table that seems to be the last one, Mobius Striptease game. Let's see if they are still actually playing. Oh no, that's done. Okay, so I think I should. Well, I'm gonna put some music on. If you wanna hang around, please do so. But I'm gonna mute for a few minutes and I'll be back with the results updated and with the scores and with what else? Round 4 being paired, obviously. So yeah, I'll be back in a few. And yeah, just if you're up for co-commentating round 4, that would be awesome. But I'm gonna mute for now.
Yeah, that sounds good. I think I'll be up for that.
Okay, great. I'll ping you in a few then once I'm done with this, and I talk to everybody on of course the runner side or the participant side.
Yeah.
Okay, talk to you in a few. Thank you very much. Okay, everybody. So that was round 3, and I have to take care of all the scores because somebody keeps telling me that I'm organizing this. I don't know. I mean, really, seriously. Interesting games, and if you think that we have been talking too much about other things, I mean, how to put it? I think it's good to have meta commentary as well, and I love doing it as well because you can see the game, and in the meantime we talk about different things. Of course, we do focus on the game as well, but it's also good to talk about other things happening around the game and general meta guesses and the way things are, and so on and so forth. So, I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna jump into my TO shoes right now for the next few minutes. Enjoy the music. I'll be back in a few. Okay, everybody, I'm back and we have the pairings up. We will be starting in a handful of minutes. I should actually make sure that I also, yeah, I'm back on what's his name? What's the name? Discord audio, just in case we will have Cable Carnage joining us again for the next game. But for now, let me just remind you of what we're doing here today. This is Iberian Lockdown number 4. This is going to be round 4. We have a handful of people on 15 points, and this looks pretty solid. However, we need judges and stuff. Okay, table 3 needs a judge. Okay. I might be jumping into a table just to make sure that well, we'll see. Okay, well, apologies for the silence, but yeah, trying to sort a bunch of things out in the background. We will have a 2-4-1 game because both players have agreed to it, and I trust them. We're having fun in Discord with the bots. Never mind, we have people preparing on the tables. Apologies for the random bouts of silence. But yeah, Iberian Lockdown number 4, round number 4, starting soon after this round, which is going to be 65 minutes of Netrunner. As always, there will be a 45-minute break. So if you're in for the top cut, it's going to be in around 100 minutes. But yeah, people should be ready. There will be a 2-4-1 on table 4. I'm just making sure that I don't miss anything. In the meantime, chat, how are you doing, folks? This is hour 5 and there will still be more. If you have any particular folks or IDs you want to take a look at, do let me know, of course, in the chat. I'm going to be slowly setting up here to kick it off. sooner or later I should be, of course, giving the people time and whatnot. We still have one person missing. I'm just disappearing like this because I'm looking on the other screen. We have one person missing, just not there just yet at the table, but in the meantime there are still people from York playing, I assume, the store champ. 30 players today in York. This was really cool. Online, organized by Akira. Pure awesomeness. I wish I had enough energy and time to either participate or stream or whatever in that other event, because I'm pretty sure it was great. And looking forward to hearing more stories and the reports and whatnot from that event. But I just couldn't. Like my Saturday was full enough as it is. And tomorrow there's the Barcelona Store Championship that you are probably still able to attend. Take a look at Always Be Running. Barcelona Store Championship is a thing. I am kicking the round off. I am going to check with you one final time to see if there's anything you would like to see. We're going to be starting in a minute. So in a minute the round goes on. I know I delayed it by 3 minutes, technically speaking, because I promised people we're going to start at 35, but that's not a big thing. Okay. I think we're gonna watch... Whom haven't we seen today just yet? Should we watch the 2-for-1 game? That's gonna be quite interesting, right? It's a biggie, I would say. They're probably fighting it out to just make sure. Then again, table 4, we haven't seen any of those players, have we? Okay, let's do it like table 3 and then table 4 and then let's take a look. I'm just gonna kick things off. I should totally put a timer on this and switch things and get rolling. Oh yeah, this of course didn't work. Let's refresh. Let's scroll things down. Let's make sure everything is in place. Let's check with Discord one way and another. And let me just take a very quick look.
Hello.
Hello, welcome back. I'm just making sure that we have all the players. And in the meantime, this is a 2-for-1 game on the table with Osclate and Whiteblade. So do jump in whenever.
Yes, hang on. So it's Oscar and Whiteblade.
Yeah, I wish I remember all the numbers. I think it's table, I don't know.
It's table 3.
There you go. See, I mean, you know it much better than I do. Table numbers are just, you know, they're a crutch and, no, I mean, they could be displayed somewhere, or the table name should be displayed somewhere on this, but then again, why would it be? Well, never mind. This is not the important thing. So this is a 2-for-1 because both players agreed, and usually I would not discourage. I wouldn't encourage it 2-for-1s, but they both agreed, and that's what we're going with.
Yeah. It's 2 very good North American players here.
Yeah, I think they're just trying, you know, to save their time. They're like, you know, let's just get it done with. We know each other. We've played against each other probably quite a few times.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, Whiteblade is, I think, the current reigning North American champion, if I'm correct. And Oscalet is, I think she's based on the east coast of the US, and I think the latest achievement is knocking out about half of Team UK in the last fight now, something like that.
I did miss that. I still have to watch the stream because I know that Swifty was doing the stream, and it's on my list. I started actually today, but then I was like, well, I have to prepare things, so yeah. And this is definitely going to make me watch it. Oh, there's an Eater Kim versus a Titan. And I'm actually wondering, I mean, I think Titan is kind of, I've seen a lot of North American players on Titan everywhere for different formats. You think it's like the go-to corp for most North American players?
I don't know. I mean, Titan is good. I think Titan is good right now because there's a scarcity of shapers, I'd say, in the standard meta, which does cause issues for Titan because of Clot. But otherwise, Titan is just very fast and consistent enough that, that it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah. It's I love this corp. It's 17 influence, and then it just does things anyway, and with a good 3-2.
Yeah.
Was it just like a what? Okay.
Yeah. I think Osculate just needs accesses here.
Yeah.
And the no-res from Whiteblade suggests that there's literally nothing in HQ. So it's like, sure, come in. It's essentially Whiteblade just needs to keep credit so it can actually biotic things out.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Whoa! This is Edward Kim just going on. It's like I lost an arm or like a hand. I don't care. I'm gonna lose a bit of my brain again.
My question is, how many more? This is Whiteblade asking the question here. It's like there's probably a second APOC in hand.
Chances are.
Interestingly, in this matchup, is probably not as strong as normal because Titan can just win with nothing.
True. There we go.
Oh my god, it's happening. It's happening.
This is the second time we see an APOC by Osculate. Yeah, indeed. So Osculate is definitely okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we had a player taking a longer break than expected because of a pet, which is great. I mean, things happen and that's okay. But we have everybody, and I'm super glad. Like everybody's playing until the end. Great spirits, great atmosphere. I'm very happy that people are engaged. But this, I don't know. I mean, like you said, like maybe that's not gonna matter much, the apocalypse. But here we already have 2 pieces of ice up again.
Yeah.
So definitely hunting for the right cards to just rush the agendas out, and
I mean, I think what would help Kim right now, Kim/Osculate. Yeah. Well, Whiteblade just preempting everything here. It's just that a wanton destruction would be very powerful now. And yeah, exactly. It's as if these two players know what they're doing.
Yeah. Chances are they might have been actually testing. Oh no, maybe they were testing some iterations of these decks before or something.
Yeah, I mean.
Plus, they probably, they know the game inside out, so
yeah,
there's only so many cards you can put into a particular deck with a particular ID. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, because for Fight Night, Laura also played an APOC deck, so it's you could probably just for a lot of the APOC anarchs, you can just switch between IDs and the deck still works mostly fine.
As long as you keep the APOC in, you should be fine, I guess. Yep.
Yeah. Just have APOC, DDoS. Actually, this doesn't have Stargate, so I don't know what you replace that with. I assume you just have the usual single accesses? I don't know. There's probably nothing in there.
What would be a good card to I don't know.
I mean, I think you just rely on single accesses at that point. I don't think there's really. Yeah. There's the DDoS.
Yeah. But that would make it like that. That would be the third APOC. So if the DDoS is not used for that, actually, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think so. I think this is going to be there to land Wanton. That'd be my guess here.
Yeah, Wanton would be good here because the Corp
Yeah.
is drawing into a ton of cards and
Yeah.
so much money. Ah.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
And
There we go.
Like, this is like fencing,
Yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, this is definitely like a fencing match.
Yeah. And yeah, the corp I think is literally just digging for an atlas and some way of fast advancing it.
Yeah.
They might already have an atlas in hand, but they might just have an audacity, and they're not. They might. Right. If they have just an atlas and no audacity, they might just play that.
Yeah.
Unless they have lots of other agendas in hand. If they have two atlases and an audacity, they probably don't play audacity. Yeah, here comes the Wanton.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, that's the Osculate knew that this was a Hortum. Yeah, and just binning everything.
So how do you call... What's the other name for bin breakers?
Heap breakers?
Well, yeah, true. Also, okay, that's not gonna make sense because I'm gonna mispronounce a word in English, but then again, you have to mispronounce it. Binaries? Never mind. Bad joke of the day, I win. But yeah, had to be said. Okay, fair enough. Back into the game. The Corp is still, like you said earlier on, it's, you're in a winning position unless the trash in archives was... Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, what is going on?
That was a good trash then, yeah.
Might have been all the agendas.
I don't know. He could have. There could have been, say, suppose he had like two atlases on Audacity and the GFI, and then that would be GG, for example. Yeah. And then there's Audacity that you can't use yet.
Yeah. This is. It is.
Yeah.
And
I was going to say, like, Oscar is probably digging for a DDoS now, and it's just exactly what happened here.
Yeah. Usually you would see... Okay, usually you would see remote protected like this in an average game of Netrunner, I would say, but this is not an average game of Netrunner.
Yeah. I mean, this latest Titan build just doesn't build a remote. Oof! Alright, just going for it. Yeah.
This is not looking good.
Yeah.
For the Corp now, but like... Okay,
yeah.
So you have what? You have 16 cards in R&D?
Yeah.
What do you do now? I mean, you could... I don't know.
You just draw harder. I think they're both... Yeah.
Draw harder. I like it. That could be a format.
Yeah.
Jessica's wondering what's in archives. It's probably something that Indiana Jones would be very happy about. I mean, there is an Audacity in there already, but like,
What's in archives? That's, I think, the game-winning question right now. If the runner could find out what's in archives. I mean, to be fair, if there's an atlas or two in there, that's actually really bad for the Corp. Because, I mean, the Titan, all the hostiles are out. And the only things the Titan can actually fast advance... Well, no, that's not true. But the things Titan can fast advance easily...
Oh,
there's at least one atlas.
Yeah, there was an atlas in R&D, so that's...
Yeah.
That's, this Titan draw. Oh, okay, maybe...
Yeah.
Maybe the 9 cards in R&D are just agendas.
Yeah. So, my guess would be there's, like, all the fast advance in hand and no Titans.
I'm checking the heap just to see. Okay, there's a paper clip and an Odore. Okay, but yeah, you probably have a second copy of Odore somewhere. You should.
This is actually the interesting thing. All right, that's not surprising here. You just run HQ here.
Yeah.
And you actually run HQ for 3 here.
Oh yeah, because of the bad pubs. Yep.
Yeah. And you trash the dedication ceremony, so that's good.
Oh, we have a ton of people spectating. That's cool.
Yeah. I mean, as I said, they're not nobodies Yeah. I mean, there's Scry, who's I think in the same meta as Oscalet. Too big to fail. Yeah, nothing relevant here. Yeah.
Yeah, the runners.
Interplay on the. Yeah. I mean, what's probably going to happen here is Bio takes out the. Yeah.
Now, I mean, you have 4 points, but you only have 8 cards in R&D, and Archives have like 27 cards, of which.
Yeah.
There must be like winning points in Archives or something by now.
I think what you probably do as Oscar now is I think I would consider unloading that Liberated. Maybe that's enough now. And just running. I think you run Archives now, yeah. Because essentially you want to force the Corp to res stuff here.
Yeah, you want to make them lose money, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, not lose, excuse me, invest.
Invest money.
Okay, no reses so far.
Ooh, there's an Archer, which is...
Ooh, that is mean.
But what's interesting is now, that suggests that they really don't want the runner to get in there, because versus APOC, Archer actually does very little. Because Oscar is like, yeah, sure, fire.
Yeah. And I mean that was a good thing for the runner, because now the Corp is down 1 point, which might not be crucial, but then again, yeah, like 1 point does count here.
The main thing is if right now there is an Atlas in Archives, I don't see how Titan wins this, because they need 4 more points, which is essentially there's another Atlas.
Fair enough, but I mean, look at the situation now. We have like 3 credits only, and your point absolutely stands. Unless, I don't know. Surely I got one into the bin. Yeah, I mean that's a good bet. I would think the same.
And essentially now I think you just run everything as the runner. You run R&D and then you just run HQ. Yeah, you run R&D again.
Wouldn't be surprised if the Corp just gets decked out.
Well, yeah, that might actually be the situation here, because I don't think this Titan runs really any recursion. So the runner is just going to smash R&D.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Wow. There was the first. Wow, that's big.
Yeah.
But still, you only have 3 credits. What do you do? I mean, dedication ceremony.
Yeah.
Reconstruction, I guess.
Yeah. Audacity, like if there's an Audacity in hand, so you just reinstall the Black Hole.
Oh yeah, true. And if they don't, if we don't have a hit on the Atlas in the next 2 credits, that's her, and then you cannot even trash it. Oh wow, because of Kim already going earlier on.
Yeah, Kim already. Right, this is tight. If essentially the Corp really needs to be able to fast advance that.
Yeah, Archer. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So they need reconstruct if they have.
GG rats. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I think they know that they have a reconstruction contract.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
Ooh. 2 cards left in R&D. Oh god, this is.
God.
This is yikes.
Yikes! Yeah, yikes indeed. Yeah.
No, this is what. Yeah, I mean Archives. Oh, wow.
Oh god, why am I saying I'm only playing 2 Audacities?
Yeah. Wow.
Wow, this is. You just have to I need to play too big to fail, and.
Oh wow! Okay, last card. This is down to the wire. What an exciting 2-4-1! Wow.
Wow. So yeah, they run R&D. As you said, the Corp is just gonna get decked.
Yeah.
All right. There's a result from.
Wow. Okay.
What's in the bin?
What a good. This was great to spectate. Oof. Okay. Well, That was quite something. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like Boot Titan, in a way, I agree, Jessica. But on the other hand, I don't. I mean, wow, yeah. I kind of, I'm a Wayland player when I can, and this, I don't know. I'm a bit sad for Wayland. On the other hand, Titan, yeah. So, wow. Okay, well, which table should we hop onto next?
I personally, if Analyze Chris is playing the Nat, I'd be very interested to see what that does.
Let's take a look. Analyze Chris is corping.
It's corping right now,
I believe. Yeah, so let's take a look. Does this mean that they already finished the first game? Chances are.
I don't know.
But we have Cross Protocol, and no, we're keeping this for sure. We are curious.
Oh yeah, this sounds fun.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll be back in 1 minute.
Oh yeah, take your time, take your time. Thank you for letting me know. Cross Protocol. For the first net damage the runner suffers, you may look at the runner's grip and select the card that is trashed, which is painful. And then, of course, null the ice strength decreasing champion. Or, as some people say, the built-in Faust once per turn. But the question is, okay, you can have chisels, you can have devil charms, fair enough. You don't have hippos, so that kind of removes a bit of the ice trashing options from the table. But still, yeah, I mean, null is probably quite okay. You probably run all the plushies. There goes the devil charm onto the table straight away. Wow, I'm still thinking about the previous game. Apologies for that. But that was A, it was fast, B, it was furious, and C, it was very interesting to see. Like that was yeah.
It was quite difficult to commentate for because it's like this is gonna happen, and it happens as you speak. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah. But yeah, here
right.
I mean here is an interesting matchup because I think it's a bit asymmetrical. I mean, yeah, well, we'll see. I have no idea what this null is on because I don't think I've seen Zombie play this null. Or we've watched. Oh, what? Ooh, God of War. 2 Gods of War. Fair enough.
This is going to be counter surveillance again. That'd be my guess.
I would assume so, yeah. Because why else would you get tagged?
Yeah.
On the other hand, I mean, you have resources on the table. Do you want to lose them? I mean, it's money for you.
I mean, I think you still take the tag because you don't. The corp is like, is the corp? Will the corp trash these two? I mean, the corp probably doesn't trash the 2 credits.
True.
Daily cast and the 4-1 maybe. My guess is my guess there's an Obokata in server 1 or something like that.
I would say if it's an NGO, we're gonna see some trashes. If it's not an NGO, which is very likely, yeah, you probably score it and keep playing.
Yeah. I mean, my guess this Chrono still does the whole Rare steals an Obokata and then dies to punitive and or complete image.
Yeah.
I mean, my guess here.
Oh, and hey, Krusty, welcome to the chat as well. Oh, good to see the regulars showing up. So now I'm worried that we have a freeze, or the runner is just thinking hard, which is also an option because you have quite a few things to figure out. Okay, no, it wasn't a server freeze, so we're fine.
Okay.
Ah, there we go. Wireless Net Pavilion.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes it even more. And indeed, that was an Obokata. How did you know?
I think the core seemed to be very quick to use it to just install and double advance.
Yeah.
When the runner was low on cards, they only had 2 or 3 cards in hand at the start, like at the end of their turn. Which, yeah. Ooh.
Obelisk.
This is going to be a problem for Kronos.
Yeah. I mean, that's a ton of extra cards.
Yeah.
Hand size 11. Yeah, well, yeah, throwing on the Obokatas. Yeah. Scoring that Obokata was probably a good idea.
Yeah, before, yeah.
Imagine having so many cards that you can pay for 2 Abocatas in one turn. It's like, yeah, well, I don't care. I'm still in the game.
Yeah. And actually, this is very cool with Null because God of War is the boost is really bad. It has a strength 0, and then it's 2 boost by 1. But with Null, it's actually it's fine. I'll just crash a card from hand, and then I don't need to boost as much.
Yeah. Oh, there is an Abocado there. So now stealing and going down to 2 cards, or not stealing. It all depends, I guess, on the cards in hand.
Yeah. I think you steal it. I think now's a reasonable opportunity because you. My guess here is that they're sort of safe from punitive because of the money, and also if you just draw up now, you're also somewhat complete image. Like I think it's around four cards. You're sort of safe. Anything. Anything less, and you start to be very much in danger zone.
Yeah. And if you're running labor rights, I mean, you can recur some stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're.
Oh yeah, they've had worse. Yeah, I think they're most probably safe here.
Yeah. And now this Kronos protocol plays Boom, and I'll be like, what? How did this happen?
Right.
Oh, so yeah, apparently there were 2 complete image kills while the runner was on 4 cards earlier today at the York Store Champ.
Wow.
I'm really curious what the meta was there, because it's, I mean, okay, on one hand we're kind of stuck in the same meta for a while, but on the other hand, I'm assuming people would be trying interesting things.
Yeah. I mean, on 4 cards, you essentially, so the first card you hit, so then they're down to 3 cards.
Yeah.
Then you have 1 in 3 chance, then 1 in 2 chance. So you essentially have 1 in 6 chance of actually killing the runner if they have 4 cards in hand.
Yeah.
So it's actually not terrible odds.
It's totally worth it. It's a reverse shell game.
Yeah.
Let's keep guessing and we'll see where we get with this.
Yeah. I mean, I guess server 1 is a NGO.
What if it's a third Abocada? That's, I think, the play here. It's like, is this an Abocada?
I mean, if it's a third Abocada, then the corp ends on 1 credit, which... Yeah.
Oh, well, here we go.
Yeah, essentially I'm trying to find what the ice is.
Okay, NGO into an ANSI? No, into a... Oh, data loop. Okay. Yeah. I mean, good pick for Abocadas, and not only, so yeah.
Yeah. I think you just let that fire and then just draw more cards.
Oh, and if the runner is tagged. Yeah. Probably.
Yes. The NB and ice, that's secretly only used in Jinteki.
Yeah. Oh wow, okay, this is this is just the jammiest of jamming Kronos protocols.
But come and find what this is. That's gotta be an NGO again.
I don't know, but what if it's the further book? No, I'm kidding. Of course, it's. I mean, that definitely.
Yeah.
Something to make you money would be good here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. This is almost I say, like, I would probably personally just run a central here and just essentially force the corp to either react or say like, well, I'll go to centrals then. Maybe trash your.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, maybe force a.
But what if they have a Kumainu?
Well, you have enough counters on the Gods of Wars that you just break Kumainu. It's fine.
Okay.
it'd be kind of Kumainu would be funny here.
Oh yeah, right. Actually, sorry. The virus counters are for the breaking the subroutines. Yeah, sorry. I totally forgot that bit. I thought you need to actually spend more money to break subroutines. Never mind.
No.
Never mind.
This is actually quite cool because zombie here to break subroutines. Well, reaching the strength is a problem, but essentially they don't need. They don't really need credits.
Mm-hmm. Jessica says, I'm surprised more people aren't playing CVS. It feels must play to me, at least one of. True. I mean, well, it does cover a big chunk of potential matchups. But then again, it's a valuable card slot or two. And nowadays, I mean, Corps always have this problem, but nowadays even more. It's like, what do I cut?
So the runner sitting on 17 max hand size here.
No, well, that's okay. They still cannot draw their whole stack and hold it, so.
No, still needs work. Okay, that's not too surprising.
Oh, for
I mean, is this the point when you just start face checking guys and laugh at anything that deals damage?
Yeah. And I think at this moment, what was the card? Beach Party? No, Beach Party was the one that increased your hand size, but there was the one about drawing as many cards as you have your hand size.
It's Game Day, I think.
Game Day, yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so Game Day here would be ridiculous.
So actually, this is an interesting point for Zombie now, is do they take more tags with God of War or no? Because, I don't know, I assume they want to play Counter Surveillance at some point. Yeah, this will take it. But not on all the God of War. That's interesting. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Zombies definitely just doing some estimation on how many tags they can actually take to actually land a counter surveillance.
Mm-hmm.
The question now is, do you even just do a counter surveillance on R&D now if you drew into it? Because you'd access 17 cards.
I think it's not a bad move. I mean, what are the odds of not hitting enough agendas to get 4 points? Even if you, I don't know, hit 2 snares, like you don't care. You have
the damage essentially does nothing right now.
Yeah. Like you could steal a Nobukata and eat 2 snares and still be okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so, well, there's no more Bokadas, so fair enough, that's off the table. And now it's a bit interesting because, well, now anything that goes into server 1 will have to be checked one way or another. I mean,
yeah,
you just can't afford the luxury of saying, I'm going to let it slide. There is no way to let it slide. So this was very good kind of gentle pressure by Corp and ending up on 6 points. But the runner has the upper hand here still. There we go, counter surveillance on the table.
I think you do a 19 card dig on R&D, and if that fails, you just run HQ.
If you whiff that, something is wrong.
I don't know. So looking at the agendas with SSL out of the pool, I'm pretty sure Analyze Chris plays bacterial programming, and that could easily. Could easily just be like, I'll just put all of these agendas into my hand, or not bin them, but put them in the hand, and then complete image in the bin. Not that it does much in this matchup.
Future perfect. Oh well, somebody has to play a side game.
I would have definitely I was completely wrong. I was like, they're playing bacterial programming. Future perfect is like, well, this is annoying. Okay.
I wish we could. I mean, well, we're not gonna jump into their audio channel, but it would be so cool if people played it with like webcams or something, where they have to look at the webcam, or you ask them to look at them, just to see. Because this is side games. I think lose a lot of charm online. Like it's just choosing an option, whereas in real life, it's just so much fun. Another TFP. Ooh. Okay. And I'm not even counting the cards, but we're in the dozens now. I mean, as in like we're past 10. So
Yeah.
maybe halfway through, maybe a bit more, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, there goes 6 points.
Yeah. But zombie, the corp is so broke right now.
Yeah.
I mean, the main thing the corp can actually do now is if they have a stand procedure, and I don't know what you name, but there's so many cards in the. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh yeah, this is, and now they drew their entire deck.
Yeah.
24 max hand size.
Well, the thing is, you have 25 cards, so you have to play something. And you know what's the fun part? With 2 credits, I mean, I don't know, what do you take credit and daily casts, maybe? Oh, wow. I'm loving this a lot because so far, we've seen a lot of different decks, people having very different ideas, very different play styles. This is great. So much diversity. Captain Nice, just enter stream, sees 25 cards and grip. Alrighty then. Yep.
So this is a thing. Oh wow. It's like, I'm gonna run Alheims because I need credits. And turns out like Breach Dome does nothing. Like it's like, yeah, sure, hit me.
Well, I mean, you know, you lost some cards.
I think you have to check HQ here, I think.
At some point, sooner, yeah, there we go, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's also quite interesting because, I mean, okay, there will be another counter surveillance happening at some point, but the corp.
They need the money for that.
Yeah, the corp now knows when, because counter surveillance doesn't shuffle things, right? Yeah, no, it doesn't.
No.
So the corp has an idea more or less when their future perfects are coming up. If they observe the log and yeah. And now the runner has to check this. And putting 2 cards back from your 22, I don't know, it's going to be a tough choice with data loop. Even if it's 2 data loops, then 4 cards back.
Yeah. They can't run the second data loop anyway, so.
Yeah, true.
This would be hilarious to see in real life, where the runner just has like, hang on, look at my cards.
This is my squire. My squire is going to be holding my cards. Because I only have so much hand space. I wonder if there's a thing about organized play rules, like you have to be able to hold all the cards in. No, I'm kidding. I mean, that would be kind of silly. But there is a rule about a deck that you can manage the shuffling of reasonably. That is a rule, so...
Yeah, so that's fine. I think the biggest issue here is to have a look at the hand and not just go like, I need to choose the card to put at the bottom of my deck and just go,
Yeah. Wow.
You have to check server 1 now.
That is very true. I mean, this could be the winning agenda.
Yeah. And I think there's definitely either an agenda there or an HQ. Or I think that's what Analyze Chris is playing, because Analyze Chris is kind of broke.
Yeah.
And Zombie accessed a celebrity gift.
Yeah.
So to me, that suggests that Analyze Chris, like, there's something in there that they don't want Zombie to see.
Yeah, an interesting comment that from Captain Nice that there's good medical of Zombie and of Sanjay. They both went with different tag me decks, and there's few or even actually no decks with a high profile target. Indeed, like we've seen one NBN deck that was kind of playing for the tags, but not much tag punishment in general.
A top deck I was actually Komainu was protecting server 1. Sorry, I can't touch that. That is that's hilarious.
Well, you do have to just keep amassing counters, right, on God of War.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I would just keep, honestly, wait a second. Oh, okay, this is positional. Oh, geez. Because Otherwise, I would just keep running a server with data loop just to put cards back and then just decrease my hand size to a manageable amount and then just run the Komainu.
So speaking of like tag decks, as people have commented, one of the Corp decks I was tempted to bring was actually a sync, but built on the Tightrope style, which has like C-source exchange and whatnot. And that would have been hilarious against this, because it's just like, please run R&D, have a QPM. It's like, have a QPM, you don't have the money for Bellona, have a GF fight, that's not enough to win exchange of information.
Yeah. And these are very good meticals, indeed, yeah.
Alright, so running a slot machine. I think here, I'm not sure Zombie has, and that might be a very bad call. Zombie might not have any real breakers. Or nothing that can actually handle, oh my god, he's going for it. Yeah. They're going for it.
Yeah, there is a Komainu, and this Komainu suddenly has 19 subroutines. Okay. So you break the ones you can with the God of War. And then you take the rest, I guess? Although that's kind of, I mean, you know, that doesn't really...
You need to leave 2 counters to break the...
Oh yeah, the data loop. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So you're left with 6 cards, and then you have to put 2 back. So you're left with 4 cards and 2 in your stack. So that Komainu is basically...
Yeah. My question here is it worth putting the log of the Komainu gaining 19 subroutines in out-of-context JNet? Or no?
Why not?
And this is why people play Odorrare now, because they
Most painful Komainu ever, yeah.
Okay.
It's a big doggo. Or Lion-O, sorry, it's not a doggo.
Yeah.
Or maybe, I mean, I don't even know anymore.
There's a judge call actually on the table we're streaming.
Oh yeah, okay, okay. So can null reduce the number of subroutines? Null reducing the number of subs? No, it reduces the strength. Oh, you mean trashing the card from your grip?
Yeah. I think it works.
Well, you res, and then you encounter, you may trash, you just, and it's the runner turn, so I would assume, yeah, that's the way it results, right? Because you're the runner, and you encounter, and you choose to encounter your effect first.
Yeah.
What a play. Oh, there we go. Black Orchestra. Ah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they do play real breakers, so that's good.
Okay, yeah, that changes the situation a tiny bit. And the Corp is now on 0 credits, so yeah, good luck to the Corp doing anything.
Yeah.
But I have to say, with very few cards, Chris here managed, on the Corp side, to score 6 points and to... Well, I mean, I'm not saying stop the runner because there was a lot of interaction, but basically put the runner into you have to do something about this situation, and that's really cool. Like, knowing that you're playing against a deck like this and seeing it happen, you're like, I might as well just concede. But no, you're on 6 points, and of course, things happen, but the game is still not lost, and I think this is the important part. Seeing those TFPs and just basically whiffing on that 19 counter surveillance run and not winning the side games, that was huge because that could have been game over.
Yeah.
But it just
The
wasn't.
thing is MK Ultra banned in this format?
Yes,
now?
it is.
Okay, so
And so
my
is
question.
Buckhalter as well.
Yeah. So my question here is essentially, if Zombie probably plays Odora here, if Zombie installs an Odora, it's only that command who goes from the best thing ever to this is actually not doing anything.
Yeah. That was a good one.
Yeah. Actually, Zombie forgot to use the counters on the God of War to actually break the subs.
Well, I'm not gonna make a judge call here because nobody's calling me, and this is a casual game. So
yeah,
we're here as spectators, nothing else.
yeah. I don't think it will really matter right now.
That's also very, very true.
Because essentially, I think the God of Wars will just gain counters, and
yeah.
I don't think Zombie will run server 1 ever again. Actually, it might matter here, but seeing as it's Gene Splicer.
Yeah.
I think Analyze Chris is just playing 7 3-pointers.
Yeah, and then
Gene
Splicer.
Yeah, and then a Gene Splicer. Which is kind of this is actually good for Zombie now because essentially this is bad for Analyze Chris because if Analyze Chris installs a card and doesn't advance it, then you just you don't need to do anything as a Zombie. You can just click for credits or do you have more counter surveillances or did you bin them all? There's 2 in archives.
Yeah. There could still be one somewhere, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, how many slot machines? Well, probably just one, and it's a 1 in 5, fair enough. But okay, Celebrity Gift, now we're gonna see some cards.
Yeah.
Neural EMP, yeah, that's gonna do a lot. And a TFP, okay. So yeah. I would just hold on to that TFP for my dear life. Or would I actually?
That's actually the problem is I don't think you can try to score the TFP. I think now you need to... Well, I'm pretty sure this score plays preemptive. And if they don't, they're in trouble because essentially I don't think they can... The question is, can they gain enough money and then have enough taxing guys such that server 1 is like... So the runner can't just get into server 1?
Yeah.
And I don't think Zombie is going for counter surveillance anymore. Simply because I don't think they can have enough money to land it.
Yeah.
They saw most of R&D there, so my guess is here it's essentially... Well, they're all future perfects, and it's not really... Getting them from centrals is difficult, so we might be here for a while.
But now a question is, okay, so you said 7 3-pointers. So
yeah.
3 avocadas, 3 future perfects. What would be the last one? What do you...
Material programming, probably?
Okay.
Yeah, I think the game is going to go to grind now because there's not already an incentive for the runner to run. Every time they run, they risk getting hit by Neural EMP or Engram Flush. That's actually really annoying.
Not cheap to break in any way.
Yeah. I mean, it's a cool 10 credits to boost God of War to break this. Or they just trash Obelus and then... I think you just install Black Orchestra here.
Yeah. That's what happens here, indeed.
Yeah. I just break Engram Flush. I also like zombies very much at the risk of running out of cards if they only play one labor rights. But my guess is they play more than one labor rights.
Yeah, I'm thinking really hard. Like, what's the best play here for the runner? And it's probably gonna be just single accesses and being lucky, I guess.
Yeah. I'm not sure why they ran HQ again there, because it's just so expensive.
Trying to hit that TFP, but then again, you have 0 credits, so you're not gonna be able to do anything with it. Yeah, so.
Yeah, that's the other problem is high memory.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
Yeah,
oh! Yeah, this is like, come at me.
Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah.
This is the problem now. I think the runner right now just needs to. I mean, if they have if zombie has another labor rights, I think now would be the time to play it.
Oh,
no, they just
fearless.
I mean, do you have the credit? You don't have the. Let me think. You don't have the credits to actually go through here. I mean, you might do. How do you break the? You can't get through the.
Data loop? Yeah, you're not able to.
Yeah, you don't have the credits. And this is why he plays Boomerang. Well, they play Boomerang. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I think there might have been a bit of a miscalculation, but on the other hand, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, the corp installs and advances a card. It's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Might as well say GG or try and figure out if the math is gonna work out on the go.
I don't think. I think it won't work out. Essentially,
Yeah. Oh yeah, there we have an undo click. I think I think they could be on audio, and yeah, they're on audio on table 2. So.
Yeah. Yes. Oh,
Okay, that's a repeat run then.
And the thing is, yeah, they have to break everything. Yeah. Now then, it's strength. They still don't have the credits. They just don't have the credits.
Yeah. It was the other way around, but yeah, this is.
Yeah, they're 1 credit short. Well, 2 credit shorts because they still need to trash Gene Splicer.
Yeah.
Because accessing it does.
Oh, tough stuff. But this is very exciting because it's just a totally different game of Netrunner now.
Yeah.
And I love this build. I mean, this null is really cool. I really like it.
Mm.
It wouldn't probably survive 5 minutes in the standard meta, but here it makes a lot of sense. Or actually, would it? I don't know. Actually, now I'm thinking. But Gene Splicer, right? Yeah. There we go. What a game.
I think it would be too. I think in standard it would be too slow.
Yeah.
Like, because you can probably survive, say, like an August with paparazzi and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But then August just goes fine. Install advanced in the remote, and as the runner, you're still forced to draw and actually find your kill prevention.
Yeah. Oh, there's another event, variants. Fair enough. So many events today.
Oh, yeah, variance is the variance is the actually event for money. I think the winner gets $500. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. By the way, I jumped into table 7 because is that game still on? No, it's actually done. Oh, I was hoping for the matchup of the century because I love players' names here. They just
Shorty and Longy.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, come on, that's like, Yeah. You cannot go wrong here. Okay, okay, so let's jump table. Okay, we've seen the Wanakaneo so many times, I don't want to stress people out anymore. Oh, Well, table. I'm wondering. There's not that many tables left actually, which I'm surprised with, but fair enough. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, okay, let's go table 8. They won't mind.
We want a now and Anarcho Mushroom.
This is gonna be over soon, I assume. Although, well, who knows? I mean, still open wide on both sides as both players on quite a few agenda points. But then again, I think the runner's favored here, not only because 5 points to 4 is one more, but that Kati with 15 credits and the 16 credits in the bank and the Turizekis and the Angolo.
Yeah, this is. Although the issue here is R&D is absolutely hideous to run.
That is true. Tear.
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 Tear is a brave choice when I'm pretty sure several people will play after Image and you just rest Tear and then they just spend 2 stealth to bypass it and you just get very sad. But yeah, the Tear is absolutely, it's brutal.
Yeah. Okay, Norez and oh, that's a Vatron. Okay, that's a timer then. Fair enough. I kind of think like Project Vacheron should have actually been a more sporty card, sporty themed card in a way. That's just so sports meta. Like they're winning on points, but we still have some time, and we can still score before they win on points at the end of the game or something. Like at the end.
What makes it even sportier is the actual name, because Vacheron's named after Vacheron Constantin, which is a watchmaker. Right. So it goes with the whole theme of like timing stuff and like yeah.
Absolutely.
So this is interesting.
Yeah, like
gain 15 from Catty. Casual 15 credits.
Let me click a card. I'm gonna click. Oh, how about this one with all the counters on it? Yeah. So 2 clicks, and on one hand you could just sit and wait, but on the other hand, can you?
I don't think you can. Yeah, I think server 1, the issue is if that's a surveyor, which it could easily be.
Okay, Hagen, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Hagen costing 6 credits because of Senor Cortés.
Hernando Cortés, indeed.
Yeah.
And then Ngolo doing its Ngoli thing, and Rashida. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Crisis averted.
Yeah. This kid looks really good.
Yeah.
I'll probably shuffle Stimhacks back. That's fine, I'll just run HQ. I mean, server 1 could easily be an agenda.
Even if it's a, I mean, what could it be? Like, even if it's a, oh, okay, no, it's just, What if there's a game changer somewhere?
Then they're in trouble. I don't think this is on Game Changer, though. Like, the agenda suit doesn't seem to support it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Now the pressure is on for the runner. Not this turn, but maybe next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that Vacheron on 3 counters, that's not ideal.
Yeah.
So yeah, if they manage somehow to get through to R&D, that's 3 cards, which is not a bad thing. And the Corp on 4 credits, chances are they're not going to be raising the outermost ice.
Yeah. That...
There we go.
Ooh, interesting. Yeah, they probably don't res that.
Could be a gatekeeper. That would be interesting.
I mean, if it is a gatekeeper, I think I don't think they res it because the thing here, in a way, as Corp, they want the runner to steal agendas if they're on biotic and stuff.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I don't think they can gain credits quick enough to actually win the game.
Oh, here you go. Ngolo into Tear, and that's going to be quite interesting to pay for, but...
Yeah. The runner, when they started the run, they had 36 credits. There's no...
Okay, 3 cards. Is that game then?
Probably not.
It is. That was the Vitruvius. Oof.
Yeah.
That was a good call to run, but yeah, I mean, definitely an interesting game to witness at the very end of it. Quite intense. We still have Mobius Striptease and Baharamu and Zanetti and Zebag. And the store champ in New York is playing a top 3. Okay, well, let's take a look at Mobius Striptease. So I don't think they finished. Yeah, we didn't go in there yet.
Yeah, they're the ones who were delayed, I think. Striptease and...
Indeed. Yeah. There was a bit of a technical delay.
Mobius Striptease is an excellent name.
I love, it's one of my favorite usernames when I see it anyway. It's like, what? Like, this is so cool, yeah. And it's actually something one can visualize, you know. Well, anyway. Like, basically, you take clothes off and you put them on in the same move, so you actually never finish. Oh, well, anyway. Technicalities aside.
This is a very interesting kit build.
Cerebral Overwriter, ouch! Is
that's game if it's a cerebral.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh no, the Corp was too rogue to use it.
Oh, cool. No, I mean, wait, really? Oh yeah, because
because it's 3 credits to use.
Oh, and you're into. Oh, jeez. We just walked into the most epic whiffed Cerebral Overwriter.
Yeah. The other thing is there's Caldera, so they can just pay for that. Oh my god.
Fair enough. And we still have around 5 minutes in the round, so I'm just going to be mentioning this to the people. Well, everybody's checking time on Discord anyway, so that's kind of clear what's going on. Plus, I think they should get 5 extra minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna just type in the chat.
Alright, this is when they install. Yeah. Check HQ.
Should have probably sent that on Discord, but they can see it here better, and I'm pretty sure they're deep in the tank trying to figure out what to do next. So
yeah, I mean, this could go either way. Oh no, that's it. Okay. Not much commentating here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was going to say something, but now they have to keep playing. I mean, I just gave him an extension, like, seriously.
Yeah.
No? Okay, well, we're leaving the table, and let's take a look if there's any. Table 6, that's still the one table standing. They could be done already.
Yeah.
They're just... Oh, no, they're still on it. They're still at it. And there's a doof going in. Ooh, okay, fair enough. Cortex Lock, yeah, this is looking fun. And guess what? The runner doesn't have the tools to break it. Ouch.
No.
Okay.
Oh my god, I love the retrieval run in Tenma.
Yeah.
This is great.
Anything goes as the runner is on 4 here.
Yeah.
But server 1 is just... Well, then again, 5 credits. Never mind. I should always have... Yeah, I need this extension for JNet that just whenever I say something like, "Oh, there's a lot of ice," it's like, yeah, but look at the credits.
Just say like, look at the ice, and then just like the credit pool just grows massive and just hovers in front of your face. But yeah, the issue. Well, yeah, they'll just put an NGO there, probably. Or do you? Oh wow, they overwrote the ginger to install La Costa. So they actually, yeah. I mean, no, this isn't GG, but that means that now the Corp is ahead.
Yeah. Here we go with the sword.
Oh, but they're too broke to actually score that.
That is very true. Plus,
no, they're not too broke. They have the
NGO going on.
They're going for the NGO. Yeah, interesting.
Well, you probably want to protect that server. And oh, what is this? Oh yeah, okay.
So, Mr. Batty.
Yeah. I think the problem for the runner here is just missing sentry breaker. Although, I mean, well, fair enough. You don't probably need it.
They do have it now in hand.
Oh yeah, that's true. And yeah, I mean, maybe putting R&D is the play here. I don't know. Like, you just need to find a single 3-pointer. But then again, this is probably just running 2 pointers one way or another.
I thought we saw Z back play earlier, and there's a Global Foods in server 1.
Yeah, so that's kind of like you still get 2 points. So such a nasty combination because foods deny you a point, and then you have medical breakthrough, which is like, well, I can just score out 2 pointers from hand at some point. That's a check on server 2.
Yeah.
Happens to be an NGO, more money for the Corp. Yeah, the runner is really in a weird spot here now, indeed.
Yeah.
Corp's potentially got this. I mean, there are still some options on the table for the runner, but oh, well, we're also running our own time. I should actually let them know. Okay, they're going in. And there's really not much I mean, you have to.
Yeah. What's bad is that ice is an Anansi.
Well.
Yeah. The issue is that the Corp is actually quite broke.
Yeah.
But.
And you can break the Anansi for like what, 3 credits with nano.
The issue is you bypass the Anansi and then suffer 3 net damage.
But I mean, you have nanotech and.
Yeah. But I'm not sure the Corp wants to res Anansi because then they go down to 3 credits, and to win they need 2 credits.
Yeah.
But the Thimble rig is probably going to get resed here and just shuffle down slowly.
Yeah.
And that's probably the best bet because it's 2 credits.
It is time indeed.
Yeah.
So yeah. Sorry. Oh, I should actually. Okay, macrophage. Interesting.
Yeah. Actually, that's the issue, is now they can, as the runner, you're sort of forced to, like, you're forked here, like, do I let the purge, which actually does nothing here, except giving the Corp 4 credits, which is enough to res the next ice.
Yeah.
And also to potentially boost the trace. And then the corp still has envelope and Marcus Batty.
Yeah. And that thimble rig might have been rest for the end the run solely.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, there are no other viruses around. Or is there an Nameku in the bin? Yeah, there are no other viruses, so... Question about how much did they boost to end the run here? Everything, it looks. Well, not everything. Which might actually cost them the game. Oh no, that just stands still.
Ooh,
Yeah,
okay.
boom, sim hack.
That's a very good play, but there's...
And actually, that's really good for them because essentially they can just stim hack this.
Mm-hmm.
They can beat the Trace 4 as well.
Mm-hmm.
And now, if the Corp plays Batty for anything but, like, if the Corp plays Batty not for credits, like essentially if the Corp doesn't bid 0 for Batty, they can't score the GFI and they lose the game on time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an unusual ending to a game, but I mean that only happens in a tournament setting. But yeah, definitely that's a solid play because you pressure the corp into bleeding all their money out into this and not being able to score. I mean, unless have you ever seen a Plana running too big to fail? No. Anything goes.
Yeah, too big to fail, or even, funnily enough, even Beanstalk Royalties would win this game for the Piranha. Yeah, Z-Bang on boosting here.
In the meantime, while this is resolving, I'm just gonna start entering the scores.
Yeah.
Because we need to know who goes where.
So side game happens, which probably seals the fate of the game.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, the Corp can win if they bid 1. Yeah. If the Corp bid 1, they could. The Corp either bid 0 and 1. I didn't think of that move because they could have clicked for a credit and then advanced the thing twice. I actually was wrong the first time I said it.
Fair enough.
The Corp actually had a chance, but yeah, this is GG. The Corp can't do anything now. Wow! I just realized Z-Bag's Pilana is a triple grid Pilana. It's playing Crisium, Ginger, and La Costa. Triple grid.
Okay, well that was, I think it was the last game in round 4 from our side, which means again we're hopping into Cobra to put the scores in, and then I'm going to be announcing things, and then we're going to be back. And then there's going to be a break because we need a break. There will be 40 minutes, 45-ish minutes break for sure. So I assume The next round is going to start, or the top 4 is going to start at 45 past or quarter to the next hour. So yeah.
Okay.
By all means, if you're back here, that's great. I think we're going to have Baram Wu joining us as well. We'll see. Set the timer for 45 minutes. No, I won't. Okay, I'm going to set a 40-minute timer for people to take a look at if they really need to. And whoops, I'm moving things around the wrong way. But fair enough. 40 minutes. Why is this locked? Oh, because we're locked down, right? 40-minute timer. And I should unlock it. This is like, why am I even doing this in real time? Never mind. Back in 40 minutes. Music on. And into the TO booth I go. Okay, so see you in 40-ish. Actually, no, I'm going to jump in and announce the things, and then I'm going to jump out for the rest. Yeah, okay, cool.
I'm not sure if I can make it back, but it was thanks for hosting.
Thank you so much for jumping in. Yeah, I mean, it's great to have you here, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you at the next one or at the next big event we have. Do remember there's a Barcelona Store Championship tomorrow, which is still open, I think, for people to sign up.
Yeah. As I said, I'm busy this weekend, but otherwise I probably would have signed up for, well, either Iberian lockdown or some other store championship.
Great stuff then. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your very
insightful
and great commentary. Yeah, see you around. Cheers.
See ya.
Okay, I'm back. I know I said 40 minutes and I'm gonna be counting that soon, but I wanted to update you on the situation. So, just to make sure that I explain this correctly to you. First of all, of course, we're looking at the points, and this is already after 4 rounds. Standings are up. Yep. And let me just quickly tell you what the standings tell us. Analyze Chris on 21 points for sure going into the top 4. And then we have 5 players on 18 points. And usually we would be just looking at the SOS or the extended SOS afterwards, but just comparing these numbers, and that will be the case. However, this is a diversified portfolio variant, which means what we're going to do right now is we're going to look at the points that the players have invested into their IDs, and we're going to choose the lowest players, the lowest numbered players here. So the number of points is actually going to go in reverse order. So we do have Captain Ice with 6 points, and then we have on place 5 and 6, so theoretically lower than the top 4. However, with these rules, actually we do have those 2 players, so Osclade and Armin Firecracker in the top 4. Losgeek and I hope I'm gonna pronounce it properly, Kukin, I guess. They're outside of the top 4, even though they qualified, but their ID combination was a bit too expensive, even though Losgeek did go down 1 point from 10 initially, at some point earlier in the prep phase. But yeah, so we have the top 4 with Anice, Chris, Captain Nice, Osclade and Armin Firecracker. And yeah, so Osclade basically takes 3rd and Armin Firecracker takes 4th in the Swiss when comparing the situation here. I'm gonna inform the players now. I'm gonna put a timer on the screen, and we're taking a break. We're gonna be back with the round in 45-ish minutes. Armin does make the cut. Armin does make the cut because of the points. The lower the ID points, the better. So yeah, I'm just gonna announce this to the player, to the players. Thank you so much for watching so far. Thanks to everybody participating. You've been absolute troopers and you're totally great. And I wish I could have a top, well, not 29 because we had some people dropping, but top 26. However, we can't have a top 26. This was a top 26 phase of the tournament. Now we're gonna go into the top 4. So once again, I'm just gonna remind you, Analyze Chris, Captain Nice, Osclade and Armin Firecracker. These are the players in the top 4. I'm gonna announce it to them right now, just to clarify this. And then we're taking a 45-minute break. See you soon, dear folks. Okay, everybody, I'm back. I'm gonna be inviting my special guest for the top 4 for at least one game. I hope he can actually do all of them, but well, it's gonna end late today, so I wouldn't blame anybody for dropping off. Thank you so much for staying live with me until this very late hour for some of us, this not so late hour for many others. Just to make sure, there will be a top 4. I'm gonna bring it up on the screen in a sec. And then... oh yeah, do we make the decks public? Ooh, that is a very good question. Actually... we're discussing, sorry for the sudden silence, it's just late and my brain can only process so many things at the same time. So actually I'm going to be bringing up the screen in a second. We have the pairings. Do we have the pairings? Like I mentioned, we are looking at the top 4 slightly differently than what Cobra is showing us, because Cobra is an amazing piece of software, a great tool. However, for our little twisted format here, it doesn't do the tricks we want it to, so I'm just gonna bring up the pairings onto the screen right now and you will know what's up in a second. Here we go. Generally, we're entering the double elimination stage. We have Analyze Chris versus Armin Firecracker, and Analyze Chris will be able to choose the side. And then Captain Nice versus Oscillate, and again, Captain Nice choosing the side here. We're discussing whether decks are public or not, and it's up to the top 4 people to decide what they want to do. And we will. I let them discuss it. They're all grown-ups. Oh, I'm kidding. I mean, it's not about the age. They're all cool, responsible people, and they can discuss it and decide together as a team, because that team will be setting the meta up for. Well, actually, this is the part where I should tell you what's up. So yeah, it's scoops time. While the top players discuss things, I'm gonna scoop, or I don't know what I'm gonna do. Am I going to spoil the scoops, or am I going to scoop the spoils? What do you think? Yeah, I mean that was one of the 2 options, right? So I know there's only so many of you watching this late. But there are some things I can tell you, and one of them, actually, I don't even know if I can talk about the one that's not about this event. I'm risking things here by telling you things. But yeah, the focus group card is there for a reason on the screen, and I am going to tell you only this much. Nisei is working on several different big things, and you will be getting updates soon. But chances are there will be some, well, I don't know if questionnaires, I don't know. Maybe some people who usually wouldn't be involved with things, maybe they will be asked to just have opinions. And I'm not going to tell you about anything else, but yeah, we're working on a bunch of different things, and we want to just ask people about opinions. And these people could be, you know, a very big mix of many different, I don't want to say personalities or types or whatever, but like, yeah, basically mixing a bunch of diverse people to figure out some opinions about certain things that I will not going to tell you. And this is not judging, this is not voting by committee or anything like that. It's just more about feeling the ground out and just figuring out what's going to go on. And this is what a focus group does, right? So basically that's the thing here. And the biggest issue will be the catering. Indeed, I mean, knowing the situation right now, the global situation, catering is going to be pretty much bring your own catering. BYOC. But yeah, and of course, us being a bunch of volunteers from all over the world, things might take a bit of extra time, but we're moving onwards and forward with a very exciting bunch of things. And I just don't want to say anything because I'm not the one calling the shots and I'm not the one responsible. So me spoiling this here is already probably, you know, like, there's probably, oh, somebody's knocking at my door. Sorry, be right back. Ah! No, anyway, no, not really. But I shouldn't be saying things that we cannot deliver on, so I'm just going to shut up about this and just tell you that, yeah, we're gonna do some research, as you say, into certain things related to certain other things that are gonna appear later this year, and not only. And that may involve some of you, or maybe not, maybe you will not hear about anything, but research is important, and focus groups and catering are important. So there, that was the first scoop. Now the second scoop, and this is gonna be quite an interesting scoop, because once I scoop this, you're gonna be like, what? No, so, the big news. The big news is, maybe I should turn the music off first, no. So this is the last edition of Iberian Lockdown. This is the final one. Why is it the final one? I'm gonna tell you in a second. Generally, I decided that running this tournament is loads of fun, and it's super rewarding, and I'm enjoying it a lot. Everybody playing it is enjoying it a lot, and I hope I just didn't cause a couple of strokes or anything like that. I hope not. So this is the final edition because what we're doing is rebranding. Is there a rebranding card in Netrunner? Probably somewhere. Generally, what I mean by this is we are going to, I am looking for a new name for the series. I came up with Iberian Lockdown because of, the pandemic, the situation, me being in Iberia, and I was like, hey, maybe, I can get people involved and so on and so forth. But then I started realizing that Iberian Lockdown basically says some things, but doesn't say much, and I don't know if this is actually clarifying things or making them confusing. Some people might be like, what do you mean? Like, why? What's going on? It's also not a very game-related name in a way. I mean, the Iberian part is kind of like geographical. The lockdown, maybe, perhaps. So, basically, what I'm trying to say here is it's a competition. And it's on you people. And I'm going to be announcing this in other places too. But you're the first ones to hear about it, so you get a head start. So the format stays. I'm not going to be changing the format much. The way it's organized stays. I'm pretty sure I'm going to do it once every now and then. Once a month maybe. Once every 6 weeks. I'm not 100% sure. There will be more events coming up of different formats. And I'm also working on a totally non-tournament thing as well. And I would like to share this with people later. But to continue about Iberian Lockdown. It's not going to be called Iberian Lockdown because you will help me find a new name. So please, your competition time task is come up with a new name or new names, a bunch of new names for the Iberian Lockdown series. You know the format, you know how it plays out, you know how we do things here. I just need your brain power. There needs to be a Jessica in there somewhere. Well, I mean, there's a Jessica in the audience. And she's absolutely awesome, so hey, that's a good start. But yes, Jessica, if I don't know, like Jessica Park, Jurassic Park, a play on Jurassic Park and Jessica, I don't know, Jurassic Park, but we don't have, then everybody would have to play dinosaurs. I'm not sure. It's not my job, so to speak. What I can tell you is you should come up with a new name for the series. Send your proposal to the email address on the screen. I hope it's legible enough. Wait and then profit. I mean, I will be raffling things actually to people participating. So there's not going to be, I will take everybody's ideas and I will choose something, or I will see maybe there's like a prevailing, a very prevalent option not voted, but like suggested by a lot of people, and I'm going to go with this. And you can send in one or you can send as many as you want. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to look at everything because I do believe in your creativity and your great ideas. So what I'm going to do with this, I'm going to look at everything and I'm going to announce at some point like the cutoff date for this as well. I mean, I don't know, just keep sending things. It's not going to be in the next 2 weeks for sure. I will be busy with other things, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I'll look at all the names. I'll raffle randomly some stuff among the people sending their suggestions in. And then I'm gonna contact you, and then you're gonna hear about a new format, not a new format, excuse me, a new name for this series. That's it. The series stays the same more or less. We're gonna keep organizing it this way. I love the way the meta shapes up when people vote on things. The 10-point system is great. Diversified portfolio is awesome. I like it to bits. So yeah, that's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna leave the screen a bit longer on so that you can take notes. And I'm just looking at the situation in the Discord. And I do agree with the people. We're going to be playing hidden decks. People are playing secret decks, and that's fine. We have Armin Firecracker changing the night plans just because of I'm in a way I'm very humbled, and I'm kind of sorry that I drag people into changing plans. But this is like, I mean, I'm like I don't know what to say. I mean, on one hand, I'm like, I don't know. Sorry, typing things into the Discord that I cannot share with you because you're not participating. Anyway, we will be starting this thing soon. I will remind you of the pairings. We're kind of on time. But anyway, and I also shall introduce, and I should turn the music off, I guess, because we're gonna have people here. Excuse me, the music by Trip Mirror is awesome, but we're gonna turn it off. Oh yeah, right. I should jump in here, and I should drag a person in. Oh, well, I can't. This is, yeah, I can actually. Sorry, all the technical things happening at the same time. Can I do this? Can I do this? Discord, why you not work? What do you mean no results found? Ah. Okay, here you are. Hey! I think your microphone is muted. I can still see you as muted, and I don't think I can unmute you on my side.
No, I can, but I'm gonna do it on my iPad. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back.
Absolutely no worries. See you in a few. So yeah, we're gonna be joined by Baramu, who was participating today and is one of the. And I don't want to get it wrong now. I better look it up on Cobra before I mess it up, or actually always be running. See, this is the thing. When I'm organizing things, I can only focus on so many things at the same time. But fortunately, we have things saved in places, and I can look it up. Thank you for the internet being so good. So indeed, Baramu has made it into last edition, into the top 4, and placed second with a spicy set of decks. And that's why I think it's gonna be great to have a top 4 player here from the last tournament. One of the people responsible for setting up the meta for this one, actually. So you will have to explain things to us. No, I mean, I'll be getting into the organization in a sec, but I will definitely be super grateful for you to just say a few things about, I don't know, like your choices for this tournament today, because you did choose some of the banned cards as well, and how did it go for you in general? And today as a player, of course, and I don't know what are your guesses for the people playing in top 4 as well?
So hey everyone, is this okay in terms of my mic? Is that like legible? Can you hear me?
I think I can hear you fine. Stream, folks, everybody in the chat, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs left or right or in any direction. Just let us know if we're both audible the right way.
Cool. Well, I had a much worse tournament than last time. Did pretty well last time. I wasn't expecting to, but did significantly worse this time. But it was still super fun. We had some really good fun games. I think like it's much like the kind of previous tournament. It just felt like a really good kind of morale between everyone. Everyone wants to try out kind of crazy ideas and things like that, and some of them worked and some of them didn't, but it was pretty good. I was playing cybernetics and trying to destroy runners with complete image, and it worked once, so that was all right. and I was playing Lat, and I did okay with Lat. I think I did 50-50 or something like that. But yeah, not quite not quite my result from last time. But I saw some really cool decks today. Really fun to play against.
I think that was my impression as well. I mean, this was the 4th edition, and of course, the first one was kind of slightly in beta format, and then I realized that hey, we can have the top 4 people choose stuff, and that's gonna make it fun. And I think it did. And today, like some of the decks, wow, like, and also some of the games, just the way certain cards interacted, the way certain people had to make certain decisions, I was like, what's going on here? Because this is not something you would see on standard, so I'm very happy this is working now. I think fun factor is like the fun factor in this tournament is the biggest reason for me to run it in a way, I guess. Because I mean, it's not broken in any way, but the limitations make it tricky, right?
Yeah, I think that's what's kind of cool. I think like the fact that the finalists get to choose the banned cards makes it kind of fun, because it's not like you're totally trying to balance everything, but you're just trying to make things a bit different. And that kind of, you don't always need perfect balance, because you're never going to get it. So sometimes you might as well just go for, right, well, let's make the whole thing a little bit wackier and a little bit less predictable, and that leads to some really fun deck building. It leads to some really fun games as well. Yeah, running on like a sync deck and hitting them ones a grid when you're not expecting it, like you don't get that every day.
Indeed. And yeah, we have some comments as well. Iberian Lockdown, the only format where Nero makes up half the top 4. Indeed, I mean, this is, for example, Nero being there and the stealth builds and so on, that was really unusual. I was like, what's going on? In a good way, of course, like in the best possible way.
So I didn't run into any stealth actually today. I didn't see any. I saw a real mixture of stuff. I seemed to play against a lot of HB today. I think almost exclusively HB and one sync deck. But it was really nice seeing the like just looking at the ID spread across on Cobra, and I mean, diversified portfolio is the correct term, because I think there was like maximum of about 3 of one, one ID, and then a whole kind of menagerie of other ones, which was really fun to see.
Okay, well, are you ready to jump into table 2 then for this 40-minute batch, which is going to be... Okay, well, I'm just going to make sure that we have it on stream as well. And I should totally kick the timer off for the people at home. So we're going to watch table 2, yeah.
Table 2 or table 1, sorry?
Table 2, we're going to table 2, yeah.
Table 2, cool.
We're kicking it off, at least theoretically speaking. I kicked it off on Discord, and then let's see, people should be starting the game any second now.
I'll just let them know here.
Yeah,
I don't think they've seen it.
Yeah, no, of course. I think we're ready to go. Cider Laboratories versus Nero. I mean, seriously, this is exciting.
I'm excited. I think Cider's a really kind of fun, slightly underrated build. It has some real kind of strong elements to it. And I mean, I haven't seen either of these players all day. I haven't seen their decks, so I'm really excited to see what we've got going on here.
Yeah, we had so actually Osclate on Cider here, we had a 2-4-1, and right. I think Osclate was running that game. I don't even remember anymore, because it was it was a game against Titan. We had White Blade on Titan, and that was quite something.
So Nero versus Titan.
No, it was actually Edward Kim versus Titan, and it was quite something. It finished with the corp being decked out, but it was a super tight game.
Wow, that sounds like I'm looking forward to looking back over that on the stream. That sounds great.
The killer move was Edward Kim running in the last card in R&D and trashing it because it was an operation. But hey, anyway, let's get into this game because this is already on.
Well, we've already got an archivist down here. This is spicy stuff going on.
Yeah, and we already have a double advanced in server 1, so no rest for the wicked, but a quick bravado to just counter the situation.
Yeah, I guess this is a thing. You can potentially click through whatever they res. You're going to give them... Well, you're not going to give them too much more than a hedge fund here if you do, so I think you probably go for it.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Anikawa would be bad here, I guess.
Oh, yeah. That is a possibility.
Okay, so they've chosen not to run it.
And we have two players here from diverse metas. We have Captain Nice from the Netherlands, and we have Osklet from the east coast of US.
Yeah, I mean, Captain Nice here sitting... Oh, it was a Vacheran. Oh,
yeah, that was...
Potentially could have got in there for that one.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I guess that's the power of Seda in terms of, like, do you want to give the corp that recursion, or like, because normally you'd probably just click through that because why not? So there's power there which isn't often utilized. Well, here's a better way to get through.
Yeah. It's just a Rashida. I mean, seriously, would you be jamming agendas ruthlessly like this? I mean, it is a strategy, but it's kind of risky.
I mean, I kind of was with cybernetics, mainly just because I wanted people to steal 3 points worth of agendas early on, so I was just jamming away today. Maybe that's why I lost.
I think with such a high variance, I mean, with so many different play styles offered and people just trying really wild ideas out, it's a legitimate style. Like, just gonna put cards in there and then it becomes really a game of wits in many cases.
Yeah, sure. So I'm wondering what this R&D upgrade is, and looks like we're about to find out.
I think this is running Mwanza, actually. If I remember correctly, we've seen. Yeah, this is a Mwanza. Yes. There are snares in this deck. Yeah. This was really
spicy.
Unusual. Yeah.
So I'm seeing this as a punitive deck, then I'm guessing, because punitive and Vacheran is a great combo.
Mm-hmm.
Punitive and Wanza is a great combo. I wonder whether Captain Nice should have. Wow, I don't know. Should he have trashed Mwanza there or not? Maybe he's hoping to use it as a win con.
Okay, well, the corp is not slowing down here.
No, just jamming. I think this is like, it feels very punitive-y, which is potentially suggests why they're going fast, because they're quite happy for Nero to run in and nick a 3-pointer so that they can finish him off.
We have a cool comment. We just went up on the Scoville scale. Indeed, I mean, right you are. And yeah, this is it's kind of a all or nothing deck in a way, because I don't think you're gonna. Oh, there we go. That's a bad one. But like you wouldn't be really protecting R&D for any reason whatsoever. There are snares in that deck, if I remember correctly, at least one. So
okay, so that
help with this, yeah.
Yeah, that class act is going to help him, because at least it stops the double punitive. And I was just thinking, like, that is one of the best protections here. But we've got another jam.
Yeah.
Could well be an agenda.
Could be a Vacheron, and then it's risky. False about credentials.
Oh, well, we'll find out.
Our project. Wow, this is just bold. It's like I'm just gonna keep jamming. And you have
no, but the punitive is still.
It's a possibility, yeah.
The real thing here as well is that he's got to lose the click to steal it, which means that
8 credits.
if there's a punitive in archives, then Oscalat can pull it back to the top of her R&D.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's fired via... Maybe she doesn't need to, but I don't know if she's fired the Stader ability.
Yeah. That mad dash, though, I was like, what?
I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
Oscalat having a think here.
Yeah, I mean... You could think obviously. Isn't all thinking math anyway?
So, what's,
Spicy
double punitive here is I mean there's 2 link going on, so that's working in Nero's favor.
Yeah. Archive is being semi-relevant indeed.
Absolutely.
Because that's 2 link, that's a solid 2 link, and there are certain cards that benefit from it. Plus, it just gives you protection from traces a bit more.
And I mean, considering he's playing at least 1 hostage, because I think that's how he got it out in the first place.
Yeah, we had.
Okay, looks like the kill isn't on the table. I mean, there is still the chance of Oscalat scoring out before that Vacheran kicks in, but it could be a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, there is money in the coffers, but that Eli is kind of porous, and I guess if the runner is... Oh, well, yeah, okay, there's also this.
That'll
And I have to say, diversion of funds and breaking with an Amina, that's just rude, because, you know, not only you divert the funds, but then you also make the core blues 1 credit because Amina.
Oscalat's just realised that she did forget to trigger. I wondered if she'd forgotten to trigger the Seda, and it looks like she had. And I think then she could have pulled back a hedge fund, and maybe she had it then.
Maybe the math was different, yeah. Well. Me being an absolutely lazy TO means that I'm not going to jump in and just say, hey, you forgot a trigger.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this is a casual tournament. I really do trust the players. And often you would have a situation where the opponent actually in a game would say, hey, that trigger. Well, maybe not in the top 4, because this is all about, I don't know, what are we playing for again? The cookies. It's all about the cookies.
It's all about the cookies.
Monza is kind of genius in the meta without Stargate. Yeah, it's a good call.
Well, so the funny... Oh, here we go again. So the funny thing is that Stargate was actually the thing which I picked to be banned. And I picked it exclusively with the idea of building a Monza City deck, grid deck for this time. There's the concession. And ended up not building a Monza City deck.
So what went wrong?
I think I just really wanted to play Cybernetics, and it was a 0 point. So I was originally going for the lowest. I was originally going for a 1 point build, and I ended up switching out my Nat for a Lat. But there we go.
Sounds similar to Rhymes as well. Yeah, if you want to join table 1 with Arm and 5,
yeah, let's do it.
Well, I mean, we might as well do 2 in 1, right?
It looks like from what Oscalat just said, it looks like she had double punitive in hand. So I think that actually, if she had triggered her ability there, I think she probably had the win. I'm kind of trying to do the maths in my head. I think she was at about 14 and Nero was on about 8. It might have been close to credit perfect, but it might have been that. Yeah. Okay, what have we got here?
We have a ton of money and we have interesting shapes on. Makes me think of Tetris.
This is about as opposite to the other game as we could get.
Yep.
We've got multiple ice and multiple stuff rather than a single breaker and a piece of ice.
And we have Salem's Hospitality in the bin. Ooh. Spice.
Yeah, so this is the red version of a deck which I've been trying to knock people out with all day. Although that top hat could come in useful. Like this is a really tricky deck to play against because essentially you wanna you kind of don't want to score any agendas because as soon as you score agendas, then the wins for the opponents is on the table. So once you've started scoring, you kind of need a win pretty quick. Otherwise, things become very, very tricky.
Yeah, but just look at the majestic drip and the Catty on 15 credits. What's going on here? This is like money for days.
Yeah, money is only good if you don't die with it. If Lat is packing a single the virtual resource which stops all the damage, which someone played against me, which was very rude. I can't think of it right now, but it's a criminal card. But if he's playing a single one of them, then that money will go very, very far. But I'm not sure whether he will be.
The Corp is trying to keep up with an NGO here, but that might not be enough. Okay, a hedge fund helps as well. I don't know, this is still, I mean, this is pretty much everybody's game. We do have a single bacterial programming on the table, but yeah, that's like...
So the lab build is interesting. So it's on Anacam, so he's probably playing a lot of events, you'd imagine. Insight looks like the kind of multi-axis option here. So Insight and with the top hat, which is a pretty tried and tested method. Pretty good here, avoids you hitting snares and things like that, which is pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, what Armin really needs to do is he needs to make safe runs, because otherwise he could end up in trouble.
Yeah, I assume that's the strategy here. I mean, you build up a ton of money and then you just make sure you have the right setup to get in.
I mean, there's no Kakugo here, so I'm really interested in analyze Chris's deck actually, because Kakugo is normally pretty necessary in Kronos to kind of guarantee that those hits off the net damage. So I wonder what he's doing to guarantee net damage, because I'm not sure what it will be that he can do here, especially with Armin now on 61 credits. Seems pretty safe.
Yeah. And there's also that single whistleblower on the table. That's not bad at all.
That's really... that was a possible include that I was going to make today, and I swapped it for a polyp, and I think the polyp did me better, even though I hardly used it. But I think that could be quite key in this game, especially, I guess that with Insight makes a lot of sense actually, because you know what you're going to be hitting, so you can stop that Oberkata from having any effect.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to need to, because Armin's drawing through his deck at some speed here, which, I mean, he can avoid one oboe with Whistleblower. But I wonder what he does outside of that.
Yeah, and the thing here is, unless you have some sort of a additional point source, you do have to steal 3 agendas to win. as there are only 3 pointers, if I remember correctly, only 3 pointers, and what am I saying? Bacterial programming. I meant to say.
So it's on what? Oboes, bacterial, and.
What's his name? There are TFPs here as well, I think.
Feature perfects.
And
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And then you have sequencing, genome sequencing. No, like that little asset that gives you damage or turns into a point.
Okay, yeah. Gene splicer. That's a.
There we go. Okay,
that's a very good include in something like this. Okay, we have a neural EMP. So finally, Analyze Chris is going to get to see the hand here and choose what he wants to pick off.
Mm-hmm.
Got rid of a falsified. That makes sense. Oh, he's hitting him again. Interesting. I wonder if he's planning on just milling him out here.
Could be. I mean, is a possibility.
If he has, if he's got some tech to get rid of a whistleblower, that could be a plan. If he's got enforcing loyalty, or I mean, he'd need a lot of credits for that. Voter intimidation.
Yeah.
That would deal with whistleblower pretty well.
Okay, so both players using some recursion to get cards back into their decks. But yeah, definitely low on cards on the runner side here. Like Lat has to be very careful what happens next year.
And I would question, like he played a hedge fund last time. I would not be playing any cards, I don't think. And he's got a buffer drive in hand and he hasn't put it down. I think that's a big mistake here.
Mm-hmm.
I would
double save.
absolutely have put that down. Yeah, there goes the buffer drive.
Yeah.
Okay, so this lat is on Mad Dash as their unicorn, which means that they just need to find 153 here, and they don't.
There is a gene splicer, which is in a way a win con for the corp, but like you were saying earlier, the corp can just wait here and see what.
Yeah, I think you're probably going. Well, do you go and trash that? I don't know if you do.
This game is it's like two giants facing off and just waiting. You don't very often get the runner on 3 times as many credits as the corp with double digits in play, to be honest. And this is just scary. Okay. I think server 1 is now becoming a scoring server, obviously.
Yeah, but who are you keeping out with 100 credits? In fact, 15 on Beth as well. 15 on Catty as well. I wonder how many more Harmony ARs.
I think the play here will be... It's like, I think the runner's trying to make the corp start advancing something in server 1 and then maybe accessing this.
Yeah.
Because they're on 3 points and we are playing timed rounds, so...
Yeah, I guess there's that. So here, what do you do? You run for this, knowing that knowing that they've picked up a gene splicer. You've lost all of your falsifieds. 3 are in the bin.
Yeah. That's a very good point, and I wouldn't know. I would probably just flip a coin and just, decide. I wouldn't be worried about my money, that's for sure.
I mean, the real big issue here is if it's a gene splicer, then Latter's then very much within kill range for complete image. And Analyze Chris is likely to have at least 1 Salem's in hand and probably a complete image or an archive memories. So I don't know. Like, you could run in, if it turns out to be an oboe, I think you just double back and go in with Mad Dash.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's just going for it.
Oh, yeah.
This is brave.
Oh, okay. Okay, well... At least you're losing the cards, technically speaking, but yeah.
Yeah, but I think this is death. I think he hits a second data loop, and that's a gene splicer. And unless he's running a cheeky Deus Ex, which I haven't seen.
Okay, here comes the Gauss, and yeah, if there's a second data loop somewhere here, or maybe, this is probably oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I would just let it go. Would you?
Well, he can't now, because if this run isn't successful, he's dead either way.
Oh yeah, that's actually true. Yeah. So it's absolutely.
In fact, I think he's, even if it's I guess he has to pop the whistleblower and say Obokata, because if it isn't an Obokata, he has to be able to steal it.
Yeah.
But I kind of assume that this is it. I think that Analyze Chris has sat back and waited for his moment, and I think he's done a good job.
That's a gene splicer. Whoa. Oof.
Wow.
Yeah, wow, indeed. This is. There is a reason why Analyze Chris was on top of the Swiss, but this was quite something.
Playing Kronos without Kakugo and getting that kind of result, that's impressive. I think Armin not installing his buffer drive, I think that could come back to haunt him. That would be the first thing that I got down in any Jinteki matchup if I drew it, because damn, that's a good card against a lot of stuff.
Yeah, really well done calling the ending of this. Oh, I should again remove the timer. I have too many timers in too many places. But yeah, so what's going to happen now is we're going to take a short technical break just to make sure that I check in with the players. I'm going to leave you on the stream if you want, and you can tell us, I don't know, interesting things.
Yeah, I can tell some funny stories from the day.
Well, the show is yours. I'm just going to hop into Discord and Cobra and keep running things in the background. But yeah, the floor is absolutely yours.
Cool. So I had a pretty fun day today, playing some cool stuff. Definitely, probably the funniest thing that happened today was in my first game against Fantastic Zombie. We played some fun games and set up our second game. Started up a runner deck. Was playing Quetzal. I was very interested because I did very well with Quetzal in the last tournament, and I was like, "Wow, I wonder how this Quetzal build is," because I wondered if it would be anything like mine, but it couldn't be because no Palangis. And then about turn 3, Palangi comes down on the table. We have a bit of a laugh as we point out that that's an illegal card. Luckily, Zombie had a reserve deck lying ready to go, and we just restarted the game with that because it hadn't really gone on. And I was kind of amazed to see another deck which I'd been working on, and he did very well with it. He was running a Tag Me Counter Surveillance deck out of Null, and I think he said at one point he accessed 26 cards on R&D and missed all the agendas. But he did very well with that deck, so I was very pleased to see that. It's what I was planning on running myself, and I bailed out and played Lat, and I kind of wished now that I'd gone with the Tag Me deck, because it seemed to do better than me on Lat. But yeah, that was quite fun. So next up, I guess we've got Analyze Chris must be against. I have lost Cobra for a second, but I'll find it.
Yeah, I should actually pull it up as well on the screen just to make sure and refresh it. But yeah. So we will have. Yeah. Oh yeah, go on. Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna do your job for a second there. I was gonna say who we were seeing. Who?
By all means, please do. I've been talking enough the whole day, so yeah.
Are we going to be jumping in the Analyze Chris versus Captain Nice or the Armin versus Osklat game?
Stream people, tell us what you want to see, and we're gonna be totally following the game of your choice. And I, to be honest, I don't know. I mean, all players have interesting decks, so I don't think we're gonna table 4. Okay, so yeah, Armin versus Osklat. Okay,
cool.
I just want to. Oh yeah, I have to clear timers.
So this will be cool because I don't think I've seen either of these decks. I believe Osklat's on Kim, I think.
Yeah, that's a Kim, yeah. And I think it's an Apocalypse Kim, if I remember correctly.
But shh, don't tell anyone.
I mean, sorry, no, people have seen it already, I think. I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe there's an Apocalypse there. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Sorry. Maybe I'm making some. I really have no idea. I don't remember.
And what's Armin corping with today? He's Kronos as well, so that's really interesting. After his last game, we'll see how he does with his version of nasty Jinteki murder. Actually, it's kind of interesting. Like, so two Kronos in the top cut with no Kakugo is somewhat astounding. Actually, like I'm pretty sure I spoke to someone recently, and they said that Kronos does not work at all without Kakugo, and I think this is showing that maybe it does. I guess without Stargate, because you kind of need them to be taking accesses and hitting snares and things like that. But yeah, it seems to be strong today.
Yeah, it's quite surprising to see it perform so well. And I'm not gonna say I was worried about PE, but yeah, Kakugo is a big hit for the corp on the Jinteki side, and for sure.
Yeah, although we've seen a lot of Jinteki around. I mean, there's still a fair amount. Quite a few Ag Infusion, which makes sense with no border control. Seems like one of the best ways to have that kind of run-stopping ability. So I was not too surprised to see a fair few Ag Infusions. I think there's 3 or 4 people playing that corp. Came up against a really nasty one. Actually, I think that was my first game, and turn 1 they got out a Chiashi resed on R&D with a building blocks, and that made the entire game pretty hard.
I think I remember seeing either that deck or even that game, but yeah, that Chiashi, the building blocks with the Chiashi res MG deck is like, what's going on here? Like, why are we playing Wayland cards? This is blue.
it meant that every single run you had to be prepared to break a Chiashi, which just is back-breaking. I actually felt all right for not immediately losing. I think I got to about 5 points before they won, and I was quite happy with that. Okay, so pretty standard start so far.
Okay, I'm just gonna double advance something, potentially an NGO, because at 4 credits, I don't think anybody's trying to jam and slam and advance and just win and get the points. It's a bit too risky.
If this was me, I think I would be at this point, because I don't think that they're running it. Oh, well, they are. Okay. I'd have lost 5 points.
Well, I mean, so how to put it? You saying this and not playing in the top 4 this time doesn't mean that it was a bad line. I'm just saying maybe against certain players, and this is the thing I really miss from playing offline. It's like, against certain players that, especially that it's like, okay, I think I know what I can pull off or how I can surprise them. Here, like the element of rusing, surprises, and so on, it's very abstract in a way, and I think it's very impersonal, which is not a bad thing, because it kind of lets you focus on the probabilities and kind of the bare numbers, but it loses a bit of the flavor, like a bit of the spice is missing.
Yeah, I see that. So here, I'm somewhat hoping that... Oh, that's a big hit.
Yeah, that's damage.
I mean, that's going to make the complete image kill a lot easier.
But then again, I mean, it's Edward Kim. He's had worse. We know that. So a bit of a scar here, a scar there. He can pull through, I guess. with a ice eating grin with Ether. Yeah, I mean, it's still everybody's game.
Yeah, I think Eddie's still fine at this point.
Ooh.
Okay, some old school ice being raised. Let's see a pop-up window.
Fierce ice.
Yeah. I mean, this all kind of makes sense, because you essentially are happy for the runner to come on in. You kind of want them to steal the stuff. Okay, we got an envelope. You're going to have to break that.
Do you think there should be a Jinteki ice called stamp and then combo with envelope somehow, or not really? Just wondering. I mean, it could be. We have smoke and mirror and stuff, so why not?
Okay, this looks like there's an APOC in hand.
Yeah, I think from what we've seen from Osklet so far with this deck, it starts with HQ and then it's R&D. It's never R&D, HQ, Archives, or the other way around. Now it's going to be Archives. Yeah.
yeah. And the Ether actually doing a lot of work here, because avoiding any access is actually pretty big. Not potentially hitting a snare and taking out the APOC. That's pretty big.
Yeah. I like the corp plan. I really like it. This deck would be probably very nice to teach to somebody who hasn't played Netrunner much. It's like, you just put the card on that says certain things, and you put 2 counters on it, and you spend money, and that's it. Keeps happening. Complete image in hand. It goes away because Edward Kim. So that's big. TFP. Okay.
Now here the question is, do you want to steal it or not?
Okay, decides not to pay. So yeah, there we go. So is that a TFP on the table then?
I think it could well be a Junebug. Okay, so they had another preemptive, because I think Eddie Kim's hammer smashed a preemptive away last turn, so that's a second preemptive already. Probably bringing back the preemptive and the complete image.
Yeah, you guessed it. And an envelope just because it's useful.
Yeah.
There's a lot of hammer swinging going on here, I have to say.
There is. I mean, Sclat not really worried too much about snares, and I would imagine there's 3 in this deck somewhere. It'd be hard to think that there wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Now, is Armin on Wanza grid? That's the question.
Excellent question, and I wish I remembered the answer to it. So if people in the chat do remember what this build is about, please help us. Otherwise, we're going to assume this is a Mwanza. What else could it be? A Jinja? No.
I think it's Wanza, but again, so here, funnily enough, the best thing to do is to never res that HQ ice, because you don't want them to use the Eater.
Mm-hmm.
So that they avoid
accesses, yeah.
They avoid the access. Oh?
No. Yes? Okay.
Alrighty. It's been sat there for a while.
Yeah.
Just chilling out.
Okay, we have scoops from the chat that there might be a side sentence somewhere there, so not a bad choice.
That's a really good choice in Kronos. I've died too many times to that specific piece of ice because I mean that's a big card. That's so good with Eater as well.
Yeah.
They can just afford to break this, I think. They're credit perfect to do it.
Yeah. And here come the clicks. Oh, it's a Hokusai.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense as well.
It's not bad. Actually, very nice Hokusai because it's gonna keep pinging because I don't see the runner getting a lot of money anytime soon.
Yeah, and if they're not going to be able to break that, actually that Hokusai is going to be you see there goes an Apoc.
Yeah.
And the Hokusai's really good there because they need to now access HQ to get rid of the Hokusai, which means they can't use Eater. Oh, this is okay. So Armin's got some real game going with that going on.
Yeah. Would you have trashed that hotel though? Like because
I was just thinking that myself. I'm wondering whether that would be Scape Net. That's spicy. Okay, so Scape Net actually makes a lot of sense because Caldera is the card which I was thinking of before, and for some ridiculous reason I did not put a Scape Net into my HB complete image deck, and then as soon as it comes down then you are stuffed. I was thinking about whether they should be trashing that Earthrise, but maybe they want to keep enough money to res whatever ice is on R&D.
Yeah.
If it's a Saisentan, then that's 5 to res. So I guess the card draw is not the worst thing here. I mean, they've only got a hand size of 3, so they're going to have to be throwing stuff out each turn or playing it, or it's a tricky one. That I think Armin's pretty safe right now. They're actually in a reasonably comfortable position. Especially now Oskar has enough points for them to land a complete image kill should it come to it.
goes away because the DDoS is very good to have on the table.
Yeah, it's still not going to deal with HQ though. So unless I wonder, kind of wondering how Osklat actually wins this, unless they go for singles and they're going to struggle to steal an oboe. I think Armin can just keep install advancing out in the open like this. I don't even think they need to put any more ice down, which kind of makes APOC really sad. Because
yeah,
if you're not destroying any, your whole APOC game goes out the window when, yeah, I think Armin is strongly favoured right now.
Oh yeah, let's just see how many I've had worse are there. Not a single one just yet. So, okay.
Oh, I mean that is
game basically, I guess.
That is game. Armin just needs to find a single neural if he's running them, or a complete image.
Ooh. Cerebral override like how yeah, I was glad saying this seems bad. Yeah, pretty much sums it up. I love the atmosphere, but this was just
there it is.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Oof.
This is a
that hurt.
A very, very different Kronos game to the last one. I mean, we had about 4 or 5 ice on every server last game, and here we have 1.
Wow. Let's switch to the other table and let's see if they're still on it, and they are indeed. And there's the lot in the game.
Okay.
And the Agon fusion of terribleness with the building blocks from hell.
Okay, so I'm assuming Nat is also on APOC. Yeah, we've got 2 APOCs in the bin. We've got Anita in the bin. Ag Infusion, obviously, pretty strong against APOC. One of the best ways to deal with it, really. I'm guessing that they are. Captain Nice is probably also on Biovolts. Would make sense. Yeah, especially he's on the Costa. So I would assume that there's Biovolts in here as well. So the APOC matchup is a tough one here for Analyze Chris. But he is ahead. He is on 2 points, and Captain Nice is yet to score. So maybe he can just win this playing good old Netrunner.
I'm just catching up on Discord just to make sure that I inform everybody of everything I should, because we're nearing the time for many people to just say, oh, okay, well, if I'm not playing anymore, it may be good for me to just skedaddle, and that's perfectly fine, but there's information to be shared with folks. Okay, server, this is, okay.
Whoa!
Vulnerability audit, what is going on here?
Wow. It's great to see one of them in the wild. I've got a soft spot for vulnerability audit because whenever you score one, no one ever expects it. It makes so much sense running Lacosta grid and that as well. I mean, that means that the game win can just come at any time without expecting it. An unadvanced card on a Lacosta, you always think, wow, okay, maybe it's another 4-2.
Yeah.
But that would be potentially game winning.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is... Yeah. We've seen a lot of jammy plays across the day.
Yeah. I mean, Analyze Chris is yet to find his Sentry Breaker. So I think that's going to really hold him up. That looks like we definitely have at least one Biovolt in there.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a Biovolt and a Nisei. Okay, we have a Sentry Breaker, so... Whoa!
Fear the masses.
Okay, so potentially... I mean, how many Fear the Masses could he have in hand? Although, again, we've got the Ag Infusion ability here.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ag Infusion is just great here because all the cards that have specific targets, yeah, they can just, they can just fizzle away because of Ag Infusion's ability. But, let's see.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Okay, so this is a very good play because I would assume right now that most of Chris's hand there would have been Fear the Masses, and by resin that data loop,
Yeah.
having to stick two back, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Oh, see, he still had two. Wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure his
That's
hand was probably just Fear the Masses at that point. But now he's going to really struggle to draw up to enough to have a real impact.
Yeah.
But maybe he doesn't. I mean, Captain Nice is on vulnerability audits. Maybe he only needs to find a couple of agendas here to snatch the win.
Yeah, I think Chris. Those 2 points can mean a lot. I mean, the vulnerability audits that Captain Nice has in their deck. I mean, I would assume you have 3 of those. I mean, why would you have 1, right? Or is it like?
Yeah, I guess. Well, you might be on. Yeah, 3 makes sense. I guess that probably means he's not on overcarters. So what is he on as a... Maybe he's not on a restricted card? Global Food Initiative doesn't fit if he's playing vulnerability audits. Is there anything spicier that he's playing as a unicorn? Nothing that I can think of. My guess would be that he's on... Well, he's obviously on 3 Niseis. Maybe he's on medical breakthroughs, so he could be on 3 Nisei, 3 medical breakthrough, and then, yeah, possibly 2 or 3 vulnerability audits, probably 3, and going for like quite a quick win. I don't know. I'll be very curious to see these decks once the match is over.
Okay, we have an advance, and that's gonna be it. Ooh, okay, that's big because you go down to 0 credits, which is not good. But on the other hand, you're pretty well protected, so you don't really care, and you have 5 points and an Nisei counter, so that's a big thing.
That's it. I wonder if Chris draws a couple of times here and then does a big Fear of Masses. Yeah, that feels right. I think this is a good time. So he could potentially mill another 3-4 cards, I think, if he's got another 3 in hand, which I'm going to assume he has. He hasn't got much stack left.
We have 2 in the bin, and it's a 6 off, so yeah. But here comes the bounce.
Yeah, so strong. Confusion.
Yeah.
Okay, so potential milling 3.
Arkev's getting uncomfortably full. But I think, I mean, the corp is still in a good spot here. Of course, a lot depends on what's in the archives right now, and that we don't know, which makes it more and more interesting by the minute.
I mean, what's telling, I think, is that...
Oof!
Oh, that's a big play.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought this was all Captain Nice's, but I think if that's a Biovolt right now, you res it and you pop it. Well, I guess it depends. He knows what's in HQ. Or do you even Nisei this?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There we have the Nisei token. Yeah, that's probably something you need to do because you don't want to be losing cards anymore. You're already down by 11, man.
I was going to say, I think I'd be checking the bin by now.
Okay.
Oh my word!
Nothing there.
Wow. Ooh.
Oh.
No.
Okay, I think you're cutting off a bit. I don't know why, but don't worry too much. Maybe there's some sort of a temporary glitch in the connection. Yeah, we do seem to have
No worries. Is that any better?
audio issues. Well, I mean, keep talking, and we'll if I hear you, I hear something just cutting off. Yeah, but don't worry.
Let me try that. Is that any better?
Yeah, seems to be better now. Yeah.
I think I had phones in, so I've taken them out, and we'll try this. So where's this game going now? Like, I'm now struggling to who is ahead.
I think we have this Fear the Masses for, well, there's one more, if I remember correctly.
What, L2?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's going to be two cards to trash, yeah, so... Okay, there we go, the Biovolt. Okay, so definitely defending against the trash.
And I guess if that's a Nisei in server 1, then that's potentially game, and Chris can get in here.
Yeah, that's a good game. Wow, okay, whew! That was quite interesting, and both sides going really down to the wire with everything, like credits and cards, almost, not really almost, but this was a high stakes game. Okay, so we're gonna take
That
another...
was super tight.
Yeah, we're gonna take another 5-minute break. I think we do have some connection issues, so we'll try and figure it out. But do not leave us for too long. Try and reconnect, maybe.
Oh, I will. Yeah, I'm gonna get a bit of a better connection, and I'll come back on in a
Yeah,
second.
no worries, no worries. I'm just going to jump over to the screen, and we'll be back in a handful of minutes. I just need to do my TOing things again, and be back in a sec. We're nearing the end of the tournament. This is exciting, very interesting games. I'm very happy we could see both tables. But yeah, stay tuned. We will be going into the next round of games in a sec. I just need to set things up. Okay, everybody, you have the pairing on the screen. You should have the pairing on the screen. We have Analyze Chris, Corpin, and Armin running. I'm just checking in with the players to make sure that we can start the game soon. Are you back?
I'm going to try it without the headphones, and hopefully this works. But let me know if I cut out at all.
For now, you sound way better than before, and I mean, like the whole sentence and everything just works, so that's great. Thank you so much for troubleshooting this, because it's gonna help a lot. Okay, these were really fun matchups, and I think, I don't know, one thing I see as a problem, not really as a problem, but as a challenge in this format is like repeating a certain edition or a certain setup would be highly tricky, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it would probably make it a bit, I don't know, boring maybe? No, I'm kidding. But like, I think the fluidity of the format and the changes and people's input is what makes it unique for me and interesting. But then it loses kind of a stable canvas where you could just, I don't know, plan on and discuss. The narrative changes because it's fairly chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what makes it kind of so fun, really, because like if you look at this meta compared to the last one, it's completely different. We had a very Saraswati, a heavy meta last time with I think 7 players on Saraswati, and that was really fun because you kind of never see that, and it's a little bit more spaced out this time. But again, we're seeing very different runners kind of, and corps come to the forefront, but like kind of across the board, and mostly different decks to last time, or certainly the ones which have done well. Are decks which are totally different to the last meta, which makes it really, really fun. It makes it fun to watch as well, I think, from a spectator side of things.
Yeah, for the people on the stream, please let us know if there was like, a play of the day or anything like this. But yeah, we're getting actually into the next round, so if you want to join table 5,
I am in,
which basically is the only table. Yeah,
I thought I was, but maybe my Jinteki has crammed up. So let me just go back. There we go.
Okay, welcome to the game. We're gonna kick it off then in a second. I just have to push some magical buttons. And here we are. So we've seen these decks before, we know what they can do. Let's just see what the players can do with their decks that we already know.
So this is another interesting one because much like Ag Infusion has a nice kind of answer to APOC by using its ability. Here Kronos can use their ability to pick off the APOCs, and or possibly also the find the masses if that's what's in hand. So we'll see what happens. It's quite an interesting one. I can't really call it. I can't really say who's favoured up front. Pretty aggressive start by Armin. I mean, he's clearly going for the more shell game approach.
Oh, there we go. That's just 3 points. Wow, this might be over soon, but it's gonna be entertaining.
Well, maybe it could be over for each side because again, as Kronos, you probably want the runner to have 3 points. Yeah. Once they have 3 points, your plan is go. Yeah. And of course, if you're on Salem's Hospitality, which I'm pretty sure Armin is.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no.
2 Fibonacci's gone there as well. That's pretty big.
I'm actually quite curious, what people are gonna do in the top 4 with Kronos after this tournament. What's the score for Kronos? How many points will it cost? Will it go up? I would assume so. I don't know. Maybe we need to introduce some sort of a leveling algorithm. Like if an ID keeps consistently winning or placing highly, then we're just gonna automatically add some points to it.
Well, I think that was done naturally. I think last time Saraswati was on 0 points, and loads of people bought it, and I think everyone in the top 4 clearly saw it as being a lot higher than 0 points. So it was up. I think it was around about 5-6 points this time, something along those lines, which I think is a good kind of reaction to last time. But this has got interesting because we've had wontons, and we've already had some recursion on both sides.
Yeah.
So yeah, Analyze Chris still in what I would call the danger zone when you're playing Kronos, because 3 cards in hand is a point where you can potentially lose at any point.
But then, I mean, how often do you want to skip triggering your ID ability? I mean, gaining 1 when you have 2 or fewer cards in your grip against Jinteki, that's just, plays into itself, basically.
I think against... Oh, there's a snare!
Yeah, there's a snare. That's painful.
I mean, against this specific deck, I think having 2 cards in your hand at the end is... but Armin can't fire it. No, he does. Yes. All right. I thought he didn't. I thought he didn't have enough money there for a second, and that could have been quite brutal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think if you end up with 2 cards in your hand against Kronos, you're in potentially a lot of trouble. Okay. Yeah, so we've got Salem's in hand, so there's definitely danger.
Mm-hmm. I really like it how with these decks, especially the Chronos Protocol ones, I mean, you have to really change the way you think about accesses, and it stops being I would say, like the vanilla game of Netrunner, where it's like, okay, yeah, I do have to remember that I need certain breakers and so on and so forth. This is more like, no, breakers are not really that important. It's more about the card math, like how many do you still have left, how many do you have in your hand, what's your draw, and so on and so forth. Because this is where the game happens more than just breaking subroutines.
And I mean, so we know the HQ ice now. It was a swordsman, which actually is. I mean, I think Armin is pretty well teched for APOC Anarch. Like, maybe he clearly read the meta quite well for this one, because his deck seems to be pretty nicely teched out for APOC Anarch. And I mean, that's going to be an issue until Nat can get down. I think it's Odore, probably his breaker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think all the Anarchs we've seen today, they chose Odore as their breaker because it was, probably the cheapest version.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, is the sure? Is the? I don't think he's got enough money for the kill here.
So we have Deuces, Fear of Masses, and Liberated Account, and
Unless he's just going for it, he could be going for the 50-50.
Coin flip. Yep. Indeed. Here we go. Complete image and flipping coins.
It's pretty tense.
We saw a mimic. Indeed, there was a mimic in the earlier games. That was a lovely moment.
He hit it.
Uh-oh. GG. No.
Oh, I thought he named Juice's Wild. Surely that's the win, isn't it? Is that not the win?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it seems to be. Yeah, there we go. That's it. Yeah,
there it is.
I think maybe the no was about something else. Wow. Okay. Well, that was fast. I don't know what to think of this, but fair enough. Well, we're just gonna complete the round, and I'm going to. Well, they're gonna remake the game because, of course, now we have to go the other way around. At least that's what Cobra tells me. So we're gonna have a rematch. And I'm not even gonna. I'm just gonna tell them right now if they want to swap the sides and.
Now, while I'm on air, I'm just checking my my WhatsApp. I should give a shout out to Aaron, also known as Drago, who I believe won the York Store Championships today.
Oh, congratulations! Please keep going. Actually, if you can tell us more about this, because I had absolutely zero time to check on it. So yeah, if you know anything about the winner or what was going on there.
So I don't know much about the rest of the tournament, but I know that Aaron was on 419. He shared his deck list this morning with asking for what we all thought of it, and we all gave our very differing opinions, and he came up with something which apparently worked. I know that his corp was Asmari, which I think was on a boom plan as opposed to a punitive plan. I think he was on false lead boom, but I can't be 100% sure on that because I can't actually remember. I know that he had some horrible games against a big Glacier Blue Sun, which as 419 playing Amakua just was horrible. I saw one of those games, it looked atrocious. But I think his Asmari deck pulled him through because I think he had to go up against that Blue Sun deck 3 times and it wiped him every single time. Apart from that, it seems like he played very, very well. I'm looking forward. I'm not sure if anyone was streaming any of the games, but if so, I'm hoping to. I managed to see like bits and pieces between games. And yeah, I'm hoping that I can see a bit of that. But yeah, congratulations to Aaron, who did very well. I think it's the first store champs he won. He did win Euros a couple of years ago, or last year or the year before. But first store champ win, so well done, Aaron.
Oh yeah, that was indeed the first Nisei European Championship in Birmingham. That was quite something. With 80 plus people, yeah, good days.
Yeah, it was actually what was quite interesting about. I was looking at the York SC, the IDs, and it was actually surprisingly split for a store champs. I mean, there was a fair amount of Titan, and there was a fair amount of 4-9. I think fairly expected, but. Not kind of a ridiculous amount, and we had a big kind of variation on other IDs. There was a Silhouette, there was an Adam, there was who else did I see? I think there was someone playing Lat, which is always fun. So yeah, it was quite a mixture of different things. I think someone was on Acme. So yeah, it was. It wasn't just sort of everyone on the same stuff. So we seem to have some diversity even outside of diversified portfolio, which is nice.
Yep. I just run into some technical issues with Cobra, so please bear with me while I'm trying to figure things out here. But yeah, the results got reported properly, but now I'm trying to figure out what exactly it is that happened.
The fun of dealing with technical stuff.
Yay!
Why I don't run events.
Okay, now I'm gonna press a button and hopefully it doesn't explode. Okay, no, yeah, fix it.
Lovely stuff.
Okay, so we'll have Captain Nice corping and Armin on runner, and we had some technical issues. Okay. And I think I have this love and hate relationship with Cobra, and I have a love relationship with Jono because I totally, absolutely adore what Jono did. It's just with technology and Netrunner, I always run into some snags, and then it's very, very fun to try and figure it out because, yeah, famously repairing twice, I think, a bunch of people at Worlds in Rotterdam. That was quite funny.
Oh,
But yeah, no, that just happens.
That must have been tricky. Like, how many people turned up to that world? That was
256, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, it all worked out more or less, and yeah, probably the next world is going to be even bigger, but no spoilers just yet.
Boo! No spoilers. Oh. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Armin to jump in here.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, jumping into the table. And it is pretty late for, I think, everybody involved right now, so apologies for all the little glitches and problems and issues and so on, but we're gonna get through this. This is Lat versus Fusion, and we're looking at an interesting game. We're entering the final stage of the finals. Or as some people like to say, it's the final. Well.
So this is going to be an interesting one because Armin's Lat deck was running Insight as its kind of as its I'll check R&D whether I want to run. So that's 2 clicks, and then he needs to make a run, and at that point Captain Nice could give him an Ag Infusion boop, and then Lat would need to run again. So that's going to be his whole turn taken up, unless he's getting a 5th Beth click to make those big Insight runs. So that's going to be kind of pretty interesting as whether Insight is strong against this particular deck. Discord. I might still be there.
Yeah, no, I can totally hear you. I'm just sorry. I was taking a bit of time on the side just to type in all the right things to the right people.
Fine.
We're fine, I guess. Okay, yeah.
So pretty standard start here so far. I can't remember. Is this Captain Nice playing building blocks? I know it was Zombies deck that I played against, which was. I don't know if this one is. No, this one was on. Was this one on Data Loops?
I think this is the Data Loops. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll probably figure out quite soon. But that's one other thing I realize whenever there's a big tournament and there's enough games to just get everything mixed up in a way, because I should be, for example, asking people for deck lists or taking notes here on the side or something to make it a bit smoother for everybody watching. But on the other hand, it's just, I don't know, it's good to see every single game separately, whoever's playing whatever they're playing. And then just get super surprised, for example, by...
Yeah. I think the players all decided not to share their deck list this time. I think quite a few of them were on Jinteki, so that kind of makes sense. You need your traps to be traps, and what have you. But so I think that's also, it's a bit of a surprise for everyone over what we actually end up finding. I mean, not too much spice as of yet. We've already seen Armin trash a Biovolt, which is big, especially with those insight runs costing so much.
Yeah. Still 2 Biovolts to go, but yeah, there's.
Using juices for the expos very canny to work out what he might need to run on these servers. So we've seen an Anansi on server 1.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
So in this it's unadvanced, so it can't be scored next turn, so it's whether Armin goes in this turn for it or not. I don't think he can this turn, actually, because he just... Well...
I guess Captain Nice has enough money to res both the Anansi and whatever else is there. And... yeah, I don't know. Like, it's kind of tricky. I wouldn't go. Honestly, I wouldn't go personally, but that's just a preference.
No, I mean, there's no way of him fast advancing this next turn. I didn't see any. I didn't see any fast advance tools outside of Lacosta, which obviously is not currently installed, so that's not a factor. I think Armin's just deciding now what his best play is going to be. Also see Captain Nice playing aggressively around the lat ability by holding no cards in hand.
Okay, a lot of thinking here now, because that click and those 11 credits and that SMC on the table and the simul chip. Well, does the simul chip matter? It could actually, because, well, I mean, really depends if you're trying to contest server 1 or not in this situation. I don't know. Like, I personally would just let it go because it's not gonna get scored next turn. And like you said, there's probably no fast advance tools in the corp deck here, so maybe a bit more draw in the next turn, in the beginning of the next turn, to get more tools. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. I
mean, I guess the only scary thing is if Captain Nice draws into either some more ice that he can put on the server, or if he maybe draws a Biovolt that he can stick in and double advance. There's a couple of reasons to be scared. Yeah, I think unless Armin happens to be running a cheeky Deus Ex, which I didn't see in his other game, then I think that's the only way where I would contest his server now, because you could break through that Anansi for 5 credits, I think it would be in total, which would be great. But I think otherwise it's gonna. I don't think you can afford to get through this with Nanoke right now. Not with the credit amount that he has.
Okay, we see a play, and this is rigged results. What is this?
This is a card which you don't see very often. This is
Yeah, I've never. This is the first time I see this card played. Honestly,
the big risk here is that he can't use this on Anansi because, well, he can, but he'll take 3 net damage if he does.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the corp guessed correctly, so, well, duh. But that was a bold play. Jeez, I've never... honestly, even if you told me that a card like this exists, I would probably just say, I believe you, because there are so many cards out there that just don't get played. But how did this end up in this deck? And it costs an influence. What?
It's... I guess I'm guessing that he's. I mean, he's on. If I'm right, it's an Anakin build. I think was his console. So I guess events. You want to be looking for events wherever you can.
Yeah.
It can be an inside job, which you get for only 1 influence instead of 3. And I think actually, like I've had it played against me before, and I had to read the whole thing because I'd never seen it before, and I always come back to it as a possible one-off because it's pretty spicy. It's not something which gets played, probably for good reason, but it can be quite surprising, especially out of something like Shaper where you don't expect that kind of bypass type event.
Are there 2 Anansis now? I mean, yeah, there was one, and this is this. Wow, okay, that's.
But I would.
That's rough.
I would think that it depends on what that middle ice is, but you possibly just boop him away, and then you'd be forced to run back in here. Ika's stacks up reasonably well against the first Anansi to get through it twice, but
basically 4 credits plus the install cost, or sorry, the host cost.
Yeah, 1.
So it's 6 to get through, and then
So he could get through the second Anansi here, but if Captain Nice uses his Ag Infusion and he has to run back in, he won't be able to get through both Anansis without taking 4 net damage to the face, which is going to be painful in lat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the right call there.
Okay, so we have Armin jacking out, and then last click. So, chat, would you run server 1 just to make a point out of it, or not really?
I mean, you take 4 net damage and you spend most of your money, but you stop them scoring a Nisei?
Yeah.
What's more important here? That's a very tricky question. I think I might have just taken damage.
Nisei scored by Captain Nice, and now the big question is, since we know that the 2 pieces of ice in the remote, I mean, they're both, the unrest one is an Anansi as well, we know that, right? That was the...
Yeah,
so
we've seen that with Deuce as well.
Yeah, that's a fixed cost that you know, and you might be hoping that the corp will not be using it to bounce you into anything else. But then again, who knows? I mean, oh, there we go.
Oh, and interestingly, Lat's playing both Ika and Nanotech.
Mm.
That's an interesting tricky thing for Armin here. He's got his simul chips, but he's got no programs to trash for them. He needs to find an SMC or something so that he can actually use those simul chips.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he could. Well, he could trash the Ika. I don't think I'd want to be doing that right now.
Okay, Captain Nice just double advancing casually.
That feels very much like an overcarter to me.
Yeah, the problem for the runner here is now you might just leave the remote the way it is and try other avenues of approach. I mean, you know, HQ's open, R&D. Chances are the corp will not be resing more than one piece of ice there, so maybe it's nothing super bad for you. Although this is, let's be honest, Jinteki, so everything is probably bad for you. It's just not going to be an innocuous end the run. So yeah.
Oh, so now we've got a Biovolt, we've got a Nisse counter, and we've got Ag Infusion ability. I mean, Armin Firecracker is in a tough spot now.
We have war stories in the chat again. Oh. Cortex lock. Okay, well.
That felt a little bit like a. Yeah, I think he's. Well, I mean, knocking off that Biovolt's definitely decent.
Yeah, because if the third one is in server 2, that makes all of them. But then again, I think there's recursion in this deck as well, so there probably will be going back.
I'm sure we've got preemptives. It's just too good a card to not have an Ag Infusion, being as you chuck half your ice away.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're Captain Nice here as well, depending on what you draw next turn, I wonder whether you just leave that.
That's a score out.
He's scoring it out. Here's the oboe.
Yeah. But now you go below the range of raising the second Anansi, and yeah, that.
This is true. Captain Nice resin the Biovolt. I mean, we all know it's a Biovolt. I think he's doing that. I mean, that's normally a play around in case there's an interdiction, or I guess he's on. I guess Lat is actually on falsified. Have we seen? Yeah, we've seen falsified,
Yeah.
so that makes sense.
Yeah, there we go. That I assume that Biovolt has to go.
Yeah, because otherwise the win condition there is just too strong.
Would you use the Nisei counter to stop the run to save the bio?
No, I think I'd be tempted to, depending on whether he thinks Captain Nice thinks he has a win sometime soon. You could even Ag Infusion here and save the Biovolt and save the Nisei counter, knowing that you can put more ice on. No, it's just letting him trash it, which is also not a bad move because Armin is low on credits now. So he's going to struggle to even contest the single Anansi. Okay, Captain Nice not finding an agenda though, so...
Well, still a good almost 2/3 of the deck in R&D, but
true.
yeah, I mean, that's getting even a 2-pointer here going like the Nisei, that would be pretty much, I guess, game, because I don't see... I mean, I don't know, unless there are some tricks, like there's a stim hack up lat
Stim
save
hacks,
or
yeah,
something,
you often see Lat without stim hacks though. It messes up his ID ability quite a bit. So okay, so top hat's down, which suggests that maybe there's an insight in hand. But again, that's quite slow in terms of actually getting that win. And Captain Nice will have 2 ways of stopping the run.
Yeah. For anybody who's tuning in, actually, we're witnessing the final games of the 4th edition of Iberian Lockdown. This is top 4 cut. We have the last 2 players at the tables, Armin Firecracker and Captain Nice, both actually previous finalists or top 4 players in previous editions. So yeah, I'm wondering if we're reaching that part where we have players who have figured the game, or not the game, sorry, the format out.
I mean, they both did very well in this and the last one. I mean, Armin Firecracker is getting back into this now. He's had enough time to recover his credit. Catty's ticking up nicely. He's up to 19 credits in total with those on Catty. So it's not looking quite as bleak as it was, which is good.
There we go. Another Dirty Laundry. That's nice. That's more money. And Anikam triggering, which is draw. Very nice synergy there.
Getting that buffer drive down is not making the same mistake as last time.
Yeah, it's a lesson learned. But this is game. This was a Philotic. Whoa! This was
okay.
Sneaky.
I don't blame Armin for that. I was not expecting the Philotic there. It makes sense, but I would not have gone for that at all. Captain Nice sneaking one out, absolutely.
Sneaking leg.
I mean, I think he had that one in pretty well in his control at that point, but yeah, that was over all of a sudden.
Oh wow, good game.
Oh, triple Anansi on the remote there. Absolutely brutal. I mean, he could pull back a nanotech, but wow, that's getting through that a couple of times is, even with 19 credits, is not going to be fun.
I mean, triple Nancy on a remote, that just sounds... Well, what can I say? I'm not even trying, it's kind of late, I'm not even trying to do the math here, I'm just trying to think about the pain you cause to yourself if you try to run this and you're not able to break. And you break all subroutines and you have to get into that server. That's just way too damage for any.
I mean, I guess Captain Nice wouldn't be able to res them all, but he wouldn't need to, even if he just resed one of them and then used another as a ag infusion bounce. Then that's you're costing Armin Firecracker a lot of money there to not take all of the damage in the world. So yeah, I think he was, it just goes back to whether he should have taken all the damage on the earlier run and stopped Captain Nice scoring that first Nisei.
Yeah.
Tricky to say.
I'll try to see if they're actually, because it's very late and yeah, we'll see if they can join us on stream. And maybe they will, maybe they won't. We'll see in a few. But yeah, wow. It is getting later and later. I'm actually quite happy. Well, how to put it? I'm never happy when there's not enough quality Netrunner in a tournament. But I think we had quite a lot of quality Netrunner today. So I'm not sad that we didn't get a second game in the final. But yeah, oof, that was quite rough. I actually woke up around 19 hours ago, so my batteries are definitely low, but that doesn't mean we won't try to get them in. Okay, let's get Captain Nice into the room. I just have to click all the buttons the way people click buttons. And let's see if we can get both of the finalists here.
Looks like Captain Nice is around.
Yeah, and I'm getting people in.
Hi everyone.
Hey, welcome, congratulations. We're getting Armin in as well. I'm just making sure that we all have, we all have the right everythings, so to speak, because, servers and stuff and settings and stuff. Okay, well, how does it feel to be in the top 4 again and then pulling it off like this and just... Was it everything you expected today? Were both of you aware of how the meta is shaping up, because you were involved in shaping it, but do you think you made the correct guesses when it comes to figuring out other people's approaches or strategies with the ban list being known to everybody?
Yeah, well, first off, let me say that it's really cool that, I won this event, because I was actually not sure whether I wanted to join today because I had some stuff going on, but then last minute I was like, I'll do it anyway, and then it ended up working very nicely, so I'm very happy. In terms of meta, I'm quite surprised. I was not expecting as much Chronos Protocol damage decks with the banning of Kakugo, but they've been doing very well. And there was that Tag Me format. I was talking about that in the chat as well. I was really not expecting that. And that is just a really cool meta call, and really cool to see that people come up with something like that.
Well, this was interesting because I was saying this to Vesper as well. Firstly, congratulations, Captain Nice. Great play today. And I was amazed to see so much Kronos at the top with Kakugo out. I was really not expecting that I kind of thought that that deck wouldn't work without it, but it appears that just taking Stargate maybe out of the picture has really helped that deck to be viable. So yeah, I found that quite amazing as well.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how many like underrated decks are viable now that Stargate is out, which is quite a big point in like maybe like keeping it out for the next one. Because like one of the decks in the top cut was a Mwanza deck, which is also completely taken apart by Stargate. So that's also really cool. And Chronos Protocol has just been like super consistent over the past few formats. So that's a very clear sign that that deck is just like really strong all around.
Yeah. Interestingly, it was myself that banned the Stargate last time, and purely because I wanted to make a Mwanza deck, and it's very hard to make a Mwanza deck nowadays because someone puts down Stargate and you just sigh a little sigh and try and work out a different way to win. I think we've got Armin Firecracker in as well now.
Hello, yeah, I'm here now.
Congratulations.
Welcome, and congratulations indeed. I mean, yeah, this is, I mean, I don't know, maybe we should start like a council of people who, you know, who run this whole thing, because I'm pretty sure that for the next one I'm gonna see some familiar names again, and I'm very happy about this. Because everybody played really well today, and I think everybody showed us different flavors of Netrunner: spicy, less spicy, fast, aggressive, or tricky or unexpected. And you're definitely a part of making this happen. So I'm a big part of making this happen. Like I'm very glad that we're here. And I was just going to ask a trick question, if you don't mind. What are going to be the next cards banned for? No, I'm kidding. no. It's I don't know about you. For me, it's like way past midnight, and I don't want to get you into thinking. But I mean, yeah, okay, no. If I ask you right now, and of course this is not a binding thing, like you can change your mind 15 times afterwards, no problem. But if you were to ban cards, would you go for the same bans? Would you choose something else? Just hot off the top of your head, like just after this tournament, having seen what you've seen and thinking maybe about some different decks already.
Well, I definitely like not having to deal with Hippo. That was my pick on the previous ban list, and I think that will stay my pick, even unless I find something that is better suited for it. And honestly, Apocalypse is still like up there, and the only reason I didn't put it on this time is because I made the presumption that someone else would do it, but I won't make that mistake again. Unless I communicate with my former top members, I can't presume that someone will, because everyone else was thinking that like, oh, someone else will put it on there, so I don't have to do it. I will gladly offer myself as tribute to do it.
Armin, what about you?
I don't know yet what to ban. I want to ban good cards, so the meta has changed. And currents are banned, so that's already really good. So some good cards, I don't know.
Okay, that's a fair point. Actually, and this is something I haven't really considered yet, but I'm wondering if I should increase the ban list by one card for each player, so basically make it 12 for each side. I don't know, maybe that would be too wild. I don't know, maybe people would be just shutting whole archetypes down by banning certain things.
I think the amount now is pretty good, because if there are more cards, they're hard to remember. And but I think 8 cards is pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's stick to this number. I like how the top 4 works out for the event as well, because we don't have to work with a top 8, which is quite well. It would just not be that much fun for an online tournament where you can only stream so many things at the same time. We have a suggestion from a certain person involved in MWL. So this is Mike Papadopoulos, by the way. But yeah, We should be. Oh, it's top secret. Okay. Never mind. But yeah, we have a suggestion. People should ban one card and unban or unrestrict another. You mean like from the current ban list? Nah, that's kind of that's too much work. I mean, that then you have to remember the unbanned cards. You have to remember the banned cards. I don't know. It's kind of tricky.
Yeah, and also there's like quite a lot of cards that are on there for very good reason, and I'm sure that there's a couple of cards that some people find so like have such negative experiences with that they would not like to see them come back. I don't think that will provide like a nice playing field. Although I do like the suggestion of like maybe something with like rotated cards or something, but that might also be a little bit too complicated to actually put into effect.
It's like Eternal, but with some additional banned cards.
Yeah, I think like the charm is that in that when I created the format, like I wanted it not to be too complicated, which is also the reason that like you bumped it up to 10 points, like for like both sides together, while originally it was 5, like no halfsies. And even though I think the change that you made is actually made it better, the reason I originally put it at 5 was to keep it as uncomplicated as possible. And even then, the first time I organized it, which was at Belgian Nationals, I think, there were people who were looking at it and said like, okay, so how does this work exactly? Like, and also today there were a couple of people who weren't entirely certain how the like, for example, the tiebreakers work and so on, even though like I think you like wrote it down very nicely and it was all very clear, but it is a little bit different from standard and like a little, and it's not as well known as some of the other side formats that the game has.
Yeah, I guess I kind of like the legacy aspect of it, like the changing lists, so the ban lists and so on. And I'm really curious about the next one, but that's gonna take a while because, well, we need some time to just rest and relax after this one, and then of course next week I'll probably be reaching out to everybody involved in the top 4 to see what we are going to do with the next one. And actually that's something, this is going to be another scoop about this series. Once we figure out the new name, or maybe it's going to be an old name or a new name with parts of the old name, I'm not sure. It's not on me to decide just yet. But I've been thinking about organizing an invitational tournament where it's going to be just the top 4 people from all the editions invited. I mean, okay, maybe I have to make sure that there will be the right number because, you know, certain people have placed in the top 4 several times. So
I was about to say, like, you won't have enough people because the people who make Top Cut are like almost always there's like a couple of people who made the previous edition.
Well, yes, just stop getting into it. That's it. You go on the ban list for the next tournament. You can't play. No, but yeah, have some sort of a mini league or just a tournament. I don't know. I have to figure out because in a league that would work, or a round robin game or something. I don't know. But like, yeah, having the top 4 people from all the editions so far participate, and all of them would be banning some cards before. So basically, kind of like a weird version of the snake draft that's fairly popular in many circles.
It's like a reverse snake draft.
Yeah, like I don't know what you do with the snake to stop it from well, let's not worry about the naming just yet. But okay, dear guests, since you've all played this tournament and this format and so on, and you're very knowledgeable about the game, is there anything you would change in the structure or move around or tweak or try and figure something out or experiment with? And again, I know it's late, so this is not a trick question at all. I'm not trying to make your lives harder. If you have some fresh ideas, share them now. If you don't, that's fine as well. We can always talk about things later. But, you know, just, again, hot off the press, so to speak. If you were to tweak this or add something or remove something, what would it be, or how would you experiment?
I have been thinking about a way to make lower ranked IDs and then especially to go for like a score that is like either 0 or like below maybe 2 or 1, even more enticing. Like the tiebreaker thing is of course very cool, and like we've seen in the previous editions that people who go for those lower ranked IDs do end up in top cut places or end up like pretty high ranked, and it has a very positive feeling for them. But for example, today I was looking at like the ID spread and the points, and there were quite a lot of people who went like full on, like spending the maximum amount of points, which is of course allowed, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I have been thinking about maybe like finding a way to make it even more diversified, if you will. But I'm not exactly sure on how one would do that. But it is something that has been playing to my mind a little bit. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, because I think having the big thing about the tiebreak is pretty important, but it's probably only important if you're gonna make the cut. If like if you're up there, but yeah, it's like I prefer playing the lower point IDs just because I find them more fun anyway. But yeah, I don't know I don't know if there's any way of changing it, or if you should, like, maybe you should just, if people want to spend 10 points, then they should do, and then they have to win more games than anyone else if they want to get into that to those top 4 places. Yeah,
the way we did this at previous tournaments was to raffle a prize, or to give away a prize to the highest ranked person on 0 points. You could just do something similar, but of course, because it's an online tournament and with the structure and so on, of course I understand that is that's not as applicable as it would be for like an in-person tournament. But something along those lines is something you could do. But I think the most important thing, as you say, is to not make it so that people feel like they can't make their choices. Like, that is also a thing with this format that I always thought was important. Like, never make an ID that is not on the ban list or whatever completely unplayable. Just make it that if someone wants to play like something like really top tier, like, I don't know, Argus or Asmari or Polana, they have to compensate for that. So I don't want to like make it seem like it is completely it's not good to spend the full amount of points, but that has just been something that's been struggling with a little bit.
That sounds like, I mean, yeah, these ideas definitely sound interesting to figure out. I wonder, and I really do like your approach to basically creating custom formats, which is, let's not make it too complicated, because the game is already complex the way it is. If there are too many layers of requirements, limitations, or tweaks and so on, then it does get quite confusing, or it could get quite confusing. So,
yeah, exactly. And it won't be as approachable for newcomers. Like, I saw today that, or was it last tournament, there was someone who was like super new to Netrunner who played, and I often see a lot of like new faces in the chat room for people who have not played a lot or have just started playing. So that means that even though it is a bit more complicated than standard and there's some things thrown on top of it, it is still pretty approachable. And that is, of course, like the main goal should be, for the game to be as approachable as possible.
Definitely, for sure. I'm gonna just throw a line out to the chat, folks. If anybody in the chat has any questions, please type them in, because we're gonna be wrapping up here, because it's almost 1 a.m. here, and I know some of you here on the stream right now, so with me in Discord, and also some people before who were playing in the Swiss rounds. People made smaller and bigger sacrifices to participate in the tournament and to complete it. So I'm super grateful for everybody participating. It's definitely an honor to run an event like this and to have so many people enthusiastically, just joining in and participating, whether by spectating or playing or both. But yeah, if anybody in the chat has any questions, as for all of you with me here live in the studio, I should say, anything you would like to, I don't know, like share about the community, the game, anything. I mean, basically this is open microphone right now while we slowly head towards the wrapping up of this glorious event.
I thought you were going to say, like, while we're slowly heading to bed.
Yeah, I mean, that's happening as well. Like, mine is basically within my, well, not within my eyesight, but I know how to crawl in there, even if it gets really, really late, and I just, you know, if I don't have any electricity, I will make it there. But yeah, I assume the silence means that I think we're all getting pretty tired. And yeah, I mean, again, one thing I'm gonna mention as well, and I don't know if everybody was aware, but we had Mark MCG. He was playing as Mirror Smurf in the first part of the tournament, playing both the York Store Championship and this event. And I don't know if this was a legal play, by the way, because. You know, you should be only. No, I'm kidding, of course, but it's only possible if you're playing online, because I cannot imagine playing in 2 tournaments at the same time.
I mean, you have two hands, right? You could just sit at a table, and like with one hand you could play Netrunner on one table, and with the other hand the other table.
And true. I mean, usually a brain has 2 halves, so you can task one of the halves of your brain to work on one game and the other, absolutely work. I mean, we are mostly symmetrical as beings, and we of course, like.
Yeah, but that is extremely impressive. Like, I was listening to music today while playing, and there were a couple of times where I was like, okay, I have to go into deep think mode, so the music is going off, so I can't imagine literally playing 2 games of Netrunner simultaneously at different tournaments with different people. So no, kudos to them.
It's got full-on Darren Brown skills.
Oh, and with this very, very inspirational, but I would just say don't try this at home unless you really want to, but then maybe try it first with good friends and for fun, and then if it works out and you're enjoying it, which I think is the important part here, you can totally try and do it, you know, in a more serious environment. But anyway, with this inspirational anecdote, I think I'm gonna bid everybody a great night, and thank you to all of you here, the 3 of you in the room as well right now with me. Thank you so much for participating, co-organizing, because you're co-organizers one way or another, like it or not, and making this event really, really cool. I think I haven't heard a single complaint in the 4 editions so far regarding the atmosphere, the people, and the community, which is not, I have to put it, I'm not surprised, but it always humbles me immensely and terribly that it just works, and people are just so sweet to each other and nice and gentle and helpful.
Thank you to you, Vesper, for running such a good tournament again. I had a great day. I did very badly, but it was still a lot of fun. And well done to these 2, who did much better.
Thank you.
Yes, it was a great tournament. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very much. Have a great night. Rest up, and I'll be in contact with you for number 5, which is probably, maybe, perhaps gonna have a different name. Okay, I'm jumping out of Discord. I'm gonna be staying on the stream for a few more seconds. Just, I mean, not to give you any spoilers, but maybe I should give you some spoilers. I think I spoiled enough already. My brain is slowly shutting down. We had so much brain damage today as well on the streams, with the different cerebral overwriters firing and runners just getting quite a lot of damage. And if you can hear me kind of slowing down my usually very fast speech, or rather fast speech, then you're totally not mistaken. I'm definitely tired. I woke up before 6 in the morning, so basically 19 hours ago, and then I spent the morning biking around the city to get some energy, and that energy did carry me through the whole day, but now I'm just... So, as a reminder, tomorrow there's a Barcelona Store Championship happening in the afternoon. Chances are I'm going to be streaming this event. I still have to pick my decks, but I have some evil ideas. This is a standard event. I think it's still open. I cannot really guarantee that because I am not the organizer. The lovely and unique and absolutely commanding and whatnot and generally awesome Mar, also known as Princess Space Kitten, is running this event. We right now, and again, I'm not the organizer, so I'm just giving you the information I see on Always Be Running. Chances are There's going to be more information in other places, but we have at least 15 players registered, myself included. That's one of the reasons why I need some sleep for the night, to just rest and recharge my batteries. But if you're interested, do check the events page on Always Be Running. Then we have a bunch of other things happening during the week, but I believe the next big thing is gonna be on the weekend of the 16th and 17th. I'm not gonna tell you much other than there is a store championship happening in Antwerp. There is a Valencia event called Kawonesa, which is actually a cash refresh event from what I see. There is the store championship in Michigan happening on the 16th, and there is the Cybernetics, an online store championship in Switzerland as well. I'm pretty sure the last one is limited to mostly people from the Swiss meta to make it like a true meta event for them. So I might be streaming this as a guest streamer just to make sure that, you know, we have this really cool recording of this event. I've been to Bern once for a great event. I met lovely people. The Swiss players are absolutely amazing in many different ways. So I'm looking forward to that event as well, and that's going to be happening next week. But now, again, a reminder, Barcelona Store Championships happening online tomorrow. And as a final thing, because I keep forgetting about this, I should totally inform you and remind you that we have a competition. So I'm just gonna put this on the screen. Please screen work with me. Do remember this, that yeah, we're trying to figure out a new name for the Iberian Lockdown series. It's not like the name Iberian Lockdown is bad, but it's time for a refresh. Wink wink, nudge nudge. I mean, it's time to rebrand it a bit. Maybe Lockdown is a good name. I don't know. Maybe it's not for me to decide, or it is, but later on. What I'm trying to say here is send me your proposals to my email address. It's on there. It's also on Always Be Running if you need it there at the event pages. If you have ideas, you can send multiples. If you have only one, send one. If you have no ideas, send me, I don't know, some memes, maybe. And then wait, and then I will be raffling stuff, or raffling some virtual prizes, but absolutely useful prizes to the participants. So it doesn't matter if your idea is going to get selected. It does matter to participate. Diversified Lockdown. I don't know, just send it in. I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. Might be a good idea. Sounds very interesting. Sounds very descriptive. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you more about it. Right now, I will definitely be going to sleep. And I nearly forgot to mention, well, we broke 200 subscribers to the channel, which is awesome. Or subscriber, followers, whatever. I'm not really good with the lingo, but there's 200 of you who get notifications when I go online, which I'm really humbled about as well, because this started like what, 30-ish, 40-ish days ago as let's try and stay moderately balanced and busy and occupied and keep doing things with Netrunner and the lovely people in the community. Let's organize something online, and that's how this whole idea came together. And I'm very, very happy that we keep going with the stream, with the events as well, but I'm also happy streaming events that I have absolutely no involvement with in any way on the organizational side. But it's also about, well, pointing out the lovely people in the community. So today's sponsor, so to speak, is on Instagram. It's JDK Geek. Do give that profile a look. Check it out. It's an awesome place. I'm not even on Instagram. I get my fix. Through different channels, because Discord has many interesting small places here and there where you can just hop on and see the same content as in many other places online. But if you're on Instagram, do check this page out, this profile. I think you're gonna like it. I love it. What is my mail again? Well, do find the Iberian lockdown page on Always Be Running. Any of the events, it should have my email. It's like a treasure hunt almost, right? Find my email. Okay, lovely people, I am going to be definitely finishing right now. Thank you for the final time. Once more, you're all legends. And I will see you soon. And I will talk to you soon as well. Have a great rest. Peace. And yeah. Until the very next one, I hope. Soon. Bye-bye.